Bai Chuan was happy to hear him say this. A real man, once he makes a decision, should go after what he wants. Even if his wife really wants a divorce, old Meng can still do his best to try to save the marriage. Moreover, he didn't believe that his wife was completely indifferent to old Meng. As long as there was even a small spark, he believed old Meng could reignite it and make their love burn brightly again. Unfortunately, Meng Jiuan's spirit hadn't recovered for even 3 seconds. For some reason, he suddenly looked downcast again. Bai Chuan thought he was still struggling. What else are you worried about? Just decide to pursue her. Who cares what your wife thinks? Meng Jiuan bit his lip and, rarely hesitated. I just went to her clothing store where she works. That's good. Knowing you're worried about your wife's safety, that's a good thing. And then, when Bai Chuan learned that Meng Jiuan had just gone to the clothing store, he immediately guessed that he was worried about Yu Chanli's safety, especially since the city hadn't been very peaceful these days. And then, Meng Jiuan seemed to struggle a bit, but no one else could help him analyze it better than Bai Chuan. I found out the store owner is a man. Meng Jiuan said this a little embarrassed, as if admitting he was petty, but he really cared. To his surprise, Bai Chuan reacted even more strongly. What? The owner is a man? Then, he definitely has bad intentions about your wife working there. Who opens a clothing store with a man these days? Exactly. You think it's a bit strange too. Meng Jiuan finally found someone who understood him, and after holding it in for a while, he felt a sense of camaraderie. Bai Chuan suddenly perked up. And then? Did you go in and declare your territory? Meng Jiuan looked even more downcast. At that time, I was thinking about divorce. Maybe I shouldn't interfere so much. So I didn't go in. I was planning to wait until she finished work and then send her to the station. Bai Chuan was speechless, but luckily, Meng Jiuan didn't turn around and leave. Picking up his wife after work was also a good thing. You really?
Sigh.
To avoid discouraging Meng Jiuan's budding enthusiasm, Bai Chuan changed the subject at the right moment. So, sister-in-law, are you surprised to see him? Unexpectedly, Meng Jiuan's face darkened further. I didn't see. The owner of the clothing store kept taking her to the station. What? Bai Chuan couldn't hold back anymore. For the first time in his life, he wondered how Meng Jiuan could be so timid. Did you just watch from behind all the time? Looking back now, Meng Jiuan thought maybe he wasn't thinking clearly at the moment. But at the time, he was really nervous and started imagining a new life with Yu Changle after their divorce, with the clothing store owner. Yes, he was avoiding the truth. But now he had made his feelings clear and would never act uncertain again. Tomorrow, I will go to the clothing store to find her and pick her up after work. If Lu Bo hadn't kept urging, Yu Changle might have missed the last bus. In the dimly lit bus carriage, a few scattered passengers sat quietly. As soon as Yu Changle got on, she sat near the window in the middle of the carriage. This spot was close to the door for easy getting on and off, and it made her feel safe. The bus rocked back and forth, and with the faint light and quiet atmosphere, Yu Changle gradually dozed off against the window. She didn't know how long it had been when suddenly something brushed past her neck. She jolted awake and quickly turned around to check. That's when she realized someone had been sitting behind her all along. The person looked to be asleep, with his head resting on the armrest of her seat, his relaxed fingers swaying with the bumps of the bus. Clearly, the finger that touched her neck just now belonged to him. Yu Changle kept a close eye on him, not relaxing just because he seemed to be sleeping. The entire bus was empty, with plenty of space around. But this person chose to sit right behind her, making her cautious. Although she couldn't see his face because he was leaning forward, his broad shoulders and strong build told her that if he were truly a bad person, she wouldn't stand a chance. This was a clear imbalance of strength between men and women. Even if she had martial arts skills, it wouldn't help in this situation. She quickly spun her thoughts, unable to tell if this person was intentional or not. The best choice now was to avoid alarming him. She could pretend to ask about the bus stop naturally and move closer to the bus driver, keeping a safe distance from the man, and then observe him. Yu Changle stood up, speaking while watching the man's behavior. Driver, how many stops until the military housing area? The driver heard her and replied loudly, Next stop. Okay, thank you, driver. Yu Changel naturally moved to stand near the bus door, glancing sideways at the sleeping man. Seeing he still kept the same position without moving, she confirmed that what happened earlier was probably just an accident. She relaxed and turned around, thinking about the opening ceremony. The man, who had been still, slowly turned his head to the right, as if unconsciously moving in his sleep. The bus reached the stop quickly and gradually stopped at the platform. As the door opened, Yu Changel was about to get off when she saw a dark shape suddenly rush toward her from the platform. Yu Changel, where have you been? It's no exaggeration to say that Yu Changel's eyes were swollen like goldfish eyes. He angrily shouted at her, tears almost spilling out. He woke up that morning to find no one at home. At first, he thought Yu Changel had gone out to buy breakfast, but after waiting for a long time, no one returned. When he went into the kitchen, he found a bowl of steamed eggs covered and kept warm. He suspiciously picked up the eggs, which had cooled down a bit. His heart tightened. Yu Changel must have gone out alone. Not only did she not wake him, but she didn't leave a note explaining where she went. He felt both anxious and angry, annoyed at how deeply he had slept, especially since he had promised his brother-in-law yesterday to protect his sister and stay close. Now, she was missing on the first day. It wasn't just about disappointing his brother-in-law. He was more worried about her being in danger. But he was unfamiliar with Jinbo and didn't know where Yu Changel had gone or when she would return. He also worried that if he left, she might come back and find no one. After thinking for a while, he went to the bus stop to wait for Yu Changel, but he ended up waiting all day. Yu Changla suddenly realized she had hurried out and probably forgot to leave a note for Yu Changxi. The child must be worried now. She quickly apologized, wiping tears and adjusting her hair. While she was busy comforting Yu Changxi, the vehicle behind slowly started moving. The dim yellow lights at the bus stop shone into the carriage, just stopping at the seat where the man was sitting. He sat up, with eyes like a calm, deep pond, cold but eager, staring at that lively figure from behind. The next morning, just before dawn, Yu Changlo woke early, worried about the unfinished clothes. She sleepily opened the door and almost had a heart attack from shock. Yu Changxi stood straight at her door, with dark circles under his eyes. Are you awake or still sleeping? Yu Changlo asked, still shaken. Yu Changxi's voice was full of sadness. I'm awake. Where are you going? I want to go with you. Yu Changlo forced a smile. Where I go, I need to wash up and have breakfast first. Don't worry, sister will take you wherever she goes today. Come on, move aside. Yu Changxi looked at her suspiciously, reluctantly turning his body slightly away. Yu Changlo went into the kitchen. He followed to the door, making her laugh and cry at the same time, like she was caring for a little baby. She wanted to tell him not to follow so closely, but seeing his pout, she immediately closed her mouth. Forget it, just bear with it. After all, she forgot to leave a note yesterday. After breakfast, the siblings took a bus into town. Yu Changlo hurried to finish her treasure of the shop, while Yu Changxi helped clean the store and kept her company. The whole day was pretty quiet, with no special events, just some curious residents asking about the opening. By around 4 in the afternoon, Yu Changlo finally stopped sewing. She looked at the model wearing a white silk blouse and a black silk pencil skirt, feeling very satisfied. Yu Changxi couldn't help but praise, Sister, your outfit is really beautiful. Simple, elegant, and full of charm. It looks very high class. It didn't look like the flashy clothes worn by the rich on the street, all bright and loud. This looks much more refined. At that moment, the wind chime hanging at the door jingled again. The visitor was unexpectedly Li Mei. Li Mei looked a bit tired, clearly exhausted from taking care of patients at the hospital. But when she saw the beautiful clothes that Yu Changel had made, her eyes lit up with happiness. Oh my goodness, what kind of fairy-made clothes are these? They're so beautiful. Seeing her arrive, Yu Changel was also very happy and quickly went to greet her. Sister-in-law Li, why are you here? Li Mei felt a little guilty. Changel, I really caused you a lot of trouble this time. You had to handle everything alone before the opening. I feel bad about it. The opening is tomorrow, and if I don't come now, it would be too rude. Yu Changel comforted her, saying, "Don't think like that. Everyone has problems sometimes. The important thing is that the person is saved and I didn't delay the opening." Yu Changxi also said, "That's right, sister-in-law Li. I'm here too. I've been helping before school starts. You can rest assured and focus on taking care of the patient." Li Mei was moved by the kindness of these two siblings and felt even more guilty. "It's okay. I've arranged for a caregiver. I'll go over after work to bring some food. It's more convenient than traveling back and forth from home. Lily has old Wang to pick her up, and she's quite diligent in her studies, so there's no big problem." Seeing that Li Mei had made arrangements, Yu Changel didn't insist further. If there was an urgent matter, going from the clothing shop to the hospital was also close. "How is Tsue? Is she awake?" Yu Changel asked with concern. Li Mei shook her head heavily. "It's been 3 days, and she still shows no signs of waking up. The doctor said if she's not awake after a week, it might be difficult for her to wake up." Yu Changel frowned, feeling sad for the young girl lying unconscious on the bed, unable to know anything. Yu Changxi suddenly remembered a story he had read in a book and said, "I read a biography before. The main character fell off a horse and fell into a coma. His friends went to visit him every day, reading him plays and stories he liked. One day, they read a funny part, and he suddenly laughed out loud. Not long after, he opened his eyes and woke up." Li Mei's eyes widened with excitement. "Really? Is that true?" Yu Changxi nodded confidently. "Yes, it's true. It's recorded in a biography. Biographies are about real people and real events." "That's great. When I go back, I'll try that for Tsue too." Li Mei was happy for only 3 seconds before suddenly showing worry. She said, "My education level is only enough to recognize some simple words. I've never heard of the kind of plays you mentioned." "It's okay. You can borrow play scripts from the library. If needed after work, I can go with you to the hospital to read a few for Cui. It's a good way to try." Yu Changxi patted his chest confidently and took on the task of reading the scripts for Cui. Afterward, he carefully glanced at Yu Changel. Yu Changel smiled, knowing that the biography wasn't always completely accurate, but she saw Yu Changxi was trying to help. Li Mei was full of hope, so she didn't want to dampen her spirits. "Yes, let Changxi help. College students should be useful at this time." Seeing Yu Changel agree, Yu Changxi's face lit up with happiness. Li Mei was even more grateful. She held Yu Changxi's hand and thanked him warmly. "Thank you so much. Sorry for all the trouble, sister and brother. When Cui wakes up, I'll make sure she thanks you properly." With Li Mei back, Yu Changel felt more confident. She finished packing early and told everyone to go home early to rest and prepare for tomorrow's grand opening. Just after locking the door, Yu Changel heard Li Mei and Yu Changxi happily exclaim behind her, "Oh, Jiuan, it's you. Brother-in-law, you're here." Yu Changel turned around in surprise. Standing by the roadside was a well-dressed officer with a sharp look, speaking with them. It was Meng Jiuan. "Why are you here? Do you need something?" Yu Changel was puzzled. She wondered if he had come up with a reason to ask her to go to the military office to file for a divorce tomorrow. Besides that, she couldn't think of any other reason he might have to find her. It's not that she didn't want to go. She simply didn't have time tomorrow. Meng Jiuan pursed his lips. Why did Yu Changel, who had been chatting and laughing with them just now, immediately frown when she saw him? Does she really not want to see him? Meng Jiuan initially wanted to say he came to pick her up, but seeing so many familiar faces today, he hesitated and finally said, "I was on patrol and just happened to pass by." "Oh, thank you for your hard work." Yu Changel nodded. "Having more people patrol does make things safer. We won't delay you. We'll go ahead now."
"Goodbye." "Huh?
That's it? Goodbye already?" Meng Jiuan widened his eyes. The way things are unfolding is completely different from what Bai Chuan said. Just as Meng Jiuan was feeling nervous and unsure how to respond, Li Mei asked a question that eased his worries. "We're about to head back. Which way are you patrolling?" Meng Jiuan snapped out of his thoughts and quickly replied, "I'm patrolling toward the station." Yu Changxi happily said, Perfect. Brother-in-law, we can walk toward the station together. Today, brother-in-law looks so handsome in his military uniform. Walking together makes him feel proud. Yu Changle didn't speak. She knew Meng Jian would probably say it wasn't convenient. But the next second, Meng Jian happily nodded. Okay, let's go together. Yu Changle was surprised. Was that really Meng Jian speaking? He sounded so happy. Li Mei led Yu Changxi ahead, and Yu Changxi kept turning around, wanting to talk to Meng Jian. But Li Mei held him tightly. Silly kid, haven't you figured it out yet? Your brother-in-law is here to pick up your sister after work. Seeing us, he probably didn't want to say anything. Yu Changxi exclaimed happily. Oh, I thought brother-in-law was just passing by while patrolling. Li Mei chuckled. There are no coincidences. Your brother-in-law is a company commander, and even if the police need help, they wouldn't ask a company commander to patrol the streets, right? Li Mei, being a veteran military family member, knows about military organization well. She immediately caught the inconsistency in Meng Jian's words. But Yu Changle and Yu Changxi had no idea about military ranks. Even if they knew Wang Jiangwo was patrolling, they would believe it. After Li Mei explained, Yu Changxi understood. He quietly looked back at his sister and brother-in-law. They were walking side by side, but there was at least a person's width of space between them. He turned his head and secretly smiled. They're a bit shy, huh? Quietly, Yu Changxi leaned toward Li Mei and whispered, Sister-in-law, should we walk faster? Li Mei also smiled. I think that's a good idea. Unlike the cheerful conversation between the two in front, Yu Changle felt very uncomfortable walking behind. If it weren't for the fact that no one knew about their divorce, she wouldn't have to pretend to be a couple with Meng Jian, acting like they are close when they are not, like now when they have nothing to say but are forced to walk together. While she was lost in her thoughts, suddenly a hand reached out and pulled her to the side. Yu Changle was still shaken and almost bumped into a lamppost while walking. After thanking him, she took a few steps and realized that Meng Jian still held her wrist. She reminded him, you can let go now, thank you. Meng Jian looked serious on the outside but slightly smiled at the corner of his mouth. It's okay. I'm holding your hand so you don't get distracted and bump into something. Yu Changle couldn't believe her ears. Was Meng Jian feeling unwell today? Is this what he usually says? No need, I can manage myself. His unusual words and actions made her feel a bit embarrassed. She also noticed that Yu Changxi and another person walking ahead were secretly watching them and even giggling. Suddenly, she realized that actually, there's no need to pretend we are very close in front of them. Sister Li and the others already know what we are really like. Changxi doesn't need to worry anymore. I've already started telling him the truth step by step. Meng Jian remained calm and said, I didn't mean to pretend. The truth is, we are indeed a married couple. What did he just say? Yu Changle was stunned. Did he not understand? Or was she being too subtle? I mean, our marriage is just on paper, and we're about to divorce soon. There's no need to keep up the act of being in love. Hearing this, Meng Jian suddenly turned his head with a deep smile in his eyes. So, you mean if it's real, then we can be in love? Yu Changle had been looking up at him, but she was caught off guard by his teasing remark. She froze, her face flushing from her cheeks to her neck. What real and fake marriage? What love? Today, Meng Jian must be cursed or something. His gaze drifted down her reddening face, and unconsciously, he caught sight of a glimpse of tender skin at her neckline. He immediately looked away, his face burning hot. Both of them faced different directions, but both were blushing deeply and looked very awkward. The next moment, Yu Changle wanted to pull back her hand, but Meng Jian held it tightly. His hot palm pressed against her delicate skin on her wrist, making her heart beat faster, without her control. For a moment, all sounds around seemed to disappear, and only the loud beating of two hearts could be heard. Changle. After what felt like a long time, Meng Jian spoke first, his voice full of gentle warmth that she had never heard before. Yu Changle felt extremely nervous. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and many guesses and possibilities flashed through her mind. Changle, I. A loud greeting suddenly came from behind them. Li Mei and Yu Changxi turned their heads at the sound. Yu Changel hurriedly struggled to free her hand from Meng Jian, her heart pounding fiercely. Meng Jian frowned and turned to look behind him. There was a young man he had never seen before. The young man was initially waving at Li Mei. Seeing Yu Changel and the others turn around, he said happily, "Hey, you're here too? What a coincidence." Meng Jian's brow furrowed even more. Who was this? When did there become so many unfamiliar men around Yu Changel? Yu Changel quickly realized, "It's you. We meet again." It seemed they knew each other well. Meng Jian looked at the young man carefully. Just a young kid. Li Mei also came over and asked, "Is that Chen Feng? Where are you headed?" When they reached the station entrance, Li Mei thought he was going to take a bus from there. Chen Feng shyly smiled. "Auntie, I just came back from the hospital. I brought some grapes from our farm for Cui Cui and Aunt Zhang. I was passing by here on my way home."
Li Mei suddenly remembered.
Of course, the station is just south of Tunghua Alley. She smiled warmly and said, "You're so thoughtful, bringing fruit for her and her mother. Cui Cui is such a good friend. No wonder." Talking about Cui Cui, a hint of sadness crossed Chen Feng's face. It's a pity she didn't wake up today. Li Mei also felt a bit sad, but thinking of the story Yu Changxi told her, she gained some hope. "Don't be discouraged. There's still hope." Changxi said he will come to the hospital with me every day after work to read her favorite books. Maybe one day, she'll wake up. Chen Feng's eyes flickered when he heard this, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. Can it really wake her up? That's wonderful. He turned to look at Yu Changxi, who was standing beside Li Mei, and said kindly, "You must be Changxi. I saw you and Aunt Zhang come together at the hospital that day. I didn't get a chance to say hello." "Hello, my name is Chen Feng." Yu Changxi generously extended his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Yu Changxi." Chen Feng looked at his hand and smiled. "You seem to be a cultured person. I've never shaken hands properly before. Your hands are dirty, so I won't shake yours today." Yu Changxi didn't mind and smiled as he withdrew his hand. Chen Feng seemed very interested in reading and asked, "Do you read every day? How long do you think is enough?" Yu Changxi patiently explained, "Reading to a patient who is unconscious is just a try. It might not always work, but trying more is good. It also requires daily persistence. I plan to go every day before school starts, reading for half an hour to an hour." Chen Feng nodded as he listened. "All right, when school starts, I can continue reading to Cui Cui." Li Mei was very touched and said, "You're both such good children. Annie thanks you for Cui Cui." Chen Feng shyly shook his head. "I'm not as thoughtful as Changxi. I'm just happy to help if I can." Yu Changxi's brow unconsciously furrowed slightly when he heard this. At first, he thought Chen Feng was kind-hearted and pretty good. But just now, a handshake and what he said made Yu Changxi feel a bit uncomfortable. He chuckled at himself, maybe because he was overly protective of his brother. He felt Chen Feng's actions were a bit petty, and his words a little pretentious. He no longer felt like chatting, and, with a very abnormal Meng Jian nearby, Yu Changxi just wanted to get on the bus and go home quickly. He smiled and said, "Li, it's getting late. We still have to take the bus for a while. If we go back late, Lily will be hungry waiting." Li Mei then remembered someone waiting at home and hurriedly said, "Chen Feng, my sister-in-law still has things to do, so we have to leave first."
Let's talk more next time.
Chen Feng nodded understandingly and replied, "All right, you're busy. See you next time." He said goodbye to a few people in front of the station and then walked south along the paved road. Meng Jian watched his figure silently until Yu Changel said goodbye to him and then turned his face away.
We'll
take the bus back now." For some reason, Yu Changel felt her face heat up whenever she saw his face, and her speech became a little awkward. Seeing her cheeks slightly red, Meng Jian felt unexpectedly happy and replied gently, "Okay. Be careful on the way. Remember to lock the doors and windows at night." The two people beside them giggled secretly, making playful faces. Yu Changel's face turned even redder. She hurriedly nodded, said goodbye, and then turned to walk quickly into the station. Yu Changel and the others smiled and said goodbye to Meng Jian. Li Mei couldn't help but praise. "That's how it's done. You've improved." Meng Jiawen felt a little shy from the compliment, but couldn't help but smile broadly. Yu Chang'e got on the bus and immediately sat by the window, opening it wide to let the cool breeze in. She didn't know why, but today the weather felt especially hot. Now, as the cool wind blew, her face felt very warm. Unintentionally, she remembered the unfinished words Meng Jiawen had said. Chang'e, She couldn't stop guessing what Meng Jiawen wanted to tell her. His voice was especially gentle today. Thinking about it now, it made her ears turn red, like a soft brush gently rubbing her ear.
Ah!
She couldn't think about it anymore. At this moment, she just wanted to close her eyes and sleep for a second, stopping all these wild thoughts. Behind her, Li Mei and the other person looked at her red ears and exchanged smiles. These young couples are really sweet and lovely. Finally, the opening day arrived. The sun was shining brightly, a perfect day. Yu Chang'e specially changed into a bright red shirt with a white suit jacket, and her black hair was at the back. She looked beautiful and energetic. Li Mei and Yu Xian also wore new clothes, looking lively and ready to open the shop and welcome customers. Before the clothing store's door opened, a half-meter-high T-shaped platform was set up in front of the glass display window facing the street. The roadside was filled with eagerly waiting spectators, all wanting to be the first to see what kind of clothes this unique clothing store was selling. At 9:18 in the morning, the firecrackers were lit on time, filling the air with loud, joyful sounds that marked the opening of Chang'e Clothing Store. After the celebration, the bright red firecracker skins looked like a thick red carpet at the door, making the scene very festive. The grand display attracted many people to watch. Next, loud drums and gongs sounded. Everyone turned to see a majestic pair of golden lions chasing a shiny golden ball, jumping lively and energetic. The lion dancers skillfully moved left and right, weaving through the two lions that playfully shook their heads and jumped around. The crowd cheered loudly, excited by the lively lion dance performance. The drums beat faster, and the gongs sounded more intensely. The lions jumped higher, and the crowd was deeply captivated by the exciting and funny show, clapping and cheering. One of the golden lions quickly grabbed a big red embroidered ball hanging in front of the door, causing the wind chime to ring melodiously. The lion dancer loudly said, "Send good wishes to the boss. May you ride on lucky clouds and have a steady flow of wealth. Send happiness to the boss. May you attract wealth gods and have continuous good luck." The two golden lions stood up suddenly, holding a red banner with gold characters that read, "Great luck and prosperity, abundant wealth." Seeing this, the crowd cheered loudly. The door of Chang'e Clothing Store opened smoothly and 3 people, led by Yu Chang'e, appeared brightly. "Thank you all for your warm support and enthusiasm. I announce that Chang'e Clothing Store is officially open today. During the first 3 days of opening, all VIP customers who meet the spending standards will receive special gifts. Any purchase can enter the opening raffle, with various gifts waiting for you to take home for free." Hearing about free gifts, the curious crowd became even more excited and rushed into the store to shop. Li Mei and Yu Chang'e were busy right away. They didn't have time to explain their prepared speeches to the enthusiastic customers, so they kept answering questions from the continuous stream of visitors. Yu Chang'e spotted some familiar faces among the crowd: Lu Rumei, Sister Lu, and Sister Wang.
Rumei.
Sister Lu, Sister Wang. It had been a long time since Yu Chang'e last saw Rumei. Seeing her here made Yu Chang'e very happy. Today, Lu Rumei dressed very beautifully. She wore a long silk dress that Yu Chang'e had altered for her, styled her hair, and applied makeup. She also wore gold rings, a gold necklace, and gold earrings, looking very wealthy and elegant. "Girl, your older sister and good friends are here to support you." Lu Rumei spoke warmly, without any sign of having missed her friends these days. She walked over and gave Yu Chang'e a big hug. "The grand opening is so wonderful and lively. It makes me look good too." "Of course. I knew Chang'e could do it. Today, no one can compete with me. I've already set my eyes on that long dress on the left and the shirt on the right too." Yu Chang'e, held in Lu Rumei's arms and hearing their praise, felt a warm happiness overflowing inside her. She happily took Lu Rumei's hand and said, "Sisters, I have a surprise for you. Please help me reveal it." In the center of the shop stood a tall object covered with a bright red cloth, tightly wrapped and surrounded by a red rope made of finger-thick thread. Many customers looked curious and wanted to reach out and uncover it, but Li Mei and Yu Changxi politely declined. Yu Changel pulled Lu Rumei and others toward the red cloth and raised her voice. "Next, we will unveil our store's treasure for the grand opening. Our honored guests, Ms. Lu Rumei, Ms. Lu Hongmei, and Ms. Wang Guilin, will help us reveal it. Please give a warm round of applause." Li Mei and Yu Changxi led the applause, filling the shop with cheers. Everyone's eyes focused eagerly on the three women. Lu Rumei was so surprised she didn't expect Yu Changel to prepare such a highly anticipated surprise. Her face flushed with excitement, and her friends Lu Jia and Wang Jia were also thrilled. They had never experienced so much attention from so many people before, becoming the center of the crowd and being entrusted with such an important task. Yu Changel handed the corner of the red cloth to the three women and said, "Please, ladies, unveil it." Seeing Yu Changel smiling and nodding at them, Lu Rumei, initially a little shy, took the lead. "Come on, sisters, let's give a good start to Changel's clothing store." Sister Lu and Sister Wang also nodded excitedly. The three of them together lifted the red silk cloth, revealing a stunning black and white silk long dress set that looked like it belonged to a goddess. Everyone was so shocked by what they saw that they couldn't speak. Bright light shimmered and moved across the silk, making it hard to look away. The white silk blouse and the black silk long skirt were unlike anything anyone had seen before. They were so beautiful that they exceeded all expectations. Finally, among the mesmerized crowd, someone timidly asked, "Is this outfit for sale?" The voice was soft, as if they felt asking about it was almost disrespectful to the clothes. Yu Changlu smiled gently and said, "Of course. All the clothes in the shop are for my customers, without exception." Hearing this, the person's eyes lit up. They had only hoped to ask, but didn't expect to actually have a chance to buy such a beautiful outfit. "How much is this set?" Everyone in the shop listened carefully, waiting for Yu Changlu to give the answer. "This is a set and it costs 100 yuan. Yu Changlu smiled as she announced the price, watching how the customers reacted. As expected, most people were surprised by the price. For many, 100 yuan was almost half a month's salary. But some customers looked surprised, yet their expressions remained calm. Yu Changlu silently remembered their faces. Later, she planned to focus on marketing to these customers. Suddenly, a bold voice came from the door. "I want this outfit." Everyone turned to see who was so confident, willing to pay 100 yuan for a set of clothes. Yu Changlu looked and recognized an old acquaintance, Qin Sufin. Qin Sufin gave her a displeased look. She had kindly helped bring the model team from the cultural center, but now, the honor of unveiling the treasure had been handed over to Lu Ruyo and her group. Feeling she had been robbed of the spotlight, Qin Sufin couldn't accept it. Plus, she was already captivated by this outfit. Not just 100 yuan, she would pay 200, 300 yuan if needed. She was willing to go without food for a year to buy it. Yu Changlu was both amused and helpless. The model team from the cultural center was arranged in advance with the center's leaders, so she didn't need to lead the team herself. To gain respect among her colleagues at the cultural center, Qin Sufin made a special trip, but she missed the chance to join Lu Rumei and others for the event. If she had come with Lu Rumei, Yu Changel wouldn't mind letting her participate in the opening ceremony, since Qin Sufin is one of the VIP customers of the clothing store. Although Qin Sufin was a bit unhappy now, Yu Changel knew how to handle her well. "I wonder why my left eye keeps twitching. It turns out my good luck is here." Yu Changel cheerfully stepped forward and said, "It seems this treasure of the store really brings wealth. It just opened, and it brought Sister Qin here. Sister Qin, why not keep wearing this lucky outfit in the store for a few more days? It might bring us good luck too." Just a simple comment made everyone look at Qin Sufin with envy. She immediately brightened up and smiled happily. "All right, I'll let you display it for 3 days during your opening. I'm looking forward to wearing it myself." Yu Changel took the chance to promote. Thanks, Sister Chin. Everyone, did you hear that? This outfit will be in our store for 3 more days. Friends and family, make sure to come see it before you miss out. Hearing this, everyone started planning to tell their friends and family about the event. Missing it would be a big regret. Lu Rumei nodded approvingly at Yu Changel. This little clever girl always manages to flatter Qin Sufin with her sweet words. Qin Sufin loved this outfit of hers and was always easily convinced by her to spend money happily. After calming Qin Sufin's mood, the girls from the cultural center changed into their outfits and prepared to go on stage. Because the store was small, only a limited number of customers could come in. So, Yu Changel came up with the idea of holding a fashion show outside the store. This fresh and stylish display method naturally attracted many eyes. The girls from the cultural center, all fashionable and beautiful, wore various outfits designed by Yu Changel as they walked gracefully on the T-shaped runway. They became a unique and beautiful sight on Shangqing Street. People who couldn't get inside gathered around the runway, watching and praising. They silently remembered the clothing numbers they liked, hanging around the models' waists. Such a grand opening for a clothing store spread quickly across Jinbo City. Even the Jinbo Daily sent reporters to cover the event live.
Click. Click.
Seeing the camera flashes focus on her, the girls on the runway walk more charmingly and smile more sweetly. Maybe my photo will make it onto tomorrow's Golden Banner newspaper. The lively atmosphere continued into the noon without any sign of slowing down. More and more people heard the news and came to shop or just watch the fun. On such an important first day of the Changlu clothing store's opening, how could the big brother Lu Bo miss it? At noon, after work, he slipped out of the factory, not only coming himself, but also bringing a long-lost friend for Yu Changlu, Lu Yuding. Yu Changlu was very happy to see them, feeling like she had returned to the day she first arrived in the city in the 1980s and met them. There was a special bond among the 3 of them.
Changlu, congratulations.
Lu Yuding wore a light yellow dress and a white headband, looking very youthful and bright. She handed over a bunch of fresh flowers, pink daisies, which made Yu Changlu very surprised. Such beautiful flowers. Thank you, Yuding. Yu Changlu didn't expect that in the 1980s, someone would know the etiquette of giving flowers. She was so happy to receive the beautiful bouquet that she immediately found a vase, put the flowers in, and placed it prominently in the middle of the counter. Seeing Yu Changlu so happy about receiving the flowers, Lu Yuding felt even happier. Changlu, your store looks really stylish. I saw it from afar and immediately noticed it. It's different from other shops, very artistic. Lu Yuding sincerely praised, not only for the appearance, but also for the artistic decoration inside the store. Yu Changlu smiled and said, I was inspired by some articles I read in Home magazine, plus my own preferences. I think the result turned out pretty good. Not just good, it's absolutely beautiful. I tell you, there's only one such store in Jinbo City. None can compare. Lu Bo admired Yu Changlu even more and realized how important reading is. Yu Changlu called Yu Changshi over to introduce them, meet each other. These 2 are my sister's good friends. Brother Bo and Yuding, this is my younger brother, Yu Changshi. Yu Changshi politely greeted, hello, Brother Bo, hello, Sister Yuding. Lu Bo smiled and said, looking at the name, I can tell he's your younger brother, not just by his face. Lu Yuding joked, hey, don't rush to call me sister. I'm still a student, and we might not even know who is older. Yu Changshi, thinking she had said the wrong thing, blushed and helplessly looked at Yu Changlu. Yu Changlu smiled and said, shouldn't you call me sister? My younger brother just got into the biology department at Yuzhou Normal University. He's your junior, so even if he's older than you should still call him senior sister. Wow, what a coincidence. The new students will arrive next week. If you have any questions then, just ask me. I'm a sophomore in the English department at the Foreign Languages College. Since he was Yu Changli's younger brother, Lu Yuding naturally wanted to take care of him. Otherwise, with her usual cool image at school, she wouldn't be so friendly. She was known as the famous cool goddess of the Foreign Languages College. Yu Changshi quickly nodded, thinking it was good to have a familiar person in a new environment to look out for each other. Seeing that the shop's business was so good, they didn't want to take up too much of Yu Chongli's time. They agreed to meet again later, and then left. The lively atmosphere lasted until 6 p.m. when the shop closed. Customers gradually left, reluctant to leave. Everyone who visited the new Chonglu clothing store liked it. The clothes were beautiful and stylish, and the staff and owner were especially friendly. Whether they bought anything or not, as long as they looked at a piece of clothing, the staff would enthusiastically invite them to try it on. Even if they said they didn't have enough money, the staff remained friendly. This made customers feel very good. After closing the door, Yu Chongle called over Li Mei and Yu Chongxi. She took out a small metal box from the cash drawer, which held today's earnings. She smiled and looked at them playfully, asking, "Guess how much we made today?" Li Mei's math was only good for small, everyday expenses. Thinking about the busy day, she couldn't figure out the total. Yu Chongxi estimated the number of customers at the checkout each hour and guessed an average spend. She took out paper and pen to calculate, and was so surprised she couldn't speak. Li Mei curiously looked at it and exclaimed, "Oh my. What is this? I can't even recognize it." Yu Chongle was also curious. "Let me see." On the paper, a few simple calculations showed the total, 380 yuan. Li Mei whispered nearby, "Impossible, can you really earn more in a day than someone makes in a year?" Yu Chongle didn't hide anymore. She was very happy with the first day's sales and confidently announced the correct amount. Total, 518 yuan and 50 cents.
What?
Li Mei gasped loudly and quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. Yu Chongle was so excited her face turned red, and her voice trembled. "Sister, that's so much." Yu Chongle nodded happily. "You were very close, but you forgot that our shop's treasure was sold today." Yu Chongle suddenly understood and realized he had forgotten to add the 100 yuan from that sale. That day's earnings were truly impressive. Yu Chongle roughly calculated that, after subtracting 180 yuan for fabric costs and 40 yuan for Li Mei's piecework wages, the pure profit was 298.50 yuan, almost 300 yuan. Li Mei kept gasping in surprise. She knew the shop wouldn't make much money today, but she didn't expect such a big profit. She admired Yu Chongle even more. Yu Chongle smiled and asked her Li's sister-in-law, "Today was a good first day. Guess how much commission you earned?" Li Mei couldn't believe it. "I was so busy I didn't even get to finish one dress, and I still get commission?" She thought only the orders she made in the shop counted for piecework pay, but today she was so busy she didn't even touch the sewing machine. Yet, Chongle still wanted to give her commission? But from Yu Chongle's point of view, most of the clothes in the shop were made at home by Li Mei based on her patterns before opening. Once sold, they definitely counted toward Li Mei's piecework wages. She wasn't just exploiting cheap labor, she wanted everyone, friends and family, to grow rich together. Yu Chongle smiled and held up 4 fingers, looking at her without speaking. Li Mei was so happy she couldn't speak. After a moment, she tentatively guessed 4 yuan? Oh my goodness! If she really earned 4 yuan in a day, that would be 120 yuan a month. That's almost half a year's salary for an average worker, even higher than old Wang's wages at home. Yu Chongle giggled and said, "Add a 0. Add a 0? Li Mei felt like her mind was about to overload. Adding a 0 meant 40, right? Could she really earn 40 a day? More than what others make in a month? She looked blankly at Yu Chongle. When Yu Chongle nodded confidently, she suddenly realized that Yu Chongle wasn't joking. "Oh my God!" Li Mei exclaimed, then quickly shook her head. "No way. That's too much. What did I do? Just earning 40? No, I can't accept this money." For Li Mei, this wasn't just a surprise but a shock. Earning in one day what others can't in a month made her feel anxious, and she was worried she wouldn't sleep well at night. But Yu Chongle didn't see it that way. Before opening the shop, she had already told Li Mei that besides the basic salary, there would also be piecework pay. Although Li Mei didn't make new clothing orders today, most of the clothes sold today were made by her at home in the days before opening, so she should also get a commission for those. Hearing Yu Changle's explanation, Li Mei still couldn't believe it. Is it really? Really that much? Yu Changle nodded firmly. Of course. That's just an estimate. After each day's business, we need to count the inventory and record the daily accounts. Li saw, we've talked about the rules before. We won't hold back the money we earn. But if there are mistakes or discrepancies, we have to deduct accordingly. They say honest brothers settle accounts clearly, and it's better to mention any issues up front. Li Mei understood and nodded quickly. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will do my best for our shop. If there's ever a mistake, I won't take a penny and will compensate. Yu Changle wasn't concerned about Li Mei's wages. She just wanted everything in the shop to follow the rules, making management easier. If Li Mei took it seriously, her goal would be achieved. From her long-term plan, she didn't intend to stop at just a small clothing shop. She believed Li Mei could be a good successor for the business. The shop didn't have a safe, so the money was just left inside. Today's grand opening was obvious, and there might be people with bad intentions present. No choice, Yu Changle could only keep her wallet safe and put it in her pocket to take home. She decided to go to the bank early tomorrow morning to discuss their door-to-door collection service. To make the most of the time to wake Cui Cui, Li Mei had already arranged with Yu Changxi to go to the hospital after work today. But now, Yu Changle was carrying a large sum of money, and it was getting late. She was worried about her going home alone, but it was not appropriate to walk around with a lot of money. After discussing, Yu Changle decided to wait at the shop for them to come back from the hospital, and she would also take the chance to design some new clothing styles. After they left, Yu Changle sat behind the counter and carefully started drawing her designs. She was focused on her drawing when suddenly she heard the wind chime at the door ring. She looked up, but no one was outside the glass door. She didn't think much of it, assuming the night breeze had moved the chime, and she continued drawing. She lost track of time, and then she felt her neck getting sore. She looked up and moved her head around, when she noticed in the corner of the glass window, someone was standing there, staring at her. In that instant, her body's hair stood on end.
Who was that?
She shouted cautiously, her hand instinctively reaching for the scissors in the drawer. The person was standing in a shadow, where the street light didn't reach. If it weren't for the bright shop lights, she might not have seen him at all. She thought he would be scared off by her shout, but instead, he stepped out of the shadow and slowly smiled at her. Yu Changle, it's me, Chen Feng. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Yu Changle let out a breath, but her heart was still pounding. She hesitantly walked to the door and asked, Chen Feng, why are you here? Chen Feng approached normally and smiled as he said, I heard from the neighbors that a new clothing store opened on the street called Chong Le Clothing Store. When I heard the name, I wondered if it was yours, so I came to see. Yu Changle was startled and a little scared. You scared me half to death. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? Standing there was pretty frightening. Chen Feng looked a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I saw you working so seriously, so I thought I'd wait until you finished before calling you. Yu Changle patted her chest and said, You really gave me a scare. I thought I was so unlucky to encounter a wanted criminal on my first day of opening. Want criminal? Deep in Chen Feng's eyes, a flicker appeared. Was that the guy who committed a few crimes in the city the other day? Haven't they caught him yet? Yu Changle shook her head. I heard they haven't caught him. The police station has asked the military for help. With more patrols, they should catch him soon. No wonder there are more patrols on the street. Chen Feng nodded gently and smiled. Hopefully they'll catch him. They chatted for a while longer. Chen Feng still didn't seem ready to leave, and Yu Changle started to feel a bit awkward. They weren't very close, and there wasn't much more to say. Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, Can I come in and take a look? Yu Changle was surprised. She thought guys usually weren't interested in this kind of women's clothing store, but she couldn't refuse directly. Of course. I've almost finished my work. Just need to tidy up and then I'll be done. Chen Feng smiled at her. He didn't know if he understood her hint, but he came in seriously to look around. The shop wasn't big. He praised the decor while admiring the clothes on display. He even joked with Yu Changle, If I had a girlfriend, I'd buy her the prettiest dress in your store. Too bad. Yu Changle laughed and agreed. You're a good young man. Surely many girls like you. She thought Chen Feng was tall and handsome, a typical good-looking guy in any era, so it was normal for someone to be interested in him. But when Chen Feng heard this, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at her. Do you really think I'm that good? His question sounded strange to Yu Changle. She hesitated for a moment but answered politely. You're quite nice, tall, strong, and kind. Surely some girl would like you. Hearing this, Chen Feng's face lit up with a smile, seeming very happy. He took a few more steps forward, just to counter away from Yu Changle. He slowly raised a hand and pointed at the small door behind her. What's that place? Yu Changle couldn't help but frown. She wasn't sure if it was because they were too close or because of his question, but it made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She became more cautious. That is the warehouse, where the goods are stored. Chen Feng nodded as if he understood. Oh, really? I thought you lived here. He said this while about to step over the counter to stand beside Yu Changle. At that moment, Chen Feng was smiling clearly, but Yu Changle inexplicably felt a bit scared. The same chilling sensation that made her hair stand on end earlier returned. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she couldn't help but reach toward the drawer again, but Chen Feng's hand was faster, tapping on the counter. Even the cabinet is so unique. The whole shop and you are so special. In that second, Yu Changle was almost sure she sensed something very uncomfortable from Chen Feng. Her mind was racing. How could she protect herself at such close distance? Suddenly, a clear chime of a wind bell sounded behind them. A tall, strong figure dressed in military green appeared at the shop door. Yu Changle happily called out, eager to see Meng Jian. She had never wanted to see him as much as she did now. It had been nearly 2 hours since he arrived yesterday. She thought he wouldn't come here today during patrol. Actually, Meng Jian planned to come straight to see Yu Changle after training, but he was called to the office by his superior to handle some work, so he was late. He initially thought Yu Changle and her friends had already left, but he felt uneasy and decided to come by himself to see if the shop was closed. To his surprise, he saw Yu Changle talking with a man inside. The man was getting closer, and Meng Jian's face darkened immediately. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Yu Changle happy made Meng Jian's expression soften a little. He silently strode in front of Yu Changle and then noticed the man's appearance. Wasn't that the young guy he saw at the station yesterday? He ignored Chen Feng and directly explained to Yu Changle, I'm late because I had a lot of work in the army today. The moment Yu Changle saw him, she felt safe. Meng Jian hadn't promised to come today, so she shook her head gratefully. Not late. Let me introduce you. Meng Jian turned back and gave Chen Feng a cold look. No need to introduce. We met at the station yesterday, right? I remember, Chen Feng. Chen Feng's face still held a slight smile, but it was less stiff than before. You have a good memory. You only need to hear it once. Meng Jian replied calmly, I'm just paying attention to the people and things around my wife. From his words, it was clear that if Chen Feng hadn't appeared beside Yu Changle, Meng Jian wouldn't have noticed him at all, let alone remembered his name and face. Yu Changle thought Meng Jian was acting strangely again, showing affection in front of others for no reason. Her face flushed, and she tugged at Meng Jian's sleeve, whispering, Speak properly.
Why are you paying so much attention to me?
Meng Jian found her shy and awkward look very cute. Her cheeks were rosy, her big eyes moist and shy, like a delicate flower. Seeing this, a smile also appeared on his face. Across from them, Chen Feng wasn't feeling as happy. It was obvious to him that the two were flirting in front of him, but he still wasn't willing to give up. Changle, who is this? Before Yu Changle could answer, Meng Jian lowered a smile and extended his hand. Let me introduce myself. I am Yu Changle's husband, Meng Jian. Chen Feng was stunned. Yu Changle looked about his age, yet she was already married? Seeing his reaction, Meng Jian's voice turned a little colder. What? Did you get your hands dirty again today? Yu Changle couldn't help but glance at Meng Jian. He had noticed the little incident from yesterday and was now sarcastic about it. She hadn't realized before how good he was at teasing. But today, his sarcasm sounded quite smooth. Chen Feng finally understood, smiled awkwardly. hesitated for a moment, then extended his hand. No, you're joking. Meng Jiwen kept a gentle smile and firmly shook Chen Feng's hand. I rarely joke. Chen Feng felt a faint sweat on his temple. The strength of Meng Jiwen's grip almost made him cry out, but he clenched his lips tightly and endured. Commander Meng, you're so strong. Meng Jiwen looked normal and said casually, really? You are a bit weak. You should practice more. Yu Changle's face froze. What was Meng Jiwen talking about? If someone was ignored, they could just accept it, but he had to slap her in the face directly. Seeing Chen Feng's lips turning pale, Yu Changle forced a smile and changed the subject. It's getting late today. Let's go home early. We can chat again next time. Meng Jiwen listened and gently released his hold, saying calmly to Chen Feng, then I won't see you off. Chen Feng's right hand was numb from his grip, and he couldn't help but want to shake it off immediately. He could only force a small smile and say, all right, see you next time. Watching Chen Feng's figure walk away more than 10 meters, Meng Jiwen frowned and turned to Yu Changle, saying, stay away from that person in the future. Although they had only met twice, Chen Feng always gave him a strange feeling, like he was hiding something bad behind a friendly face. Even though Yu Changle didn't like Meng Jiwen's commanding tone, her thoughts this time matched his. Maybe, after seeing many fake smiles in her past life, Yu Changle no longer judged people just by their looks. Chen Feng had stepped forward bravely when Cui Cui was in danger, but every time they met afterward, Yu Changle felt more and more uncomfortable around him. She trusted her sixth sense completely. If she felt uneasy, there was no need to get close to him. So she nodded obediently and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Meng Jiwen was a bit surprised. He remembered how Yu Changle often argued back in the past, yet today she was so obedient. But her obedient look was somehow very cute. He quickly shook off the pink bubble in his mind and remembered something important to tell her. After today's training, the team leader called me to the office and gave me a new task, to help the police catch the suspect in the recent case involving women following the victim. Until we catch him, I might not be able to go home for a few days. He paused, looking at Yu Changle with anticipation, waiting for her reaction. He especially noticed her brows starting to furrow, and his lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Could it be that she was reluctant to see him go? If she suddenly acted spoiled and begged him to stay, how could he come for her? Yu Changle's brows furrowed tightly. Why go home? Of course I won't go home. The suspect isn't stupid. He wouldn't run to the military zone's residential area, right? It was unclear whether she truly didn't care or was just ignoring him on purpose. Anyway, right now, Meng Jiwen felt a bitter taste in his mouth, like eating bitter herbs. He could only feel frustrated as he continued. A few days ago, there was another incident in Liujia Lane, not far from here. Be careful on your way there. Stay with Changxi, and don't go out alone. Meng Jiwen knew that Yu Changle had been told to stay in the courtyard and not go out these days. She definitely wouldn't listen, but he still had to remind her a few more times because he was worried. After all, he might not have time to pick her up tomorrow when he takes on the case. He couldn't promise anything for sure. When Yu Changle heard about the new case, she was very shocked. She thought that the authorities probably hadn't announced it yet to avoid causing panic. Liujia Lane is just 2 blocks from Shunqing Street, and all the lively alleys have had incidents. The criminals are too bold. Yu Changle felt it was urgent to catch this criminal, or else he might hurt more young women. Don't worry. I will stay close to Changxi these days and won't cause you trouble. Just focus on catching the bad guys. The sooner you catch them, the better. No need to worry about me. There are 3 people in our shop. Seeing her listen so obediently, Meng Jiwen should have felt comforted. But Yu Changle's words subtly hinted that she didn't really need him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. When he entered the house earlier, he was in a rush and didn't notice. Now, Meng Jiwen suddenly realized that Yu Changle looked especially beautiful today. In the past, she always wore ill-fitting, colorful dresses, with several swimming ring marks around her waist and back. After moving to the city, she learned to curl her hair but was too lazy to take care of it. In just a few days, her hair was limp and piled messily on her neck, like a tangled chicken nest. But today, Yu Chang'e looked very different. She was thinner than before, and her whole aura had changed dramatically. A bright red shirt made her cheeks look even rosier, and a well-fitted white suit made her look confident and spirited. Her long black hair was neatly tied at the back, making her look especially energetic and capable. She didn't look like a little tailor working in a shop. Some even believed she was the owner of the place. Wait, was she more like the owner? Or the owner's wife? Meng Jiwen's cheerful smile suddenly disappeared without a trace. The words he was about to say to praise her also took a strange turn. With the current tense situation, your shop's owner left early, leaving you alone to guard the shop. Are you not afraid of danger? I think it's necessary to talk to him. Yu Chang'e was confused. Who left? Who do you want to talk to? Of course, the owner of your shop. I want to ask him what he's thinking. Leaving you alone to guard the shop. What if a bad person comes in? Can he take responsibility? Meng Jiwen became more and more angry. Today, Chen Feng had already scared Yu Chang'e quite a bit. If a bad person really came, the consequences would be terrible. Yu Chang'e was stunned. She looked at Meng Jiwen for a long time, as if she didn't understand what he was saying, then suddenly made a strange face and walked outside. She reached the door and waved at Meng Jiwen. Come here for a moment. Meng Jiwen was confused but obediently went over. Yu Chang'e pointed to the elegant, flowing artistic characters on the white wall and asked, Can you see that? Only then did Meng Jiwen carefully look at the shop sign. Both times he came here, it was already late, and he was attracted by Yu Chang'e through the glass window. He had never really looked closely.
Le
Clothing.
shop.
Longle? Clothing shop? Meng Jiwen's face instantly turned red. His voice grew sharper. What's his name? Where does he live? I will go find him right now. They haven't even divorced yet, and this person dares to openly steal his wife in front of him. It's outrageous. Yu Chang'e was startled. What are you talking about? Who's his name? Who are you going to find? She thought Meng Jiwen would realize the shop was hers once he saw the sign, but unexpectedly, he didn't follow the usual logic and instead got angry immediately. Meng Jiwen frowned tightly, looking pained. I remember now. I saw him once at the breakfast stall. He was the one who introduced this job to you back then. Truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, scheming. Why did the breakfast stall come up again? Yu Chang'e was completely confused. Wait. Who exactly are you talking about? Meng Jiwen remembered how he had foolishly followed behind that day and felt even angrier. If he had known that guy had such bad intentions, he would have immediately taught him a lesson and made him behave properly. The day before yesterday? The station? Yu Chang'e suddenly realized, are you talking about Lu Bo? Meng Jiwen looked disgusted. Lu Bo, right? Okay, I get it. But I want to ask, how did he come up with the name for that clothing store? Yu Chang'e felt frustrated. She thought that today, whenever she talked to Meng Jiwen, their words always seemed to miss each other, as if something was wrong. Yes, he introduced me to this store, but I chose the name myself. Is there a problem with that? She looked at Meng Jiwen with confusion and was surprised to see his face turning redder and his forehead veins bulging, as if he was very angry. You guys. Meng Jiwen was so angry he couldn't speak properly. What did Yu Chang'e mean? Was she openly telling him that this store was jointly run by both of them as a couple? Yu Chang'e, you need to understand. We are not divorced yet. Yu Chang'e was stunned by his shout, and her anger flared up. Why are you shouting? Not divorced, so what does that have to do with me opening a store? Or do I have to stay in the big yard, eating and waiting to die, doing nothing until we get divorced? Are you talking about the store you opened? Meng Jiwen suddenly stopped, looking strange. Wait, did Yu Chang'e say she opened this store herself? In the next second, Meng Jiwen's heart started pounding. He had never thought Yu Chang'e could open a clothing store on her own. Where did she get so much money? But if what Yu Chang'e said was true, and the store was called Chang'le, then it was perfectly normal. At that moment, he panicked. Although he still held a faint hope that Yu Chang'e didn't have the money to open a store, hearing her say that made him almost believe it completely. Yu Chang'e didn't speak. She looked at him with big, watery eyes, glaring fiercely, with a faint mist in her gaze. For some reason, at this moment, facing Meng Jiwen's doubts, Yu Changel felt a strange sense of grievance. This store was built by her after rebirth in the 1980s, step by step, through her effort and help from good friends. She never wanted to trouble him. Why does she have to suffer his suspicion now? Meng Jiwen was panicked. He was truly scared. It turned out that Yu Changel had also cried in front of him before, but each time she was loud and upset, tears and runny nose all over her face. She would wipe her face carelessly with her hand, then reach out to grab him, which made Meng Jiwen, who always liked to keep things tidy, very uncomfortable. But today, Yu Changel was crying quietly, not making noise or fussing. She stubbornly pouted her lips and stared at him, with bright tears shimmering in her eyes, refusing to fall. Seeing this, Meng Jiwen felt both anxious and guilty.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
He immediately apologized sincerely. I thought the shop was opened by Lu Bo. Seeing him use your name to name the store, I lost control of my emotions. I was wrong.
I'm sorry.
Yu Changel almost laughed out of anger after hearing this. What kind of nonsense is that? Although she knew it was a misunderstanding, she was still very angry. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said angrily, "There are no such many misunderstandings. Basically, it's because you have a prejudice against me. Can you just accuse someone without knowing the facts before we even divorce?" Meng Jiwen was speechless. At this moment, he deeply regretted not asking clearly first, instead of presumptuously questioning her. Could it really be, as Yu Changel said, that he still held a prejudice against her? Seeing her still angry expression, Meng Jiwen felt very guilty. You're right. Not being divorced isn't a reason to accuse someone unfairly. I shouldn't have guessed blindly. I should have asked you first. This Meng Jiwen was quick to admit mistakes, but every time he did, Yu Changel felt like she couldn't get her point across without seeming unreasonable. She stubbornly said, "Forget it. Wearing this name every day means I will inevitably face some unfair accusations. Have you thought of your reason? I can cooperate anytime." Meng Jiwen trembled with shock. He didn't expect Yu Changel to be so angry that she wanted to divorce him immediately. At this moment, he finally confirmed that Yu Changel wasn't playing hard to get with him anymore. But he didn't want to divorce Yu Changel. Maybe in the past, it was out of a sense of responsibility, but now he was sure it's because of her, Yu Changel. He didn't want to be apart from her. Faced with Yu Changel's question, Meng Jiwen only felt his mouth dry and didn't know how to answer. "Big sister. Brother-in-law." A cheerful voice rang out behind them. Yu Changxi and Li Mei had returned from a hospital. Li Mei smiled and said, "Oh, Jiwen is here too? Today you're on patrol again?" Meng Jiwen awkwardly glanced at Yu Changel and nodded gently. Yu Changxi approached and saw that Yu Changel looked serious. Her bright smile from before faded quickly. "Big sister, what's wrong?" Yu Changel stayed silent and looked suspiciously at Meng Jiwen. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong with my sister?" Meng Jiwen felt embarrassed. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Changel angrily said, "It's nothing. Your brother-in-law just told me he won't be home these days."
Huh? Why?
Yu Changxi looked a bit nervous. Maybe she was worried because there was a new person at home, and Meng Jiwen felt it might be uncomfortable. Meng Jiwen looked at Yu Changel with mixed feelings. He didn't expect her to speak up for him. He appreciated her kindness and said, "A few serious cases happened recently that haven't been solved. The police asked for help from the military. Starting tomorrow, I will assist the police in catching criminals, so I might not be able to go home these days."
Oh.
That surprised me. Li Mei, who hadn't dared to speak before, suddenly became lively.
Changel, you should support Jiwen. This is a task.
When it comes to big issues, we can't have small feelings. Listen to your sister-in-law, okay? Hearing Meng Jiwen say this, Yu Changxi's worry eased a little, but she still looked at Yu Changel with concern. Yu Changel forced a smile and managed to show a faint grin, ending the topic. "Let's go. It's late, and if we don't leave now, we might miss the last bus." Just like last time, Li Mei and Yu Changxi walked ahead, while Yu Changel and Meng Jiwen followed behind. But the atmosphere was very different from before. Today, The air between them felt heavy and tense. Meng Jian wanted to speak but was afraid of saying the wrong thing and making Yu Chang'e angry. So he silently walked beside her. Near the bus station, Yu Chang'e suddenly asked, "What did you mean earlier about the breakfast stall?" Meng Jian's heart skipped a beat. His face turned red first. "I just suddenly remembered I saw you talking to Lu Bo near the breakfast stall by the station." Saying this made him seem petty, as if he was holding a grudge. But he truly misunderstood Yu Chang'e. The more he spoke, the harder it was to continue. Yu Chang'e carefully recalled the scene he described and finally remembered that it was during her second trip to the city when she accidentally met Lu Bo on the road. She didn't expect that Meng Jian was also there, hiding nearby and secretly watching. She pretended to be angry and glared at him. "Since you saw me, why didn't you call me?" "What do you mean?" Meng Jian hurriedly explained. "At that time, I was passing by with Bai Chuan in the car. I saw you by chance and was worried you might get lost. I originally wanted to take you to the station, but then I saw you walking away happily with that person." Hearing Meng Jian's voice grow softer and tinged with a bit of grievance, a soft spot in Yu Chang'e's heart was touched. "All right, I'll believe you this once. Since you mean well, I won't hold it against you this time." Meng Jian's face lit up with happiness, but then Yu Chang'e continued, "However, I don't like unnecessary arguments or secrets. If you have something to ask, just ask me directly. So, just this once, no more exceptions." Meng Jian straightened his posture. "Okay, I promise there won't be a next time." He didn't see Yu Chang'e's words as being too assertive. Instead, he felt pleased. If a couple always had to guess each other's intentions, it would be too tiring. From this, it seemed she was actually willing to continue living together. If that's how she felt, then that was good, right? A hint of happiness appeared in Meng Jian's eyes. Yu Chang'e, who had been watching his expression, felt a bit suspicious. Why is Meng Jian so happy? He's been acting strangely since the day before yesterday, either overly eager or suddenly angry. He's still young. Could he be going through menopause? She couldn't remember exactly where she had read that men's menopause happens earlier or later than women's. Worried, Yu Chang'e looked at him, but Li Mei, who was waiting for them, noticed and whispered to Yu Chang'e with a smile, "Look at your sister. She heard your brother-in-law is going to catch a bad guy and is worried like this." Yu Chang'e glanced and nodded quietly, feeling a lot more at ease. Despite seeing his sister and brother-in-law acting respectfully toward each other every day, he always felt it was a bit unreal. Today's little quarrel felt more real and lively. "Old Meng." Bo Chuan enthusiastically waved to him. Meng Jian walked over. "Bo Ling has arrived." Bo Ling, dressed in a white top and blue police uniform, looked confident and handsome, catching the attention of many soldiers on the training ground. She smiled softly and greeted Meng Jian, "Brother Jian." That smile made the soldiers even more captivated. Usually, when they finished training, everyone would rush to the cafeteria to grab food. Today, they hesitated and looked back repeatedly, as if glued to the ground. Bo Chuan didn't seem surprised and was quite proud. After all, his sister was beautiful. However, Meng Jian annoyed him. "Really rude. Can't you see someone is greeting you?" Meng Jian glanced at him and put his arm around him. "I saw. Is this enough? Is it polite enough? Is it warm enough?" A strong smell of sweat hit Bo Chuan's nose as Meng Jian held him firmly, and he struggled. Let me go." "Ugh." Meng Jian pushed him away in disgust. Next to them, Bo Ling was used to their antics. "Brother Jian, I heard from the leader that you are helping with the tailing case. I want to talk to you about what we've found so far." Without wasting any time, Meng Jian replied, "Okay, let Bo Chuan take you to the office to sit for a while. I'll change my clothes and come over." 15 minutes later, Meng Jian returned to the office and got straight to the point. "Tell me, what do we know about the case so far?" Bo Ling took out a notebook, which detailed the entire series of crimes, starting from July 11th, when Lu Jinhua, a resident of Shaoda Hudong, was attacked. There have been 3 victims so far: 18-year-old Lu Jinhua, 16-year-old Li Tsuetsue, and 16-year-old Chui Danhong. From this, we analyze that the criminal targets young, pretty girls. The locations of the attacks are different: Xiaodao Hadong, Tonghua Hadong, and Lu Family Alley. These places are in different directions, but the only common point is that they are all near the station. Through our investigation, we found another common point. On the day of the attack, all victims had visited a silk factory. Lu Jinhua works there, while Li Tsuetsue and Cui Danhong went for temporary job interviews. So, we suspect the criminal followed the victims from the silk factory back to their homes, waiting for the right moment to commit the crimes. Therefore, our police station plans to focus on patrolling the small road outside the silk factory and checking suspicious people. Meng Jiwen listened carefully and thought for a moment. Based on what we know, it is very likely that the criminal is outside the silk factory targeting the victim, so this should be our main investigation focus. However, I think patrolling and checking outside the silk factory at this time might not be the best idea. Spreading out too much could scare the criminal away. First, the silk factory is not the first crime scene. If the criminal started by following the victim from the factory workers leave at different times, and with our limited staff, we can't watch everywhere. Second, increasing patrols outside the silk factory might cause the criminal to change targets. Currently, there are many female workers at the candy factory and fabric factory. If the criminal shifts focus, it will be harder for us to catch him. Bo Ling listened carefully and nodded. That makes sense. So, Brother Jiwen, do you have any good ideas? Meng Jiwen looked determined. I think we can change our approach from passive to active. Since the criminal is hiding to avoid being found, we should find a way to make him come out willingly. Make him come out willingly? Bo Ling looked a bit confused. Meng Jiwen nodded. You said the criminal's target is young, pretty girls. So, we give him an irresistible bait to lure him out. Bo Ling's eyes lit up. Good idea. I can pretend to be that bait. When he shows up, I will catch him all at once. Bo Chuan frowned, looking worried. That's too dangerous. I don't agree. We came here to discuss the case, and now you want to go into action yourself? Bo Ling ignored him and continued talking with Meng Jiwen. Brother Jiwen, I can pretend to be a silk factory worker, leave a bit later than usual, and create the illusion that I am alone. That should attract the criminal's attention more easily. Before Meng Jiwen could reply, Bo Chuan, who had been ignored, shouted loudly. I said I don't agree. Why should a young girl risk herself when there are so many men in the police station and the army?
Bo Ling frowned.
Bo Chuan, I am the deputy director of the Dashizi police station. I am not a helpless girl you can boss around. We are discussing the case. Please stop interrupting. Bo Chuan, upset at being called by his name, raised his eyebrows. Deputy director, so what? She is not a weak woman. How can she handle a man when faced with danger? Bai Ling raised her eyes slightly and looked him over. Can't handle it? Wanna try? Seeing her look of disdain, Bai Chuan felt very angry. He was worried about his sister, but he also knew he was no match for her. Bai Ling is an excellent graduate of the police academy, skilled in 5 areas. She is different from him. He joined the military as a civilian. Enough, let's stop talking. The main thing is important. Meng Jiwen thought for a moment. He believed no one was more suitable than Bai Ling for this role. Young, beautiful, and capable of protecting herself. I agree with Bai Ling's idea. Besides trusting her skills, we will also set traps along the way. If danger appears, we will catch the suspect immediately. That sounds easy, but your agreement doesn't count. Bai Chuan rarely refused Meng Jiwen's request. As her brother, I absolutely disagree. Meng Jiwen also looked serious. Bai Chuan, we're discussing official business. Please don't let personal feelings interfere. If you keep causing trouble, I will have to ask you to leave. Bai Chuan blushed with anger. You're just talking easily. If it were Yu Changlo as the bait, would you agree? Brother. Bai Ling quickly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Meng Jiwen looked steadily into Bai Chuan's eyes, his voice firm and unquestionable. First, Yu Changlo is not a police officer. She has no professional training or self-protection skills. Second, if the situation requires her to be the bait, I will respect her opinion. Finally, whether the bait is Yu Changlo or someone else, I will do my best to ensure her safety. I will never let her face danger alone. Meng Jiwen's firm words left Bai Chuan speechless. He realized he had spoken out of turn just now. Knowing he couldn't win against the two of them, he simply stood up and left. I don't care anymore. Do as you will. In just 2 weeks, Jinbo City experienced 3 serious incidents. The suspects' shadows hadn't even appeared yet, and solving the case was urgent. Both Bai Ling and Meng Jiwen understood Bai Chuan's worries. As police officers and soldiers, they are more worried about innocent people getting hurt. Meng Jiwen solemnly said to Bai Ling, "Don't worry. My colleagues, and I will make sure you're safe." Bai Ling nodded, "I'm not afraid. I will complete the mission." The two discussed their next steps and arranged the trap that same day. Soon, a loud electric bell rang, and the factory gate slowly opened. Workers started leaving in groups. After about 5 or 6 minutes, most of the workers had gone, and the area outside the factory was crowded with mainly young women chatting happily. Meng Jian, pretending to be a vendor selling eggs, wore a wide-brimmed straw hat and squatted under a large tree near the factory gate, watching the busy crowd carefully. Other comrades disguised as various vendors or passers-by moved around with the crowd, observing unusual signs. About 10 minutes later, most workers had left, and the factory gate area was mostly empty, with only a few people lingering and chatting. Zhao Dezhu, pretending to be a vegetable farmer carrying a basket, looked toward Meng Jian as he walked. Meng Jian nodded slightly, and Zhao immediately understood, stopping to sneeze loudly twice. The comrades guarding outside the factory naturally dispersed among the crowd. The sky was turning dark, with only a faint sunset glow on the horizon. A familiar figure appeared at the gate, graceful and elegant. Bai Ling, wearing a light pink dress, looked very different from when she wore her uniform. Her shiny black hair fell over her shoulders, and her delicate face was lightly made up, with eyebrows like willow leaves and eyes like autumn water. She was gazing softly toward the tree. Meng Jian subtly nodded, and Bai Ling understood. She smiled faintly, her dimples showing on her cheeks, very charming, instantly catching the attention of some young people still lingering at the gate. Immediately, someone approached to talk. "Hey, girl, you look new here. Which workshop are you from?" Faced with this flirtatious approach, Bai Ling pretended to be a little flustered, said nothing, and quickened her pace to walk away. This only made the young men more interested. They chuckled and surrounded her, blocking her way. Seeing Bai Ling didn't dare to resist, these troublemakers grew bolder and started talking recklessly. Bai Ling bit her lip, trying to stay calm, and said, "Please move aside. I want to go home. Going home is good. Your brother will take you. It's getting dark, and it's not safe for you to walk alone. Just come with me. Brother will treat you to a meal." The group kept closing in, talking and getting ready to grab or push her. Meng Jiwen frowned, thinking about whether to step in. He was worried these people might just be ordinary troublemakers, not real criminals. If they saw him now, their plan could fail completely. In the next moment, Bai Ling calmly shook her head at him, continuing to deal with the group coolly. Suddenly, a figure appeared and grabbed one troublemaker by the collar, pulling him back. "You fools, coming to harass our female workers again? Last time, I almost broke your legs. Now you're back after healing?" The troublemaker recognized the voice instantly and quickly turned to smile apologetically. "Brother Bo, it's a misunderstanding. We were just passing by. We're leaving now. We're leaving." The others saw it was Lu Bo, and before he could speak, they scattered quickly, clearly scared of him. Lu Bo glared at one of them and said, "Get lost. Don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll teach you a lesson every time." The person hurriedly nodded, bowed, and ran away quickly. Bai Ling frowned, wondering who this person was. His sudden appearance might ruin their plan. Not far away, Meng Jiwen saw it was Lu Bo, and also looked cold. Although he knew Lu Bo had nothing to do with the clothing store, he often stayed close to Chanlo, which made Meng Jiwen feel wary. After driving away the troublemakers, Lu Bo finally noticed the beautiful girl who had been surrounded. "Are you okay? Did they bother you?" Bai Ling felt speechless but knew he was kind, so she forced a small smile and said, "I'm fine, thank you." Her slightly stiff expression caught Lu Bo's attention, and he misunderstood her meaning. He thought she was frightened, so he looked up at the sky, which was already dark, and kindly said, "Where do you live? If it's on the way, I can walk with you for a bit." Bai Ling shook her head and refused. "No need. I live nearby. I can walk quickly and get home myself." Lu Bo took her cautiousness as kindness and didn't insist. "All right, take care. I'm leaving now.
Goodbye."
After dismissing Lu Bo, Bai Ling noticed that no one was at the factory gate anymore. She then signaled Meng Jian as planned, turned, and walked into a small path beside the factory. A moment after she turned onto the path, Meng Jian stayed behind to observe for a while. When he was sure no one was following Bai Ling, he picked up a basket of eggs and calmly followed her into the path. This path was a key part of their security plan. The factory entrance was busy, and criminals might hide along this less traveled route to target someone. Since the path was quiet most of the time, only workers leaving the silk factory would pass by. If suddenly many people appeared on this normally deserted path, it would be hard not to alert the criminals. To avoid alarming anyone, they decided to station guards at both ends of the path. If Bai Ling called for help, they could respond quickly. Everything was going as planned. Bai Ling walked alone on the path, which was lined by a tall wall on one side and a patch of tall weeds on the other. She carefully observed the weeds as she walked, noticing it was a good hiding spot. The grass was tall and thick, and even the bright moonlight couldn't see through it clearly. Suddenly, Bai Ling sensed something and became alert. She focused her attention on the weeds on her right, walking slowly and carefully. Her reaction seemed normal to others. Anyone passing through a dark area might feel uneasy. But Bai Ling sensed something unusual. This part of the path was especially quiet. In the countryside during summer nights, the sounds of insects and frogs are common. When she first turned onto this path, it was lively, but as she continued, the sounds suddenly stopped. There was something strange about this patch of weeds. Bai Ling tried to keep her breathing steady and carefully moved forward, mimicking her cautious earlier behavior. However, her eyes constantly stayed alert to the grass beside her. Suddenly, a large hand shot out from the grass, grabbing her arm and yanking her into the bushes. Another hand quickly followed, trying to cover her mouth. In a split second, Bai Ling reacted quickly. She bit down the hand that was pulling her, tasting blood in her mouth from the force. The attacker grunted in pain and raised his other hand to strike her head. At that moment, Bai Ling freed herself and grabbed the man's right shoulder. She kicked her foot out, turning swiftly to flip him onto the ground. The man cried out in pain. Meng Jian heard the noise and immediately dropped his load, rushing quickly toward Bai Ling. "Someone's here." Bai Ling shouted loudly. Police officers and soldiers hiding along the path shone their flashlights and surrounded her from both sides. The man lying on the ground clearly didn't expect Bai Ling to fight like this, nor did he expect an ambush. He heard rustling sounds from the grass nearby, indicating many people were coming. In panic, he grabbed some mud and threw it into Bai Ling's face as she approached again. The mud got into her eyes, causing her to cry out in pain. More urgently, the man took the chance to push her down to the ground and then ran away. "Help! The suspect is escaping." Seeing several people with flashlights coming from both sides of the grass, he realized he couldn't hide there anymore. He made a quick decision, rushing out of the grass onto the path, climbing over the factory wall, and jumping inside. Meng Jian, who had heard Bai Ling's shout, immediately jumped off the path and headed into the grass to search. When he heard her yell that the suspect had run away, he looked around carefully. Seeing shadows flickering on the wall, he quickly chased after them. The silk factory after work was dark and silent, with only a few moonbeams shining through the windows, providing faint light. Meng Jian kept close to the elusive shadow, moving through the workshop. Several times, he almost caught him, but the man slipped away like a slippery eel, always finding a way out. The lighting was too dim, and the workshop was blocked by many machines and equipment. Despite Meng Jian's persistent chase, the person managed to escape after all. Panting heavily, Meng Jian looked around. Everywhere were water tanks, machines, and production lines. During the chase, the person never once ran into a dead end. This shows this person is very familiar with the factory environment. Others arrived to help, and Bai Ling, despite the sharp pain in her eyes, also came over. Did you catch him? Did he run away? Meng Jian nodded. No, I didn't catch him. Everyone at the scene felt disappointed. This was the closest they had come to catching the suspect, and now he had escaped. Next time, they might not be so lucky. Meng Jian looked at Bai Ling's swollen eyes and asked, "Are you okay?" Bai Ling shook her head. "I'm fine. Just some dirt got into my eyes. I was too careless." Meng Jian said seriously, "It's not your fault. The suspect is very clever."
But we did learn something this time.
At least it confirms our previous judgment, and it gave us some new information. What information? Bai Ling asked eagerly. Meng Jian looked around. You see, the factory's environment is very complex. During the chase, I noticed he knew the layout very well. Even though I was chasing him closely, he didn't make a single mistake. He moved quickly and skillfully through the workshop. This shows he's very familiar with the factory. Bai Ling felt a bit excited. So, it's very likely he's an employee here? Meng Jian agreed. That's possible. Bai Ling was happy for less than 3 seconds before frowning again. If he's really an employee, then our operation has already been exposed. Knowing we've been watching the factory, he will probably hide and lay low for a while. He might not commit another crime soon, but it also makes it harder to catch him. And our police force can't be used here forever. Once we leave, the danger might come back. Having the enemy in the dark and us in the light isn't a good situation. Meng Jian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Where are the 3 victims? I want to talk to them. When mentioning those 3 unfortunate young women, Bai Ling showed a look of regret. Besides Li Tsuetsue, who took medicine to end her life and is now unconscious, the other 2 girls either jumped into the river to commit suicide or went crazy. Meng Jian frowned deeply. These news probably couldn't be hidden from the criminal. Only after feeling safe would they dare to continue their crimes again and again. Lu Jinhua was questioned before she jumped into the river, but her family forcibly took her away at the start of the questioning. They kept insulting her, saying she was a bad girl and embarrassing the family. Despite the efforts of the officers present to stop them, they wouldn't listen. That night, she jumped into the river with a stone tied to her foot and couldn't be saved. Bai Ling spoke about this with anger and sadness. For a girl who had suffered such a heavy, it was heartbreaking, but the indifference and cruelty of her family were the last straw. As for Cui Danhong, she was already crazy when she was found. There was a deep mark around her neck. It seems the criminal not only assaulted her, but also tried to kill her to silence her. This shows that the criminal's actions are getting worse. After what happened to Lu Jinhua, Bai Ling even thought that if Cui Danhong had gone crazy, she might avoid the harsh judgment of society and the ridicule faced by victims. Maybe that would be better for her. Meng Jian felt heavy-hearted. Clearly, these girls' bright and beautiful lives were just beginning to unfold when they were cut short. If they didn't catch the criminal soon, more tragedies might happen. Tomorrow, we will visit Cui Danhong's home. Although hope was slim, he didn't want to miss any chance. If they could learn some details about the criminal from the victims, it would greatly help solve the case. Bai Ling nodded, understanding Meng Jian's intention. At this point, any method was worth trying. Oh, by the way, when he attacked me earlier, he tried to cover my mouth. I bit him hard, and I think I bit through his skin. There should be a wound for a short time. Bai Ling remembered the faint blood smell in her mouth and spat twice on the ground in disgust. Meng Jian's eyes lit up. With this feature, he could first check the workers at the silk factory. There weren't many male workers there, so he thought they could finish the investigation within a day. By closing time, Yu Changel had already casually looked at the door 2 or 3 times. Seeing it empty, she felt a little disappointed inside for some reason. To stop herself from daydreaming, she decided to find something to do. Her clothing store was doing fairly well. Although it wasn't as busy as during the first 3 days after opening, her daily sales were about 30 yuan. Over a month, this was quite good for an average person. But Yu Chang'e was not here in the 1980s to be an ordinary person. She was given a rare chance to change her fate, and she wouldn't let it slip away. She shook her head, trying to forget the image in her mind. Habits are really scary. But in just 2 days, she already started to feel some hope. Taking a deep breath, Yu Chang'e calmed herself and reminded herself, then only slow down her earning speed. She had already thought about the next step for her clothing store. Making clothes herself could earn money, but the output was small. It was just a small start when she had no capital at the beginning of her business. It couldn't compare to a clothing factory with assembly lines that could make more money. But nothing is done all at once. To make big money from a clothing factory, she had to take it step by step. Right now, her store mainly sold cotton and linen clothes. Raw materials were easy to buy, but the clothes were priced much lower than silk clothes. This wasn't very cost-effective for Yu Chang'e, who spent a lot of time on her work. Not everyone could afford clothes like the divine armor, but she could make some high-quality, everyday clothes with better fabrics to sell. Recently, many people asked if she had real silk clothes. Jinbo City wasn't big. Only one silk factory, which was the state-owned silk factory where Lu Bo worked. Since Lu Bo was able to help her buy 10 feet of fabric last time, it showed that the state-owned silk factory wasn't completely inflexible. But this time, she couldn't trouble Lu Bo again. She had to go herself and negotiate with the raw material suppliers. Besides that, she planned to add a new product line, custom men's suits. People say women's money is easy to earn, but men's money isn't tight either. The real trick was finding their pain points and targeting them. As the spring breeze of reform and opening up spread across the country, the trend of wearing suits was about to start from the coastal areas and sweep inland. As the provincial capital, the city of Jinbo was naturally the first to be affected. Now, department stores already sell ready-made suits, but not many people wear them on the street yet, so the trend hasn't become widespread. Moreover, the suits sold in stores are usually loose and uniform in style, making everyone look the same. However, Yu Chang'e plans to make high-end custom suits that are tailored completely to fit each person. These suits will perfectly match individual images and help control excess inventory. She first designed 2 basic styles, one more formal and one more casual. This way, she can meet the needs of most men. The formal style is a modern version of the classic suit, with broad shoulders, clear lines, wider lapels, and fewer buttons. The casual style mainly differs in fabric and color, and she adds a vest underneath to give a richer look. She is not worried about sales. A few days ago, a newspaper reported on a national clothing exhibition held in Beijing, which reminded her that a fashion trend for suits was about to rise in the clothing industry. Soon, suits would become as popular as the 3 turns and 1 ring items, with people lining up at department stores to buy them. Suits would become a scarce and highly sought-after item again. As for the price, she boldly set the formal suit at 72 yuan and the casual one at 99 yuan, 7 or 8 times more expensive than a set of women's clothes. Although the raw materials for both styles are similar in cost, she priced the casual suit much higher than the formal one, purely to cater to customer psychology. In the 1980s, suits were considered a luxury. Ordinary people needed to save 3 months' worth of wages by not eating or drinking to afford one. Most would choose the formal suit, which was cheaper and suitable for official occasions. Those with more money who bought casual suits did so to pursue a sense of superiority and high quality. The extra 20 yuan or so was nothing to them. Therefore, these 2 suits targeted 2 different groups, working-class men and wealthy men. Yu Chang'e aimed to attract both groups through this small consumption trap. She had just finished drawing the basic sketches for 2 suits when she heard the wind chime at the door. Yu Chang'e quickly looked up. It was Yu Changxi and Li Mei returning from the hospital after reading Tsue. She smiled self-deprecatingly and again fought the small hope that had just arisen in her heart. She went over and asked, "How is Tsue today? Is she feeling better?" Li Mei shook her head, with a faint look of worry on her face. She still shows no signs of waking up, but the doctor said her body has recovered quite a bit, so there is still hope. That's good. Maybe once her body recovers enough, she'll wake up naturally, Yu Changle comforted her.
Li Mei nodded.
Hopefully. Yu Changle showed Li Mei and Yu Changxi the sketches she had just finished. These are the clothing styles I plan to sell in the shop. What do you think? Is this men's clothing? Li Mei looked at it carefully and could only conclude that. Yu Changxi recognized it at once. Sister, these are suits. This surprised Yu Changle a little. You know about suits? Yu Changxi smiled honestly. Our school's math teacher, who is from Shanghai and came here as a young educated person, always wears this kind of outfit to class. He told us it's called a suit and it's worn by foreigners. It's quite valuable.
Li Mei was surprised.
Foreigners wear these clothes? Can we Chinese also wear them? Yu Changle laughed. Why not? If foreigners can make these clothes, we Chinese can make them too. We can even improve the design to fit our body shapes.
But
will anyone buy these clothes? Li Mei was a bit doubtful. She hadn't seen anyone wearing them on the street. If no one buys them, it would be a waste of fabric. Yu Changle was full of confidence.
Don't worry about that.
Sister-in-law, I'll make a pattern tomorrow. You can learn too. We'll try to get them on the shelves as soon as possible. In everything, it's important to seize the opportunity first. As the first shop to offer custom suits, Changle Clothing Store will naturally become the preferred choice for many. Yu Changle was a true doer. The next morning, she arrived at the shop early. During her free time, she immediately started cutting fabric and making patterns. Li Mei was right beside her, learning carefully. In just one morning, the tailor finished making the formal suit jacket sample. Then he remembered there were no suitable models for display. Yu Changle made a note of this and planned to visit Hongxing Timber Factory later to order 2 male models. Since there were no models, he brought Yu Changxi to act as a mannequin. They measured his body and kept cutting and adjusting the jacket until Yu Changle was satisfied. The final result pleased not only Yu Changle but also Li Mei, who praised it enthusiastically. Wow, this suit jacket is really special. When someone wears it, they look energized. It's obvious at a glance that this person is either an educated person or an official. Overall, it looks very impressive. Yu Changxi never thought he would wear such expensive clothes one day. He looked at himself in the mirror repeatedly. He realized that clothes do matter, and he could now understand why women love buying pretty clothes. Wearing nice clothes can boost confidence and make every move feel more self-assured. Yu Changle noticed the change in Yu Changxi's mood and smiled. Changxi, it's time for lunch. Go to the state-run restaurant and get a few dishes. We'll eat here. Yu Changxi was about to take off his jacket, but Yu Changle stopped him. Just wear it. It's not hot today. Feeling a bit shy, Yu Changxi thought his sister might have noticed his vanity. Better to take it off. If soup splashes on it, it won't look good. I'll put it on again after I change. Li Mei also encouraged him. You're such a handsome young man. It's a waste not to show yourself off in town. Maybe you'll even bring more customers to the shop. I think your sister's idea is good. Wear it and go. Her words made Yu Changxi blush even more. Yu Changle put 5 yuan in his pocket and happily pushed him out the door. Li Mei was right. It was a good chance to see how people reacted to this new style of clothing. When Yu Changxi first stepped outside, he felt a bit awkward, thinking that passers-by were staring at him. This made his naturally shy personality feel uncomfortable. But once he arrived at the state-run restaurant and stepped inside, he attracted everyone's attention. The young girl at the ordering counter saw a handsome man dressed in a suit walking toward her. Her face turned red halfway, and her voice became soft and sweet. Comrade, hello. May I ask what dishes you would like to order? The service attitude at state-owned restaurants is usually just okay, but the polite way this waiter spoke really surprised Yu Changxi. I'd like to order shredded pork with green peppers, sweet and sour cabbage, tomato and egg soup, and 3 bowls of rice.
Thank you.
That will be 1.50 yuan. The young girl shyly reached out to take the money Yu Changxi handed her. She accidentally touched his fingers, her face turning red. Inside, she felt like a romantic scene from a novel where 2 people meet. Yu Changxi didn't know what she was thinking. At that moment, he felt the eyes of the diners watching him, making him feel uncomfortable. Finally, A customer couldn't help but come over and ask curiously, "Brother, where did you buy your jacket? It looks expensive." The girl also listened carefully. The young man in front of her was not only handsome and well-dressed, but also polite and elegant. If he had more money, he would be a perfect Prince Charming. Seeing that the man asking questions was about his age, Yu Changxi relaxed a little and remembered Li Mei's advice to promote himself confidently from Changel Clothing Store. "The prices are reasonable, not too expensive." The young man nodded with admiration. "Made to order, no wonder it fits so well. I haven't seen this style of suit in Yangcheng. I'll go check out the store later. I want to buy a suit." Yu Changxi's eyes lit up. It was clear this young man was experienced and knew fashion. The store is on the corner of Shunqing Street. It's a white shop, very eye-catching. You'll see it as soon as you arrive. A few other diners nearby also heard and became interested. Shunqing Street isn't far from here. Maybe after we finish eating, we can go take a look? It's true. Dressed in a suit, Yu Changxi looked like a walking advertisement. His handsome face, enhanced by the suit, made him look even more charming and stylish. Some people couldn't help but imagine themselves dressed like that, feeling just as confident and handsome. Seeing so many interested people, Yu Changxi pushed aside his shyness and enthusiastically answered their questions. In just a short wait for the food, he managed to attract 3 potential customers, all saying they would visit Changel Clothing Store after eating. When the girl at the window handed him the dishes, her eyes looked even more admiring. How could someone be so perfect? Not only does he have a nice voice, but he's also so eloquent and well-spoken. Didn't he say so? Changel Clothing Store offers both men's and women's clothes, and she plans to go there after work. Maybe she might run into him again by chance. Yu Changxi happily returned to the store and told Yu Changel and the others about what had happened earlier. He said that while waiting for their food, he managed to attract 3 potential customers. Yu Changel was very pleased. Getting new customers is good, but more importantly, Yu Changxi took a brave step, which helped him build confidence. He felt much more self-assured. Since he will soon enter university life, a little confidence and cheerfulness are definitely helpful. The customers also didn't disappoint Yu Changxi. After eating at a state-run restaurant, they all came over one after another. It turned out that the handsome young man from earlier was actually an employee of the store. Someone immediately praised Yu Changel. "Boss, your employee is really good." He didn't forget to promote the store while waiting for the food. "He's good-looking, has a nice figure, and can talk well. You've hired a real star." Hearing so many compliments about his brother, Yu Changel couldn't help but smile. "Thank you all for the praise. I'll definitely give him a raise."
A raise.
Absolutely. The customers also smiled happily, feeling that this store was really great. Not only did it sell nice clothes, but the staff's attitude was also excellent, much better than those snobbish salespeople in department stores. Unfortunately, the boss said that besides the current suit style, new styles would be launched tomorrow. They arrived a bit early, so they would have to come back again tomorrow. However, the women among them were very happy with their choices. They didn't expect a small street clothing shop to have such trendy and beautiful clothes, much more fashionable than the old styles hanging in department stores. They also didn't expect the store to offer fitting services. Each of them tried on clothes and didn't want to leave. In the end, what was supposed to be just a visit to see the suits turned into a shopping trip, with everyone leaving loaded with bags. It wasn't a wasted trip after all. The young man was especially interested in the style of the suit Yu Changxi was wearing. He wanted to place an order on the spot and asked Yu Changel to take his measurements. "How long will it take to make this suit?" Yu Changel thought for a moment. "Usually custom suits take about a week. If you need it urgently, we can rush the order and have it ready in 3 days." She recognized that the young man's accent was not local to Jinbo. She guessed he wouldn't stay long in Jinbo. After working here for a while, his contract might be terminated. The young man nodded and said, "Just in time. Please ask the boss to rush the work. Once it's done, deliver it to Jinbo Hotel and tell the front desk my name. Just say, room 306, Jiangyu." Yu Changel smiled as she took notes and politely saw the person out. When she returned, she overheard Li Mei gossiping with Yu Changxi. That young man was something else. After asking the price, he immediately placed an order. He paid a 50 yuan deposit right away, no hesitation. Buying a suit is like buying a head of cabbage. He's really rich. Yu Changel chuckled and said, "Didn't you hear what he said?" He said he'd deliver the suit to Jinbo Hotel, which is the only hotel in our city. Only wealthy people can afford to stay there. At that time, ordinary people had to show a referral letter to stay at a guest house. The room cost only 3 yuan per night, and many couldn't afford it. Jinbo Hotel, the only place in Jinbo City that could host foreign guests, charged at least 10 yuan per night. It also had business suites and presidential suites. Everyone only heard about these rooms in stories and was amazed. No one dared to ask how much they cost per night. Li Mei calculated and widened her eyes. Oh my goodness. He stayed for just 3 days, but that costs more than a person's monthly salary. Yu Changel nodded. She thought the young man's accent sounded like someone from the coastal area. It seemed some people were starting to get richer. Since she had many things to do in the afternoon, she didn't want to delay. She asked Li Mei to start making the pattern first. She herself needed to go to 2 places. The Hongxingwood factory was near the south gate, close to the clothing shop. Yu Changel went to find Zhou Jiqiang. She told him she wanted to order 2 more male models who were 1.80 meters tall. Zhou Jiqiang agreed, without hesitation. He happily told Yu Changel, "The model you made is very popular. We've received many orders these days. People are specifically asking for models exactly like yours, even from neighboring cities."
No wonder he was happy.
The factory director praised him at a meeting because of this. The technician who had been stuck at level 4 for 2 years was promoted immediately. Seeing Yu Changel, Zhou Jiqiang was very pleased. Although they hadn't become a couple, he felt lucky because of her. "I didn't expect someone to imitate this so quickly." Yu Changel isn't too worried, but it's just a display stand. Learning to make one is fine. However, this situation made Yu Changel realize that it's okay to use display stands, but copying clothing designs would cause trouble for her. So, she added one more task to her to-do list, to ask the relevant authorities about clothing copyright issues. She might even need to register a trademark first, just to be safe. Although her orders for models are already lined up, Zhou Jiqiang assured her confidently that he would make her desired designs first and deliver them directly to her shop once finished. After leaving the Hongxingwood factory and heading toward Lu Bo's silk factory, it was a bit far. Just as Yu Changel arrived, she heard the factory bell ring. It's time to get off work. So, she didn't bother asking the reception to call anyone and just waited at the factory gate for Lu Bo. She was wearing a white ruffled blouse and a red skirt, standing out at the entrance. Female workers coming out of the factory couldn't help but look at her, mostly admiring her outfit. But after waiting a long time, no men appeared. Yu Changel found it strange and approached a familiar-looking female worker. "Excuse me, sister, do men and women leave work at different times here? I haven't seen any men come out." The worker laughed at her question. "These days, do men and women not leave together? Today's special. Factory leaders are holding a meeting for all male workers." A meeting divided by gender? Yu Changel found it odd, but since it was getting dark and she knew Li Mei and others were waiting for her to change shifts, she left a message at the reception for Lu Bo and hurried back to her clothing shop. Meanwhile, inside the large conference hall of the silk factory, dozens of people sat densely packed. The leaders on stage briefly introduced Meng Jiuan and his team, saying only that everyone should cooperate with the police investigation, but they didn't reveal any details about the case. As soon as they finished speaking, some people started to complain. Why is only the men being investigated? Isn't gender equality promoted?
Why are we not involved?
Investigating one by one will take forever. I have things to do too. I don't know anything useful, so I can't help.
I need to leave now.
Director Zhu, it's not that I don't want to cooperate, but I need to pick up my child.
What if something happens to him?
Once a few people started causing trouble, the rest of the crowd began to cheer them on, hoping to leave early. Zhu Kaigui was overwhelmed by the noise. He also wanted to leave work early, but since the factory director was still around, a simple remark from him kept Zhu from leaving. Zhu could only bow and agree. Stop. Everyone, quiet down. This looks a mess. He shouted into the microphone, but most people didn't listen. Some braver ones already started walking toward the door. As it looked like everyone would leave, Meng Jian frowned. He grabbed the microphone to speak, but suddenly, a loud sound came from the crowd. Everyone stopped and turned to see where the noise came from. Lu Bo had a thick book on the table and was vigorously waving his hands. He had hit it too hard, and his hand was numb. Seeing everyone look over, Lu Bo sat down heavily on the conference table and said to the leaders trying to leave, "Hey, you guys, have some manners. You're workers at a state-owned company. Why do you act like troublemakers and refuse to listen? Who are you calling troublemakers?" A newcomer, confused, immediately challenged him.
Lobo chuckled.
"Oh, new guy, trying to act tough with me? Ask the big brother next to you if he dares to talk to me like that." The leader, seeing it was Lu Bo, relaxed his attitude. "Brother Bo, if there's really a problem, the brothers will leave first. If there's a real problem, just cooperate and leave quickly. Who wants to stay here all day?" Although Lu Bo was known as the troublemaker at the factory, he wasn't the type to cause trouble without reason. He often fought for workers' rights and was fearless, so he was quite respected in the factory. Today, the police even came, which meant it was serious. When there's a serious matter, you have to cooperate. The leader didn't expect Lu Bo and Zhu Kaigui to stand on the same side today, and for him to lose face in front of the newcomer. He felt annoyed. "Sorry, Brother Bo, if you want to cooperate, that's your business. I really don't have time to play with them today. I'm leaving." Meng Jian calmly gave the order from the stage. The soldiers guarding the door immediately closed the door and stood firm in front of it.
"What do you mean by that?"
The leader angrily shouted. "Why can't we leave?" Meng Jian stood up and slowly walked down from the podium. The few people who had just led the way to leave suddenly felt nervous. "What are you trying to do? Are soldiers going to start a fight?" Meng Jian continued walking until he was right in front of them, then stopped. He was tall and stern-looking, giving off a very strong sense of authority. "I'm here to tell you why you can't leave. Citizens of Huagua are required to cooperate with the police in investigations. You cannot refuse to help just because you haven't committed any crimes. If you refuse to cooperate, the police can legally detain or take you away. If you refuse to be checked, the police can remove you from the scene. Are you here to cooperate with the investigation at the factory, or do you want to go to the police station for questioning?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ling and others also stood up, clearly waiting for his command to take people away. The few people looked panicked, obviously scared. They forgot how they had just argued with Lu Bo and looked at him desperately for help. "Brother Bo, what should we do? We haven't done anything wrong. You can't arrest us." Seeing them suddenly become so timid, Lu Bo felt embarrassed, but since they all worked at the same factory, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Isn't what the police comrades said clear enough? Just cooperate with the investigation here, and nothing will happen. Why insist on showing off your strength? After scolding the others, Lu Bo stepped forward and said to Meng Jian, "Comrade, these young guys don't know better, and they've delayed our police work. Don't mind them. Just tell us how you want us to cooperate, and we'll do it." Meng Jian gave Lu Bo a cold look. His smooth words made it obvious why he was familiar with Yu Changlo. Lu Bo was taken aback by the sharp look and wondered inwardly. This young officer seemed difficult to get along with. Meng Jian nodded, and Bai Ling's team, along with some police officers, lined up in a row. "Please line up and raise your hands to your chest, fingers spread. We will check each person one by one. Once checked and cleared, you can leave." When they heard they could go after a simple hand check, everyone eagerly lined up. Only a few people looked uneasy, as if hiding something, fidgeting nervously. Unfortunately, Meng Jian had already ordered the gate to be closed, so no one could run away. There were only about 30 or 40 male workers at the silk factory. The inspection took less than half an hour, and they found 2 people with injuries on their hands. Lu Bo was very upset. He tried hard to explain to the police officer that his wound was caused by a cut from a bamboo stick, but the officer refused to believe him. The other person with a wound was Xing Erge, the second son of the Xing family, who had just tried to leave earlier. Bai Ling had checked both their wounds. The edges of their cuts were smooth, not like bites. However, this didn't completely rule out their involvement. Since the suspects had committed 3 crimes and managed to escape police traps, they were clever. They might have found ways to hide or cover up their original injuries. Meng Jiuan carefully looked at both men. He had been chasing the suspect last night and could roughly judge their height and build. Both were tall, broad-shouldered, and long-legged. From this, Lu Bo seemed more suspicious than Xing Erge. But Xing Erge looked nervous and uneasy, which was suspicious. Meng Jiuan quietly walked behind Xing Erge. Suddenly, he patted his shoulder. Xing Erge jumped in fright and almost fell to the ground. "Tell me, how did you get hurt?" Xing Erge looked more panicked. I accidentally cut myself while fixing a machine." "Fixing a machine? Which machine?" Meng Jiuan asked. Xing Erge's forehead was covered in sweat. His eyes kept rolling. "It's the machine in the second workshop for silk reeling." Lu Bo interrupted, saying, "Come on, you can fix machines? Even a pig could fly." Xing Erge's face turned red. He couldn't argue back. He wanted to lie to the police, but everyone at the factory knew each other well. Meng Jiuan's face darkened. "We don't have time to listen to your lies. The truth is, you two are suspects in the recent case of women being followed and assaulted in Jinbo City. If you don't tell the truth now, we'll take you back to the station for a detailed interrogation. Tell us, where were you after work yesterday?" Xing Erge's face suddenly turned pale, clearly terrified. This was a serious case that could mean the death penalty. He hurriedly denied, No, it wasn't me. I was with Li Tiancheng yesterday. He can testify for me." "What were you doing together?" Meng Jiuan pressed hard, not giving him a moment to breathe. Xing Er looked very conflicted, but he couldn't resist Meng Jiuan's questioning. To avoid suspicion, he had to betray his friend. We took some scrap steel from their factory and sold it on the black market." His hand was injured while secretly moving the steel because he was unfamiliar with the environment and was cut by glass shards on the factory wall. This matter could be easily confirmed through investigation, so there's no need to worry about him lying. Meng Jiuan suddenly turned to Lu Bo and asked, "What about you?" Lu Bo was also stunned. He didn't expect Xing Er to steal steel, nor did he expect that the police coming to the factory was related to an investigation of a serious crime. He looked at Meng Jiuan and then at Bai Ling beside him, suddenly recognizing that this female officer was the girl who had approached him at the factory gate yesterday. He was excited. "Don't you remember me? I helped chase away some troublemakers at the factory gate yesterday." Bai Ling frowned slightly and looked at Lu Bo carefully. "Indeed, it was her." "That's right, you recognize me now. I'm a good person. I couldn't possibly be a criminal." Lu Bo shouted loudly, clearly upset about being mistaken for a criminal. Meng Jiuan's voice was emotionless. "That only proves you were at the scene yesterday and had the opportunity to commit the crime." I've truly learned today what it means that good intentions don't always get rewarded. Meng Jiuan ignored his exaggerated reaction. "Where did you go after you left yesterday?" "Who can testify for you?" Lu Bo confidently replied. "After helping this female officer, I went home and had dinner with my mother. Neighbors who saw me can testify for me." "All right, then we'll go with you." Since Xing Er admitted to stealing steel, he would naturally be taken back to the police station for further investigation. As for what Lu Bo said, it needs to be verified. They currently have no evidence to detain anyone, so they can only investigate suspects one by one. When they reached the factory gate, the security guard at the guardhouse saw Lu Bo coming out and joked with a smile. "Lu Bo, you're quite lucky. That pretty girl named Yu Chengel came to see you again. She asked you to visit her shop when you're free." As the security guard finished speaking, before Lu Bo could reply, he and the others around him suddenly looked surprised. Bai Ling and Zhao Dezhua heard the name Yu Chengel from the guard's words. They were shocked because Yu Chengel was here to find the suspect. They all looked at Meng Jiuan with surprise. Meng Jiuan's face turned pale. He knew they knew each other, but he didn't realize their relationship was so close. A strange feeling of jealousy rose in his heart. Yu Chang'e had asked Wang Jiangwo and Lu Bo for help, but she never asked him, Meng Jian. Lu Bo was happy but also felt a little annoyed. The police came too late, just when Yu Chang'e wanted to find him. He frowned and said to Meng Jian nearby, "You heard me. I really have something to do now, so I can't go with you. My home is just behind Shunqing Street. If you ask around, everyone knows me." Unexpectedly, Meng Jian looked even more upset, with his brows furrowed. "No, you can't leave before we finish the investigation," he said. Lu Bo was both angry and anxious. Did they think he was a criminal? He shouted, "You can't just say that. I've told you many times, I am a good person. A good person. I've cooperated with the investigation. Either you arrest me now, or I will go find my friends." Lu Bo was trying to act stubborn. Seeing them arguing, Bai Ling thought Meng Jian would really take Lu Bo back to the police station out of anger. But then he said something that almost made her gasp. "You can go find your friends. We will go with you, and then check your home." Meng Jian's sudden concession surprised Lu Bo. Was he really giving in? This young officer's temper was so unpredictable. Lu Bo had prepared himself to be taken to the police station and kept in custody, but now he was giving a small step forward.
All right then.
"Since we're all on the same street, it won't take long," Lu Bo agreed. Zhao Dezhua and other police officers took Xing Er back for more questioning. Meng Jian and Bai Ling followed Lu Bo to Shunqing Street. Lu Bo kept glancing at Meng Jian, feeling that this young officer's attitude was very strange. When Lu Bo arrived at Changla clothing store, he confidently pushed the door open. "Changla, do you need anything from me?" Yu Changla looked up happily when she heard Lu Bo's voice. "Brother Bo, you're here? I thought you wouldn't come today." She was chatting casually with Lu Bo, not expecting that two familiar faces would come in behind him, Meng Jian and Bai Ling. Yu Changla was surprised. Why did the three of them come together? Lu Bo explained, "These two are police officers. They're here to investigate a case at our factory. I'm helping with the work, so I stayed late." He didn't mention what case it was, to avoid frightening Yu Changla. But Yu Changla knew what case Meng Jian was investigating. She didn't expect it to be connected to Lu Bo, which surprised her. Meng Jian found her stunned look a bit funny, feeling a childish thrill of having pulled off a prank. At that moment, Bai Ling called out, "Sister-in-law." Yu Changla snapped out of her surprise and put on a smile. "I didn't expect you all to come together. What a coincidence." Now Lu Bo was surprised. "You know each other?" He looked at Bai Ling, then at Yu Changla, and finally at Meng Jian, who had been silent. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his mind. Could this young officer? Meng Jian looked at Yu Changla calmly, eager to hear what she would say. Yu Changla confidently introduced, "Brother Bo, let me introduce you. This is my friend Bai Ling, and this is my husband, Meng Jian." Her words hit Lu Bo like a thunderbolt, confirming his bad premonition. He told himself he had no romantic thoughts about Yu Changla, but when he learned that the young officer before him was her husband, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at Meng Jian, he suddenly understood the purpose of his earlier sudden change of attitude. Men understand men best. Probably Meng Jian saw through his reaction when he heard Yu Changli's name, those feelings beyond friendship, and decided to make him give up completely. Having known Yu Changla for so long, he had never heard her mention her husband, nor seen him appear beside her. Over time, he had unconsciously forgotten about it. Now, Meng Jian's appearance served as a timely reminder, preventing him from becoming too involved without realizing it. He forced a bitter smile and said, "What a coincidence. If I had known they were all friends, I wouldn't have taken so much time. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about?" At this moment, Lu Bo felt uncomfortable standing in front of the two of them. When he asked about this, Yu Changla smiled and took out a ticket from her bag, handing it to Lu Bo. "Look, I traded for an industrial ticket a few days ago, and I thought I should return it to you quickly." Lu Bo took the ticket, feeling a wave of bitterness again. He still remembered the joke from the clerk when he bought the sewing machine. Today, the couple actually returned the ticket to him. "It's not real." Lu Bo exaggeratedly smiled and said, "My sister is really amazing. She managed to get such a hard-to-find ticket just like that. I told you it wasn't urgent, so why are you still in such a hurry? Meng Jiwen's eyes flickered. Luckily, he was alert. Could the entire industrial ticket be given just like that? Only Yu Chang'e, this silly girl, didn't think there was anything suspicious. While they were talking, the wind chime at the door rang again. Brother-in-law.
Bye.
Balan? Yu Changxi's surprised voice sounded behind them. It turned out he and Li Mei had returned from a hospital. Li Mei also knew Balan and was aware that the police station was investigating Tsuetsue's case. She hurriedly asked, Liner is here too. Sister-in-law, do you have any news about Tsuetsue's case? Balan nodded at Yu Changxi to greet him, then answered Li Mei's question. Li sister-in-law, we are investigating Tsuetsue's case. We will inform you immediately if there's any news. By the way, has Tsuetsue woken up? Meng Jiwen also paid attention to this question. They had already visited Cui Donhong's home in the morning. Her family was afraid she might go crazy and hurt someone, so they had to tie her to the iron bars of her bedroom window with a rope. The girl's delicate wrists were raw and bleeding from the rough rope, covered in scars, but she didn't seem to feel pain. She kept crying and struggling. Anyone who spoke to her seemed to be ignored. If someone got too close, she would grab something and throw it at them. Clearly, there was no way to get clues about the suspect from her. If they didn't meet Li Mei tonight, Meng Jiwen and the others would also go to the hospital early tomorrow morning, since among the 3 victims, only Li Tsuetsue still had a glimmer of hope. Although Li Mei shook her head, her tone was surprisingly cheerful. She hasn't woken up yet, but today, when Changxi was reading to her, I saw her finger move. The doctor said this is a sign of awakening. Yu Chang'e didn't expect this method to actually work and was very happy for her. That's great. Just a few more days, and maybe Tsuetsue will wake up. All of Yu Changxi's daily efforts seem to have some hope now. Unfortunately, he has classes starting next week, so he can't visit the hospital at night. But that's okay. Chinfeng has been coming more often these days. Li Mei plans to wait until Yu Changxi goes to school and then ask Chinfeng for help. Bowling was surprised that even a plant person who couldn't be awakened by doctors showed some awareness thanks to Yu Changxi's persistence. She admired him. You're really clever to think of this method. Yu Changxi blushed. It wasn't my idea. I read about this method in a book and tried it myself. Speaking of books, Bo Ling remembered she still hadn't returned the book she borrowed last time. By the way, I finished reading the book. I'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Yu Changxi initially wanted to be polite and say there was no rush, but thinking that he would see Bo Ling again tomorrow, he stopped talking. Okay, I help at the shop during the day. You can come anytime to find me. Yu Chang'e smiled but said nothing. Over these days helping at the shop, Yu Changxi's confidence and poise visibly improved. Although he was still blushing, he no longer stammered when speaking. Bo Ling glanced at Meng Jiwen and then said to Lu Bo, if you're done with your work, let's go to the back street to check the situation. All right, I'll take you there now. Lu Bo was more eager to leave early. Chang'e, I'm leaving first. Contact me if anything. Without waiting for her reply, Lu Bo hurried out, and Bo Ling followed. Yu Changxi watched Bo Ling's back with a look of reluctance, already looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Yu Chang'e saw that Meng Jiwen hadn't followed and was still standing there, feeling a bit puzzled. Don't you want to go and check the situation together? This time, Meng Jiwen wasn't upset because Yu Chang'e's honest attitude just now showed everything. He slightly smiled and said gently, I'll go after I say a few words to you. As soon as he said this, Li Mei and Yu Changxi were startled and quickly moved aside. Is this still the same old Meng, as stiff as wood? Does he speak such cheesy words so easily? Yu Chang'e feels her face heat up again, that strange feeling returning. Meng Jiwen doesn't tease her because he has serious matters to discuss. Lu Bo, don't contact him for now. We are investigating him. Hearing this, Yu Chang'e frowns. Lu Bo is involved in the case you're investigating? She would never believe Lu Bo is the culprit. She knows him as a kind person who helped her many times after they met doing good deeds. Meng Jiwen can't tell her too much, especially not about the case at the silk factory last night. He repeatedly urges her, trust me, Everything will be explained after we solve this case. Yu Changel doesn't say anything, but she knows Meng Jian wouldn't ask this without reason. Although she doesn't believe Lu Bo is the bad guy, not contacting him for now won't hurt the investigation. Okay, I understand. After saying this, Meng Jian doesn't rush to leave. But he finds himself missing Yu Changel more with each passing day. He carefully looks at this stubborn woman in front of him, a slight smile forming on his lips. He guesses she's probably very upset but still obediently agrees. Changel, I miss you. Meng Jian leaves, taking her feelings with him. His simple words are like a gentle rain of shooting stars in her heart. She normally goes home, eats, exercises, takes a shower, and sleeps. But until 3 a.m., Meng Jian's face still flashes in her mind. His deep, clear eyes gaze at her lovingly, saying, I miss you. Yu Changel suddenly pulls the blanket over her head, only peeking out when she can breathe comfortably again. His words disturb her like a ghost in her heart, making her restless and unable to sleep. Didn't he want a divorce? Why does he say such strange things? Could it be that she's been mistaken all along? She thought he was honest, but maybe he's actually a master of romance? Yu Changel spent the whole night lost in thought and couldn't understand why Meng Jian said that sentence. She finally fell into a deep sleep before dawn. The next day, she unusually slept in and only got up later. On the table, there was breakfast and a note from Yu Changxi. Big sister, Li saw, and I went to the shop first. Yu Changel felt a bit comforted as she picked up the plain porridge and took a sip. It felt nice to have family around. Sometimes, being lazy made her feel more at ease. Unlike in her previous life, from studying to working, she never truly relaxed for a moment. Since she was 12, she knew she couldn't fall behind or give up because there was no warm refuge or big tree to shelter her anymore. She needed to become a strong fortress herself. Even if that made her cold and distant, or hard to approach, it was the only way to protect herself. Her childhood ended at 12. Everyone who met her praised her for being independent, strong, positive, and cheerful. They thought she was born that way. No one knew that before 12. She was just a naive, rebellious girl who loved to argue with her mother. Yu Changel gently frowned, trying to clear her complicated thoughts. It seemed her mood was affected by last night's emotional turmoil, making her sentimental this morning. That wasn't good. She decided to think about things that made her happy, like earning money. Yesterday, she promised Meng Jian not to visit Lu Bo soon, but she didn't say she wouldn't go to the silk factory. She was determined to get into the silk factory. After entering the city, Yu Changel went straight to the black market and bought a pack of cigarettes from a seller. The original price was 3 cents, but on the black market, it sold for 5 cents a pack. A big pack of cigarettes cost 5 yuan. She bought 2 more packs of loose cigarettes, packed them in a bag, and headed to the silk factory. When she arrived at the reception room, the security guards already recognized her. Little girl, you're here to see Lu Bo again. He's on the night shift today, and will come in the afternoon. Yu Changel smiled and replied, No, I'm here to see the factory director.
Is he in?
The security guard was surprised. Little girl, you know the factory director? Yu Changel honestly shook her head and took out a pack of cigarettes from her bag. I don't know him. Please help me find him. The security guard at the silk factory earned only 15 yuan a month, enough to support his family. He couldn't even afford a pack of cigarettes, and even if he managed to sneak 2 cigarettes from others in a month, he would feel proud. He definitely didn't have extra money to buy cigarettes for himself. Yu Changel bought a pack without hesitation. Who could resist? The young girl was generous, and the security guard at the reception couldn't believe his luck when she handed him the cigarettes. He was so surprised he almost couldn't believe it. People tend to be kind when they are generous, and when they accept help, they feel grateful. Since the guard took the cigarettes, he naturally wanted to do a good deed in return. The guard saw that Yu Changel was dressed appropriately and didn't seem like a bad person. Since she was just asking for directions, he didn't think much and took her to the factory director's office. Today, luck was on their side. The factory director, Qian Hongba, was in his office reading the newspaper and drinking tea. The guard politely knocked on the door and slightly bowed his head to peek inside. Director, Someone is here to see you. Xian Hongba put down his newspaper and looked very important as he asked, "Who is it?" The guard smiled widely and said, "It's a young girl. She said she wants to talk to you about a supply matter." He snorted dismissively and showed obvious impatience. What kind of person just walks into the factory and comes straight to me? Do they have no judgment at all? Just a young girl wanting to talk to me. What's so special about that? Send her away. I don't want to see her. Yes, sorry, Director. We'll be more careful next time. The guard, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly stepped back and was about to close the door. But Yu Changlo, standing by the door, wouldn't give up the opportunity so easily. She propped her hand on the still unclosed door and confidently stepped into the office, introducing herself. "Hello, Director. My name is Yu Changlo. I have a business proposal I'd like to discuss with you. May I have 5 minutes to give you a brief explanation?" Qian Hongba, who had just looked impatient and frowning, suddenly brightened his eyes when he saw Yu Changli's face. His eyebrows relaxed and he looked interested. This girl was really charming. Her voice was sweet like a nightingale, and her figure was well-proportioned, with the right curves in the right places. He thought to himself, "She's quite attractive." He quickly sized her up, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. But he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he turned to the nervous guard and said, "Close the door." Realizing that the factory director would not chase her away, Yu Changel quickly stepped back and left. Qian Hongba then spoke calmly and clearly, "What business does a young girl like you have to cooperate with our factory?" Although she felt a bit uncomfortable with his dismissive attitude, Yu Changel understood the importance of focusing on big goals rather than small details. She smiled and replied, "Thank you, Director, for giving me this opportunity. To save time, I'll get straight to the point. I know the government currently encourages state-owned companies to join the market economy. Our silk factory's products are no longer just supplied to specific units, but can now enter the open market, allowing free choice of trading partners, right?" Qian Hongba's lips curled into a faint, almost indifferent smile, and he didn't directly answer her question. Seeing that he didn't deny it, Yu Changel knew she was right. She continued, "I've opened a clothing store. All the clothes are designed by me, mainly made of cotton and linen. This time I visit you hoping to sign a stable supply contract with a silk factory. I want to order 20 yards of silk fabric each month, with payment made at the beginning of the month. No delays." "Haha, 20 yards a month? That's quite a bit." Qian Hongba chuckled as if hearing a joke. "Do you know how much silk our factory sells each month? We export it for foreign exchange, at least 1,000 yards. With your small order, you might want to find some tickets to buy from the supply and marketing cooperative. Maybe with some luck, you can get it." Yu Changel had expected her small order might be seen as insignificant. She wasn't upset or anxious. She took a few steps forward and gently placed her hand in her pocket on Qian Hongba's desk. "Our factory's silk quality is good, and of course, we can export it for foreign exchange. But times are different now. Domestic market consumption is gradually increasing. A manager with your vision wouldn't miss this opportunity. My clothing store's demand isn't big, but it can create a ripple effect, word of mouth spreading widely. Soon, not just Jinbo City, but surrounding counties will know that our silk factory is the first to supply individual businesses. Wouldn't merchants flock here? Early birds catch the worms. When other silk factories realize this, our factory will already have signed exclusive supply contracts with many merchants. They won't even be able to get supplies if they want to." Yu Changel kept talking nonstop, not knowing whether Qian Hongba was listening or not. Seeing him constantly glance into his pocket, Yu Changel secretly chuckled to herself, thinking she was lucky to have prepared 2 plans. She watched to see which one he would fall for. Now, it seemed that the attractive item in his pocket was more compelling than the beautiful vision she had painted for him. Yu Changel had no objections to this. It was best if he listened to her advice, but if he didn't, that was okay too. As long as she could smoothly supply him, whether for the company's benefit or her own, it didn't matter. She wasn't so morally strict that she wouldn't do business with a customer who was only interested in the superficial value of a product. Qian Hongba raised a finger, pretending to casually check his pocket. When he saw a pack of cigarettes inside, his smile deepened. He wasn't interested in the cigarettes themselves, but through this gesture, he judged that Yu Chang'e was a clever person. He liked dealing with clever people. Your point makes some sense, but being too aggressive isn't good either. Policies can change quickly. When things are uncertain at first, it's better to take things slowly, step by step. His words showed he was starting to relax. Yu Chang'e was pleased. The factory director is right. I agree with you. We'll start by using the clothing store as a trial. If it works well and aligns with national policies, we can promote it more widely. And if any bad trends appear, we can immediately stop the contract to minimize risks. Qian Hongbo nodded with a smile, his eyes flickering over Yu Chang'e's face and body. You're a quick thinker, young lady. You'll definitely make a lot of money. Yu Chang'e didn't realize he was scheming and thought her sweet talk was working. She took the opportunity to continue. Thank you for the compliment, factory director. It's because you gave us this chance. Since you agree, shall we sign a supply contract today? Qian Hongbo calmly waved his hand.
Not so fast.
Signing a contract isn't a small matter. It has to go through the office, get approval, and stamped. None of that can be done today. Hearing this, Yu Chang'e felt a bit anxious. With state-run companies, delays and slow processes were common. If she waited patiently for approvals and stamps, the opportunity might slip away. Qian Hongbo quickly noticed that Yu Chang'e looked a bit anxious and smiled knowingly. Well, since your order isn't large, I can approve in advance of some fabric before the process is finished, so it won't affect your business. Yu Chang'e's face lit up with happiness. She didn't expect Qian Hongbo to be so kind.
But
before she could thank him, Qian Hongbo continued. You know, this isn't quite proper. So, you shouldn't come openly to pick up the goods in front of everyone. You can wait until the factory closes and most workers have left. Come directly to my office to find me. The first time, I'll take you to the warehouse to get the goods. After that, you can go yourself, fill out the forms, and pick up the items. Qian Hongbo's thoughtful words were clear and reasonable. Yu Chang'e couldn't find any fault and even wanted to thank him. All right, I apologize for the trouble, but believe me, transforming the silk factory's sales will only bring benefits, no drawbacks. Qian Hongbo nodded with a meaningful smile. As long as it's good, I'll wait for you in my office today. With the successful agreement on the silk supply, Yu Chang'e felt very happy. She returned to her clothing store and shared the good news with Li Mei and Yu Changxi. People's wallets were gradually getting fuller. The era of starving was over, and now that people had enough to eat, they started paying attention to higher-level material needs, especially their appearance and clothing. If Yu Chang'e remembered correctly, by next year at the latest, fashion trends from the developed coastal areas would sweep across the inland regions. Styles like batwing shirts and Monroe dresses would become popular. She had already designed clothing sketches early on, waiting to finalize the silk factory supplies so she could start production. She believed this would spark another fashion wave ahead of time. Learning from the previous experience with models, Yu Chang'e took some time in the afternoon to visit the Central Private Enterprise Bureau. After careful inquiry, she learned that at this time there was no such thing as clothing copyrights, only trademark registration. She thought it over and decided that registering a trademark was essential. Clothes made from the same fabric and similar styles could have vastly different prices depending on the brand, sometimes hundreds or thousands of times more expensive, which was quite exaggerated. Since that was the case, the trademark was very important. Yu Chang'e decided to carefully design her own logo before registering it. In the afternoon, while there was still some time before the silk factory closed, Yu Chang'e patiently taught Li Mei how to make formal trousers. This way, even if Yu Chang'e wasn't in the shop, Li Mei could start working on them by herself. After a busy afternoon, as it was nearing the end of the workday at the silk factory, Yu Chang'e locked the door early and prepared to go pick up some goods. At the same time, with the sound of an electric bell, the factory workers finished their work and left. Lu Bo, feeling tired and unmotivated, walked among the crowd. He was stopped by the security guard at the reception area, who handed him a cigarette. You have good taste. Your girl is capable and confident. That little mouth of hers keeps talking, but she's not afraid of old Qian at all.
Lobo frowned, confused.
He knew the guard was talking about Yu Changel, but when did she meet old Qian? The guard continued. Oh, didn't I tell you? Your girl came to the factory this morning looking for old Qian to talk about some business. She left after the talk, but I don't know if it went well. Lu Bo thought to himself that Yu Changel probably didn't want to bother him anymore, and decided to go see Director Qian himself to discuss cooperation. But he was too naive. Things weren't that simple. Qian Hongba, the old fox, was even more cunning than the notorious Zhu Pippi. Thinking about how Yu Changel didn't ask for his help when she had problems and seemed to keep him at a distance, Lu Bo felt a bit upset. Are you just talking nonsense? Do you think she's my girl? Who told you she is my girl? Be careful, or she might sue you for slander. Lu Bo's anger suddenly flared up, and he scolded the guard fiercely. The guard was stunned, not knowing why Lu Bo was so upset, and only managed to say weakly as Lu Bo walked away. Fine, if you say so. Are you on fire or what? Lu Bo felt very down. He wanted to ask Yu Changel if she needed help but hesitated, thinking she might be avoiding him. As he walked along Shunqing Street, he was full of doubts. When he reached the entrance of Changel's clothing store, he saw that it was completely dark inside, and the door was locked. Clearly, the shop had already closed, and everyone had left. When Yu Changel arrived at the silk factory, there was no one at the gate anymore. Even the security guard at the reception was nowhere to be seen, probably gone to the cafeteria for dinner. Yu Changel followed the route the guard had shown her in the morning and found the director's office. Peeking through the door, she saw the light was still on inside, which made her feel a bit happy. It seemed that Director Qian was trustworthy and hadn't made her waste her trip. She walked over politely and knocked on the door. Director Qian, are you there? I am Yu Changel. We agreed this morning that I would come to pick up the goods after work. Inside, Qian Hongba's voice came. Come in. The door isn't locked. Yu Changel gently pushed the door open, and Qian Hongba was still sitting behind his desk, with 2 cups of tea spilled on the surface. Seeing Yu Changel arrive as promised, Qian Hongba looked quite happy. Sit down, little Yu. It's so hot today you made 2 trips. Thank you for your effort. Yu Changel smiled and shook her head. You're too kind. The weather is still good today. It will get cooler in early autumn. Sorry to trouble you and delay your work hours. Qian Hongba seemed pleased with her respectful attitude and warmly said, Come. Don't be polite. Have some water. Rest well, and then I'll take you to get the goods. Although Yu Changel just wanted to quickly get the goods and leave, she didn't want to embarrass Qian Hongba, so she thanked him and took a sip of the tea in front of her. The tea was warm, obviously sitting for a while. She took a sip and put it down. Seeing this, Qian Hongba seemed a bit displeased. What's wrong? Don't like the tea? This is Yunding Maojian, 30 yuan a tael. Just a sip, isn't that a waste? Due to his face, Yu Changel, who didn't like tea, had to pick up the cup again and take 2 sips, jokingly saying, Such good tea. How could I not like it? I just don't know how to appreciate tea. It's a pity to drink such good tea. Seeing her drink most of it, a smile returned to Qian Hongba's face. No need to worry. A good horse needs a good saddle, and good tea matches a fine person.
Perfect.
These words sounded awkward to Yu Changel, and her gaze at Qian Hongba also became a bit distorted. She didn't want to stay in the office any longer and said, Director Qian, I've rested enough. Let's go get the goods and not delay you any longer. Qian Hongba stared at her with a fixed gaze, smiling and asking, Have you really rested well? Yu Changel frowned, feeling that Qian Hongba's smile seemed a bit sinister, and her nerves tightened immediately. She put away her smile and stood up. Director Qian, can we go now? But just as she stood up, she suddenly felt dizzy, and everything in front of her blurred immediately. Yu Changel's heart tightened. She quickly supported herself on the desk, trying to keep her balance. Suddenly, her mind was overwhelmed with fear. There was a problem. If Mr. Qian Hongba looked somewhat official in the morning, now he was fully displaying a greasy face. Seeing Yu Changel stand up and wobble slightly, his thick lips stretched almost to his ears. He greedily looked her up and down and calmly stood up, crossing the desk to stand in front of her. An oily hand reached out nervously toward her. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Are you feeling dizzy? Come, let me help you. Yu Changel firmly pushed his hand away, gritting her teeth as she spat out 2 words, "Go away." Her heart was pounding so fast it felt like it might jump out of her chest, and she was struggling to breathe. Her body suddenly felt very different. She didn't believe she was simply dizzy, as Qian Hongba claimed. She was probably caught in a trap set by someone else. And that someone was almost certainly the man in front of her, Director Qian, whose greasy face was almost pressed against hers. Qian Hongba didn't seem offended. Instead, he smiled even more lewdly. "Didn't you ask me to wait after work? Now you want me to leave. But it's okay. Soon you'll be begging me to stay, haha." His lecherous laughter echoed in Yu Changel's ears. She couldn't see clearly anymore and could only rely on her body's discomfort to avoid his approach. Qian Hongba seemed to enjoy playing with her like this, not rushing to force her, but carefully examining her from head to toe. Teske, such delicate skin on a small girl doing odd jobs. So fair and smooth, but if it gets sunburned, I'd feel sorry. As long as you listen and serve me well, you'll have good days. He whispered slowly into Yu Changel's ear, making her feel sick. A wave of nausea overwhelmed her. Her heart suddenly felt icy cold because she realized she could no longer see at all. Her hands and feet also stopped obeying her. Her legs trembled helplessly, and she was about to collapse. Qian Hongba saw that Yu Changel's face was turning pale, and his eyes were losing focus. He knew the time was almost up, and the medicine had fully taken effect. He stuck out his bright red tongue and licked his thick lips, then stared fiercely at Yu Changel's exposed white neck. Suddenly, he lunged forward. It was Qian Hongba. He covered his face, grimacing in pain as a steel pen deeply pierced his chubby cheek. Blood immediately flowed out. At the last moment, Yu Changel used all her strength to secretly grip the steel pen and forcefully stab it forward, hitting Qian Hongba's face. Qian Hongba, shocked and in pain, turned red in the face and looked ferocious. He slapped Yu Changel hard across the face. Yu Changel's small, fair face immediately swelled with a handprint, and her neatly combed hair fell messily over her face.
"That
still dares to fight me." Qian Hongba, in pain, took a tissue from his bag and pressed it against his deep, painful wound caused by the steel pen, trying to stop the bleeding. Seeing Yu Changel still lying on the ground with wide eyes glaring ahead, he walked over and kicked her hard in the stomach. "I told you to behave. Still dare to glare at me. Today I will make you pay." Yu Changel, unable to move, only felt sharp pain in her stomach. A hot, bloody sensation surged in her throat, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. "That's right. You hurt my face, and I want you to know what price you'll pay." Seeing the blood, Qian Hongba seemed to become a different person and went even crazier. He turned around, took a thick rope from the bottom drawer of his desk, and sneered as he approached Yu Changel. At Jimbo City People's Hospital, in Li Tsuetsue's ward, there were 2 extra people, Bai Ling and Meng Jian. The case of Xing Er had been fully investigated. His accomplices had been caught and questioned at the police station, and all details had been revealed. That same day after work, Xing Er met Li Tiancheng, who worked at the steel factory. They waited until nightfall at the back gate wall of the factory, then sneaked into steal steel and sell it on the black market. Since there was no time for the crime, it was handled as a separate case. Later that day, after work, they saw many neighbors of Lu Bo on Shunqing Street Backstreet, and his mother testified that he had indeed stayed home for dinner and had not gone out again. The police station couldn't produce new evidence or freely detain Lu Bo. They could only keep watching. Bai Ling looked at Li Tsuetsue, who was still unconscious in the hospital bed, then gently shook her head at Meng Jian. Meng Jian looked serious. All the male workers at the silk factory had been checked. The victim had died or gone mad. Only Li Tsuetsue's recovery still offered a small hope. The longer this case dragged on, the deeper the suspect would hide, making it harder to solve. He turned to Li Tsuetsue's mother, Zhang Chunhua, who was sitting on a wooden stool at the foot of the bed. Since hearing that her daughter's fingers moved, she seemed a bit more lively. Now, seeing Meng Jian and Bai Ling, Both dressed in uniforms as leaders, she shrank back into the corner, afraid to speak or move. Meng Jian thought for a moment, then asked gently, Mrs. Zhang, do you remember what it was like when you found Suitsue? Zhang Chunhua shivered. She didn't expect Meng Jian to ask her, and her lips trembled, but she couldn't speak. Seeing this, Bai Ling sat beside her, holding her hand to encourage her. Auntie, don't worry. Think carefully. This question is very important. Maybe if you remember something important, we can catch the bad person who hurt Suitsue. Hearing they might catch the culprit, Zhang Chunhua wished she could show them the images in her mind. But she truly didn't know what clues were important. Meng Jian didn't rush her. He just waited quietly for her to remember. Zhang Chunhua glanced at Bai Ling, hesitated, and spoke while recalling. That day, I was so scared. I remember finishing some small chores on 4th Street and walking home. When I reached the gate, I saw it wide open, but when I went inside, the door to the house was shut. I thought Cui had gone out and forgotten to close the gate, so I took out my key to open the door. The house was dark. I wanted to save electricity, so I didn't turn on the light. I also thought the weather was nice these days, so I changed the bedding and washed it, hoping it would dry by the next morning. As soon as I entered the inner room, I saw a dark, shadowy figure lying on the bed. I was so scared. At first, I thought Cui wasn't home, but then, in recalling that scene, Zhang Chunhua's eyes were full of fear, and her voice trembled. Suddenly, that dark shadow jumped up and rushed at me. My vision went black, and I don't remember anything. When I woke up, I quickly got up and turned on the light. I saw Cui lying motionless on the bed.
Sob.
Her low, tearful voice made everyone feel tense. Bai Ling put his arm around her shoulder, trying to comfort her. Meng Jian frowned slightly. He seemed to sense that something flashed through Zhang Chunhua's words, but he didn't catch it. Just then, the hospital door was pushed open. Li Mei and Yu Changxi arrived. Meng Jian had already said yesterday that he would come to the hospital today, so Li Mei and the others weren't surprised to see him. But Yu Changxi, upon seeing Meng Jian, remembered to remind him, Brother-in-law, you don't need to pick up my sister from work today. She went shopping this afternoon, and she might be home now. Yu Changxi was worried he would make a trip in vain, just like last time when he couldn't find anyone and got anxious.
Got it.
Meng Jian nodded, thought for a moment, and then asked, Where did your sister go shopping? Is there a lot of stuff? In his view, Yu Changel had lost a lot of weight these days. With her small frame, she probably couldn't carry much. He had already asked what he needed to at the hospital, so after finishing his work, he could go help out. Deep down, he just wanted to see Yu Changel. Yu Changxi seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. My sister said it was just a bolt of cloth. Otherwise, I would have gone with her to the silk factory to pick it up. Meng Jian's face suddenly changed. She went to the silk factory to get fabric? Yu Changxi thought he was surprised that the fabric was sold to individual merchants at the silk factory, so he explained, Usually, the silk factory doesn't sell to individual customers, but Brother Bo works there, and last time, he helped my sister buy the fabric. Yu Changxi naively believed that Yu Changel's recent deal was because of Lu Bo's help. But little did he know, when Meng Jian heard that Lu Bo was involved, his expression grew more tense. When did your sister go? Yu Changxi froze. About half an hour ago. He didn't know what had happened, but he sensed unease from Meng Jian's tense look. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Jian disappeared from the ward in a flash, and Bai Ling hurriedly followed. Yu Changxi's heart pounded. Auntie, I'm worried about my sister. I need to go back and check. Li Mei was also nervous from what she had just seen and quickly said, Go quickly. Cui is here with me. Meng Jian ran wildly, his heart pounding in his chest. He kept hoping that Yu Changel had already returned to the shop. It was already dusk. The white sign of Changel Clothing Store on Shunqing Street was still noticeable, but the lights were off. Meng Jian's stomach sank. He ran to the shop door, crouched down to look inside, but saw no sign of Yu Changel. Maybe she had finished her work and gone home, he thought, but he couldn't shake the strong feeling of unease. He anxiously pulled at the locked door, looked around, and prepared to find something to open it. He had to see that piece of fabric inside the shop to feel at ease. He would come back tomorrow to apologize to Yu Chang'e. Just as he couldn't find a suitable tool and was about to smash the glass display window with a nearby stone, he heard a startled cry behind him. "Brother-in-law, don't smash. I have the key." Yu Chang'e hurried over, gasping for breath, handed over the key, and bent over to catch his breath. Meng Jiwen quickly took the key, but it wouldn't fit into the lock. Seeing this, Bai Ling stepped forward and took the key, opening the door with a click. She turned on the shop lights. The counter was empty, nothing inside. Meng Jiwen's heart suddenly sank like falling into a cold, deep pond. Yu Chang'e slowly regained his strength and straightened his back. "Brother-in-law, what happened?" Meng Jiwen's face was unusually grim. "Your sister hasn't come back yet." He coldly left a quick sentence without explaining further to the two people nearby, then disappeared with a gust of wind. Yu Chang'e was still stunned and asked Bai Ling blankly, "Where did brother-in-law go this time?" Bai Ling frowned slightly. "To the silk factory." It was already dark, and the factory gates were closed. The security guard at the factory's reception was dozing off when suddenly they heard loud knocking on the iron door. Startled, the guard quickly grabbed a stick and a flashlight and went to the small door. "Open up." "Police." A sharp, cold voice responded. The guard hurriedly opened the small door to see who was outside. It was the young military officer they had seen just yesterday. He hurriedly asked as he opened the door, Wait, we haven't received any notice about coming today." As soon as the door opened, Meng Jiwen pushed it open eagerly. "Half an hour ago, was there a girl around 18 years old who came to pick up goods?" The guard was taken aback. "Our goods are delivered by truck. Why would a young girl come to pick them up? Are you sure there's none?" Meng Jiwen's eyes were sharp, and his tone was firm. The guard felt nervous, hesitating to answer. He wanted to say no, but held back. Meng Jiwen shouted angrily, "Is there or not?" The guard's legs trembled, almost crying from fear. I don't know. I didn't see her. I just went home for a meal." Meng Jiwen found it absurd. A guard not guarding the gate and then running home to eat after work? Realizing his mistake, the guard hurried to explain, "My home is right next door. I wouldn't even need 5 minutes. I was back in just 15 minutes at most." Afraid of getting in trouble with Meng Jiwen, he tried to remember what was asked. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. "I remember now. Today a girl about 18 came. I think her name was Yu something. Yes, that's her." Meng Jiwen's spirit lifted. The guard hesitated. "But she came in the morning and left shortly after." "In the morning? What was she here for?" Meng Jiwen pressed. This security guard remembers clearly that he took a pack of cigarettes and was scolded. She came to talk with the factory director about cooperation. It looks like they reached an agreement because she seemed quite happy when she left. Meng Jiwen quickly pieced together these bits of information in his mind. So, Yu Chang'e came to pick up the goods, probably because she had already negotiated the cooperation with the director in the morning. Since she told Yu Chang'e to come and pick up the goods, he would definitely come. The security guard didn't see her go in, likely because he had gone home for dinner at that time. After he returned, he didn't see Yu Chang'e come out, which could mean two things. One possibility is that Yu Chang'e had already finished and left before he got back. But if she left so quickly, it would only be 5 or 10 minutes before the end of work. With many workers leaving at that time, it wouldn't be dangerous. So, why didn't she return to the shop? Meng Jiwen turned to look at the dark factory area, his heart pounding with unease. There's another possibility. Yu Chang'e is still inside the factory. Qian Hongba angrily threw the blood-soaked handkerchief into the trash can. The bleeding on his face finally stopped. He looked angrily at the deep, vicious wound, spat out some blood, and muttered fiercely, "Next time, just applying medicine won't be enough. I need to deal with her first." He had wanted to try something new, but now this girl was more and more difficult to handle. He didn't want to suffer losses again. He looked around the office. The bloodstains on the floor had been cleaned up, and the desks and chairs were back in their usual places. Qian Hongba was satisfied and smirked as he strode toward the office door. Just as he reached for the handle, the door suddenly swung open by itself. In the dark corridor, two figures stood stiffly outside the door, frightening Qian Hongba almost to death. "Director, are you still working overtime today?" That voice was flattering but familiar. It turned out that the security guard was leading Meng Jiwen up and down the building. Unexpectedly, the director's office, which was usually empty early in the morning, was still lit. He was about to knock and see what was going on. Qian Hongba pressed his hand to his chest and looked closely. It was the security guard and a tall man dressed like a soldier. He immediately scolded irritably. "Didn't I tell you this morning not to bring people into my office randomly? Are you not willing to work anymore? If so, just leave immediately." Before the security guard could speak, the tall man beside him spoke first. "Director Qian, did a woman named Yu Changel come to see you earlier?" Qian Hongba was surprised. He didn't expect someone to come so quickly. He tried to stay calm and said, "Who are you? Why should I answer your questions? Step aside. I'm leaving work now." Meng Jiwen's sharp eyes like an eagle stared at him without blinking. "I am Yu Changel's husband. Her family said she went to the silk factory to pick up some goods, but she hasn't come back yet. I came to find her." Qian Hongba felt even more nervous. Yu Changel looked young, and not only was she married, but she also seemed to be connected to the military.
Ugh.
If I had known she was just a second-hand item, I wouldn't have touched this hot potato. But now that things have come to this, he could only pretend to be calm. "Oh, you mean that young girl? She came this morning to discuss buying some goods. I told her she needed to go through the proper process, and it wouldn't be possible to sign a contract so quickly. She left after that." Qian Hongba was careful not to say too much in front of Meng Jiwen. If Yu Changel had already told her family about the deal, denying it now would immediately raise suspicion. Meng Jiwen frowned. If what Qian Hongba said was true, why did Yu Changel tell Yu Changxi she would come to pick up the goods in the afternoon? Could it really be, as Yu Changxi said, that she asked Lu Bo for help to get the goods? This thought flashed through Meng Jiwen's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Yesterday, Yu Changel promised him she wouldn't contact Lu Bo for now. He trusted her to keep her word. Did she come back after work? Thinking this way, Meng Jiwen didn't believe what Qian Hongba said. His eyes fixed on him, trying to get an answer. Qian Hongba, experienced and confident, was used to speaking in front of hundreds or thousands of people. Lying in front of one or two was not difficult for him. "How would I know? I've been working in my office. If she came or not, isn't that something the security guard would know best?" Qian Hongba raised his hand dismissively. "Enough. I don't have time to look for a wife here. Security guard, take him out. If I see you letting strangers into the factory casually again, you'll be fired immediately." The security guard was both scared and upset. When the officer just entered, he wasn't looking for a wife. He suddenly realized that the young girl was not Lu Bo's girlfriend after all. However, Qian Hongba's display of authority didn't work on Meng Jiwen. Instead of stepping back obediently, he took a step forward. Qian Hongba was so startled by his bold move that he broke out in a cold sweat. "What are you trying to do? Security, take him out. Is my office open for anyone to enter?" The security guard hesitated. One, because Meng Jiwen was a superior, he didn't dare offend him. Wu, because he was small, he couldn't physically drag him away. He quietly leaned close to Qian Hongba's ear. "Director, he's a superior who came with the police yesterday to investigate a case. I saw Director by listening to him." Qian Hongba's mind was in turmoil. Yesterday, he heard the police came to investigate a case. He casually made an excuse to go to a meeting in the city and left the mess to Zhu Kaiguai. He didn't expect this young officer to come today. What made him regret even more was that the woman he drugged was actually his wife. Since things had already developed this far, Yu Changel couldn't be left alive. Qian Hongba thought viciously. After he sent the soldier away, he planned to kill her immediately to cover his tracks. Of course, he could still have some fun before killing her. Investigations must follow proper procedures. Have the police bring a cooperation letter. He stubbornly stood in front of Meng Jiwen, afraid he would step forward again and see the blood-stained handkerchief in the trash under the desk. Fortunately, Meng Jiuan didn't move forward. He looked around the office with a cold face. The office wasn't big, only about 10 square meters, and it was easy to see across. There was no large cabinet to hide anyone. Where had Yu Chang'e gone? He was a bit disappointed and turned to leave when he suddenly noticed a small but deep wound on Qian Hongba's face. His expression instantly turned cold. "Director Qian, what happened to your face?" Qian Hongba's flesh jiggled as he tensed up. He was so nervous he forgot about the injury. "I accidentally cut myself. I was about to go to the hospital to get it bandaged. If you keep causing trouble and delay my work, I will report you to your unit." Meng Jiuan said nothing. He stared at Qian Hongba for more than 10 seconds. Just as he was about to lose patience, he suddenly turned and left. Qian Hongba had been holding his breath until the figures of the guards and Meng Jiuan disappeared at the end of the corridor. Only then did he heave a heavy sigh of relief. This young officer's gaze was very intimidating. He almost couldn't handle it. Qian Hongba returned to his office, slammed the door shut, and put the blood-stained handkerchief back into his pocket. He waited 10 more minutes to confirm that the person had left before turning off the lights and sneaking downstairs in the dark. When he reached the first floor, he didn't head toward the factory gate. Instead, he paused briefly, looked around, then turned and headed deeper into the silk factory area. The faint moonlight shone on the fake mountain in the flower bed, casting a thin shadow. Suddenly, the shadow moved. Quietly, a figure emerged from behind the fake mountain. It's Meng Jiuan, who had just pretended to leave. Qian Hongba's earlier words didn't dispel Meng Jiuan's suspicion. Instead, they caught him on something strange. Why did he emphasize it was me when answering Meng Jiuan's questions? And would a factory director, who doesn't care about a murder case, work alone late into the night? Or was there some other secret activity? Yu Chang'e was awakened by a sharp, sour smell. Everything was pitch black. She couldn't see anything. She opened her eyes briefly, but the intense irritation made her tears flow uncontrollably. She instinctively tried to sit up, but found her hands and feet tightly bound, with a large cloth stuffed into her mouth. A rope was also securely wrapped around her. In the next moment, her heart tightened and her whole body tensed. She realized that, given her current condition and how she was dressed, Qian Hongba probably hadn't harmed her yet. She temporarily relaxed. She curled her legs tightly, pressed herself against the wall, and tried to figure out her surroundings in the darkness. There were no windows, no light coming in, and she couldn't even tell which way the door was. Yu Chang'e didn't make a sound right away. She wasn't sure if that wicked man was watching her in the dark. She held her breath and observed carefully for a while before confirming that Qian Hongba was not here. Where was he? Was all this effort just to trap her here? She didn't think much and struggled to free herself from the ropes, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't loosen them. She used all her strength to lean against the corner of the wall, slowly standing up. She pushed with both legs, inching along the wall step by step. No matter where this place was, there had to be a door to escape. 1 corner, 2 corners, 3 corners, 4 corners. Yu Chang'e's heart sank. Although she couldn't see anything in the dark, she had brushed past 4 corners without finding any sign of a door. Suddenly, a noise came from above her. She was startled and, without thinking much about why the sound was coming from above, she quickly lay down and pretended to still be asleep. Only if the other person lowered their guard could she have a chance to escape. With a creak, Yu Chang'e secretly looked over through her scattered hair. She saw that a 2-foot-wide hole had been opened in the ceiling above her. Her heart sank. It looked like the place she was in was probably a cellar. That meant it would be even harder to escape or be noticed. In the next moment, the face she hated most appeared at the cellar opening, Qian Hongba. He threw down a rope ladder made of woven rope, then climbed down carefully. He seemed familiar with the place as he reached into his pocket and took out an oil lamp, lighting it. Footsteps approached gradually. Yu Chang'e, pretending to be asleep with her eyes closed, could feel the faint yellow light flickering in front of her. A greasy finger brushed her cheek, as if trying to push aside her scattered hair to see her better. Yu Changle held back her extreme disgust, trying to keep her expression unchanged. She quickly calculated how to attack him when he made his next move. Suddenly, she heard a sneer in her ear. Haha, stop pretending. You think acting dead will save you? She was startled and almost opened her eyes. She suddenly realized that Qian Hongba might be trying to trick her, so she stayed still and didn't move. Sure enough, after a moment of hesitation, seeing that Yu Changle still didn't react, he relaxed and moved closer, intending to carry her to the straw-covered bed in the center of the cellar. It seemed he was now more cautious after being caught off guard by her sudden attack. Sorry, but I can't assist with that request. The oil lamp fell to the ground, spilling oil that fueled the fire. Amid the blazing flames, Yu Changle suddenly felt her body lift off the ground. Had she really died? So quickly, without even feeling pain? Yu Changle opened her eyes in fear and confusion. A pale, bloodless but fierce-looking handsome face appeared before her. She instinctively wanted to call his name, but could only make muffled sounds. Meng Jiuan. It was Meng Jiuan who came to save her. Meng Jiuan looked down at Yu Changle, who was trembling like a frightened kitten in his arms. His dark eyes were full of deep regret. He fought to suppress the anger inside him and spoke softly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He remembered the moment he opened the cellar and saw Yu Changle. His heart nearly stopped from the mix of joy and pain. Luckily, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, in the next second, his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked down at Qian Hongba, who was knocked out on the ground like a dead pig after being kicked. A cold aura radiated from him. His thin lips spoke icy words. You should be grateful. Today I am wearing my military uniform. Overnight, the suspect in the month-long string of crimes in Jinbo City was caught. The silk factory, brightly lit like daytime, became a hot topic among nearby residents. The security guards at the silk factory watched in shock as many police and soldiers came and went, not understanding what had happened. It wasn't until Qian Hongba, covered in blood and looking like a dead pig, was carried out of the abandoned fermentation cellar that they finally felt their legs go weak. They thought the factory had been invaded by bad people, endangering the factory director, and they were terrified. But their worry wasn't really about Director Qian's safety. They were more worried about whether they would be blamed for leaving their posts without permission. To be fair, their worries were a bit unnecessary. Besides Meng Jiuan, no one at the scene knew he had left his post today. Meng Jiuan, who had kicked Qian Hongba unconscious, was no longer there. He had immediately rescued Yu Changle from the cellar, locked the entrance, and rushed her to the hospital. Meng Jiuan was running so fast that he didn't feel the girl in his arms was heavy. Instead, he thought she was surprisingly light. Maybe her recent busy days running her shop had made her thinner, and he felt a pang of concern. Yu Changle rarely behaved so obediently, leaning quietly against Meng Jiuan's chest. Her ear pressed close to his strong heartbeat made her feel very safe. A drop of sweat slid down his temple and landed on her neck. It felt like a hot drop of oil on her skin, causing her to tremble slightly. An indescribable feeling suddenly filled her heart. She quietly looked up at the handsome face before her, as perfect as a sculpture. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his lips were pressed together in worry. His anxious expression was clear. Even if she was slow to realize things, when she saw Meng Jiuan suddenly appear at the moment she thought her life was in danger, Yu Changle understood what it meant. She remembered the soft words Meng Jiuan had whispered in her ear. Yu Changle, I miss you. A small wave of happiness quietly rose in her heart. She lowered her head, trying to hide her flushed cheeks. Meng Jiuan noticed this tiny movement. He thought she was in pain from her injury, so he eased his movements and comforted her. Hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Yu Changle bowed her head and gently shook it, wanting to tell him she was fine. But as she took a breath to speak, she suddenly started coughing violently. Meng Jiuan looked down in worry. Suddenly, he felt warmth at his jaw and a sticky feeling on his neck, which made him anxious. A rush of hot blood spurted out, and Yu Changle fainted again. Her head rested weakly on Meng Jiuan's arm, her eyes closed softly. A bright red bloodstain flowed from her mouth onto her pale face. At this moment, Meng Jian felt as if his insides were burning. The hospital door just a few steps away seemed like a distant barrier. "Doctor, save her." "Doctor." The emergency medical team and nurses rushed out, quickly taking Yu Chang'e onto a stretcher and rushing her to the emergency room. Why her? Today, Zhang Xiyuan was on duty. He recognized Yu Chang'e at a glance, thanks to her quick response when she helped Cui. Few people in this era knew how to give timely feedback to doctors about medication, but her actions left a deep impression on Zhang Xiyuan. "What is wrong with the patient?" Zhang Xiyuan asked seriously as he ran, closely following Meng Jian. The bloodstain at Yu Chang'e's mouth looked like he had internal injuries. Meng Jian quickly replied, "There are no visible wounds on the outside, but I suspect internal injuries." If Meng Jian hadn't been dressed in military uniform, Zhang Xiyuan might have thought it was just another common case of domestic violence. Unfortunately, many cowards hit women in this era. But there are also some wolves hiding behind human masks. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiyuan glanced at Meng Jian with suspicion and stepped in front of him, blocking the door to the emergency room. "This is a surgery area. No outsiders allowed." Meng Jian's eyes were fixed on Yu Chang'e, not noticing Zhang Xiyuan's slightly unfriendly attitude. To avoid interfering with the doctor's treatment, he loosened his grip on the stretcher and watched helplessly as the emergency room door closed tightly in front of him. The bright red emergency light flashed again, flashing alarmingly. Outside the empty emergency room, Meng Jian stood silently, staring at the closed door as if an invisible wall separated him from Yu Chang'e. The warmth in his palms gradually faded, taking his body temperature with it. His heart began to tremble softly, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar fear. Had he arrived just in time? Had he already saved her? A wave of helplessness and emptiness washed over this young soldier. He wasn't afraid of death or injury, thinking he was fearless, but he didn't realize that somewhere deep inside, he also feared losing someone. Uncontrollable heat welled up in Meng Jian's eyes, and without caring about his image, he let it stream down his cheeks. If any comrades saw him now, they might find it hard to believe their eyes. Even the tough, bloodied Sergeant Meng could be so fragile. Suddenly, the emergency room door swung open without warning. Zhang Xiyuan came out to call the nurse to fetch blood from the blood bank. Meng Jian rushed forward in a flash. "Doctor, how is my wife?" In the past, when he introduced Yu Chang'e to others, he called her his wife. The word wife felt more like a title of status. But now, he blurted out "my love," and in that moment of deep emptiness, he finally realized he didn't just like Yu Chang'e, he loved her. Meng Jian's heart was filled with overwhelming love and regret. Why was he so slow to realize his feelings? He hadn't even had the chance to tell Yu Chang'e that he loved her. Zhang Xiyuan took off his mask and saw the worry in Meng Jian's eyes. It's not fake. Tears still streaked his face, and his attitude softened a little. The patient has internal bleeding and needs surgery immediately. The blood test shows she has type O blood, so we need to get blood from the blood bank for transfusion in case something goes wrong during the operation. Meng Jian's mind was buzzing. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why had it suddenly become so serious that surgery was necessary? He didn't have time to think. He quickly grabbed Zhang Xiyuan's hand and begged, "Doctor, please save her. Please, let her live." The nurse nearby was moved by the brave man's tears, but hospitals have seen too many scenes of life and death. No one's tears could stop death from taking the patient. "We will do our best," Zhang Xiyuan replied briefly before rushing back into the emergency room. The door closed again. Meng Jian stayed where he was. A passing nurse told him to sit on a bench and rest, but he didn't listen. He stubbornly stared at the red light in front of the emergency room door. He both hoped it would turn off quickly and feared it might go out suddenly. He had never felt so anxious and uncertain in his life. Waiting felt long and anxious. Every smile, frown, anger, and tenderness of Yu Chang'e played in his mind like a slideshow. Suddenly, he realized he had been paying attention to Yu Chang'e for a long time, intentionally or not. He remembered her wearing his clothes and feeling shy, her embarrassed look asking to borrow money at the window, her standing alone in front of Lu Feng's house with a commanding presence. Then he saw her independent, strong, hardworking, kind, and adorable. Meng Jiuan felt deep regret. If he had opened his eyes earlier and truly paid attention to Yu Chang'e, could he have seen her shining qualities sooner? He is not someone who easily regrets his actions. His reason tells him that regret is useless. He is not a religious person, but at this moment, he loudly prays in his heart to all the gods and spirits, begging them for a chance to make amends and asking them to keep Yu Chang'e alive by his side. Suddenly, there was another commotion outside the hospital door. The emergency nurse hurried out, thinking to herself that tonight was truly an unlucky night. Make way. The nurse struggled to carry the stretcher into the emergency room. Meng Jiuan stepped aside to let her pass, but he immediately saw that the person on the stretcher was none other than the culprit, Qian Hongba. He was furious. He reached out and grabbed the edge of the stretcher with great force, so strong that the two medical staff couldn't move it any further. The nurse was anxious. "Comrade, what are you doing? Let go. Haven't you seen how much blood the patient has lost? He needs urgent treatment." Meng Jiuan's gaze was sharper than a knife. He stared fiercely at Qian Hongba, who was waking up and groaning on the stretcher. His lips were pressed tightly together. Qian Hongba clearly recognized him. His face, covered in blood, was full of fear. Just now, they were in such a rush to bring Yu Chang'e to the hospital that they had no time to deal with this villain. Now that Yu Chang'e was fighting for her life in the emergency room, how dare this villain appear in front of him? At this moment, Meng Jiuan lost his reason. He couldn't imagine how much violence this villain had inflicted on Yu Chang'e, causing her internal bleeding and endangering her life. He was afraid that if he thought for one more second, he wouldn't be able to hold back and would attack this scoundrel. Even so, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, and the nurse beside him could feel the danger. "Comrade, please, let go." Just before Meng Jiuan's fist was about to strike Qian Hongba, two hands held him tightly. "Jiuan, calm down. Don't make a mistake." At this critical moment, Bai Ling rushed over, using all her strength to hold back the furious Meng Jiuan. Meng Jiuan's eyes were bloodshot, like a demon seeking revenge. My biggest mistake was not killing him on the spot. If he had known how much suffering Yu Chang'e had endured because of this man, Qian Hongba would already be on his way to the crematorium. Suddenly, a foul smell filled the air. The person on the stretcher, Qian Hongba, was so scared that he wet his pants. If he had arrived just 1 second later, he believed that the nearly crazy young officer in front of him would have definitely killed him. In that moment, he suddenly felt weak and lost control. The stretcher was being carried by 2 young nurses who had just started their internship at the hospital from the medical school. Carrying such a man who weighed nearly 200 pounds was already difficult for them. Plus, Meng Jiuan holding onto the stretcher without letting go and delaying things made it even harder for them. Qian Hongba urinated directly on the nurses behind him, which they saw clearly. The young girl screamed and instinctively covered her eyes with her hands. Ouch. The nurse suddenly let go, causing Qian Hongba on the stretcher to fall. He landed in the hot on the ground, with blood and mixing on his body, which was extremely disgusting. The 2 young nurses panicked and tried to lift Qian Hongba back onto the stretcher, but his body was covered with blood and making it impossible for them to do so. "Comrade, can you help us lift him up?" The young girl looked pitifully at the 2 nearby people for help. Meng Jiuan coldly glanced at Qian Hongba, who was groaning on the ground, and simply replied. The girl hesitated, clearly not expecting a soldier to refuse. "Isn't it said that soldiers serve the people wholeheartedly?" Meng Jiuan seemed to see through her thoughts. His tone is cold as ice in February. He is not human. After saying that, he didn't look again at the muddy mess on the ground and turned directly to the door of the emergency room, leaving only his back for everyone present. Bai Ling wrinkled her nose to hide her disgust and said coldly, "This is the suspect we caught. He injured his face during the arrest, but is not seriously hurt. If the hospital is too busy now, he can have his wounds cleaned here." We will take him to the police station for questioning afterward. When the two young nurses heard this, they realized the man on the ground was a criminal caught by the police. Their resistance grew even stronger. One of the bolder ones decided, "Today, only Dr. Zhang is on duty in the emergency department. He's currently in surgery and can't treat him. We need to check if he has serious injuries. If not, we can finish cleaning his wounds and leave." Qian Hongba, hearing this, immediately started crying out in pain, fearing he would be taken from the hospital to the police station. The young nurse who hated evil was not fooled by his act. The hospital often heard various moans, but she knew his was fake. Both of them put on gloves and carefully examined Qian Hongba's head to check his injuries. They either poked at the hole in his face caused by Yu Chang'e or tried to fix his dislocated jaw, which was kicked out by Meng Jiuan. The pain made him scream loudly. "There's no serious problem. Just a small cut on the face and a dislocated jaw. We can clean the wound, but I can't fix the dislocation," one nurse honestly said. She was only an intern and hadn't finished nursing school, so she had no experience treating patients. The other nurse, who was covering her eyes, was eager to try. "If you trust me, I can give it a shot." Qian Hongba saw the excitement in her eyes. She looked at him like he was a lab mouse. He couldn't speak, only shook his head at Bai Ling. Although Bai Ling also wanted him to suffer more, she knew they couldn't delay giving their statements. The case still needed the truth. So she agreed to let the two nurses clean his wounds with alcohol. As for the dislocated jaw, they would wait until the doctor was on duty the next morning to handle it at the hospital. The medical alcohol was used generously to clean Qian Hongba's wound, causing him so much pain that he almost shouted. The young nurse looked disgusted. Her scream was even worse than a pig being slaughtered in the countryside. Meanwhile, after they took Qian Hongba away to treat his injuries, Yu Changxi hurried over again. He searched the hospital ward for a long time but couldn't find Yu Chang'e or Meng Jiuan. When he asked at the nurse station, no one mentioned any patient named Yu Chang'e being admitted. He wondered if they had finished their checkup and gone home. Just then, he bumped into Bai Ling at the hospital entrance and learned that Meng Jiuan was now in the emergency department. Yu Changxi was instantly panicked. When he saw his sister at the factory gate earlier, he thought she was just scared and didn't notice she was hurt. That's why he stayed with Bai Ling to guard the suspect and wait for backup. How could she be sent to the emergency department so quickly? He hurried to the emergency department and saw Meng Jiuan standing like a statue outside the resuscitation room. "Brother-in-law, where's my sister? What's wrong with her?" Meng Jiuan turned around, looking unusually stunned. "Your sister has internal injuries. The doctors are performing surgery now." His voice was uncertain and shaky, sounding vague. Yu Changxi grew even more anxious. Surgery? How could she be injured internally? Wasn't she fine just now? He quickly reached out to pull Meng Jiuan, but almost pulled him over by mistake. Meng Jiuan staggered a few steps and steadied himself, feeling numb all over. The last time someone close to him passed away was 15 years ago. He was young then, and he only remembers crying for days. After that, life became harder, but he didn't carry many deep scars or painful memories. Not like today. Yu Changxi nervously supported him, trying to help him sit on a bench. "Brother-in-law, are you okay?"
Sit down first.
Meng Jiuan shook his head, his eyes dull.
I'm fine.
"I'm just here, waiting for your sister." His gaze stayed fixed on the door of the emergency room, making Yu Changxi's eyes sting. His sister had suffered so much over the years. She finally married brother-in-law, and their relationship was so good. How could something like this happen? The emergency room door opened again. Zhang Xiyuan anxiously shouted outside, "Is there any O-type blood bag available? Send more to the emergency room. The patient is bleeding heavily. Hurry." Meng Jiuan felt like his head was hit with a hammer, dazed. He watched the nurses rushing around and suddenly grabbed one. "What does this mean? Not enough blood? Can I use mine?" Yu Changxi was also very anxious. Use mine. I'm her younger brother. It will work." The nurse didn't have time to explain and pointed to the blood test department. "Go check the blood type over there. Only O-type blood will do." Then she hurried away. The blood bank was running low on O-type blood bags, with only 500 milliliters left, all sent to the emergency room. Dr. Zhang said it wasn't enough. She had to quickly report this to the hospital director to see if emergency supplies could be brought from other hospitals. Late at night, a phone call was made to the director's home. After hearing the situation, the director immediately made arrangements, contacting nearby hospitals for blood support and calling for hospital staff to donate blood, aiming to get O-type blood into the emergency room as soon as possible. At 1 a.m., the hospital loudspeaker suddenly blared, startling everyone. It was announced that blood donations were needed for the injured military spouse. All families and medical staff who knew they had O-type blood came forward. People in this era are pure-hearted. They trust the party and the soldiers. They know that the peaceful and stable life today was won with the lives and sacrifices of many soldiers. Therefore, the soldiers' families are loved and respected by the people. How could they ignore a military spouse in need? Suddenly, a long line formed outside the laboratory department. Many family members who hadn't yet checked their blood types also came to donate blood, hoping to help in any way they could. At 1 a.m., the hospital was busier than during the day. Soon, because many people eagerly donated blood, bags of O-type blood started arriving steadily in the emergency room. At first, Meng Jiwen was worried when he learned his blood type didn't match, but he was deeply moved by what he saw in front of him. With tears in his eyes, he respectfully saluted the ordinary citizens who came to donate blood, even though they didn't know him. At that moment, his resolve to join the army was stronger than ever. For these kind people, risking his life was worth it. The lights in the emergency room finally went out. As the door opened, Meng Jiwen saw a look of relief on Zhang Siyuan's face. He quickly stepped forward, full of hope but hesitant to speak. Zhang Siyuan looked tired but then slowly smiled, giving a sense of reassurance. Don't worry, the surgery was successful. Yu Chang'e, who was still unconscious, was taken to the intensive care unit and cared for by specialized nurses. Family members were not allowed to stay with him. Yu Changxi advised Meng Jiwen to go home and rest, promising he could switch shifts with him later. But Meng Jiwen couldn't leave Yu Chang'e alone. Instead, he asked Yu Changxi to go home and bring some daily necessities the next day. He sat on a bench outside the ICU, ready to know immediately if there was any change in Yu Chang'e's condition. When Yu Changxi arrived the next day, Meng Jiwen was still sitting there, his eyes red and his chin covered with a little stubble, looking very tired. Whenever a nurse came in for rounds, he asked about Yu Chang'e's condition. He didn't sleep all night. His exhaustion was mainly from worry, not physical fatigue. Soon, Bo Chuan arrived after hearing the news. At first, he was upset because of the incident involving Bo Ling as bait, but after Bo Ling told him what happened last night, he hurried over without delay. Bai Chuan frowned as he looked at Meng Jiwen, who was hanging his head. He then turned to Yu Changxi and asked, "How is your sister doing?" Yu Changxi remained calm. The doctor said the surgery was very successful. As long as she gets through the 3 days after the operation without problems, she should be fine. Bai Chuan's heavy heart finally eased. As long as she was alive, everything was okay. On his way here, he remembered Bai Ling telling him that Yu Chang'e was taken to the emergency room for surgery and Meng Jiwen, ignoring rules, was trying to hurt someone. It made him very worried. Sometimes, outsiders see things more clearly. He had already noticed that Meng Jiwen's feelings for Yu Chang'e were unusual, but he didn't expect this simple-minded guy to be so deeply affected once he cared. As long as she was alive, there was still hope. If something happened to Yu Chang'e, he was afraid old Meng wouldn't be able to handle it. Feeling more confident, Bai Chuan spoke more easily. That's good. The doctor said the surgery was very successful, so there shouldn't be any problem. Your sister is lucky, and things will get better. Seeing Meng Jiwen still looking down and ignoring him didn't bother Bai Chuan. He continued talking to him. Before coming here, I asked for leave from the military district for you. You only have 3 days. Before the military competition, you need to return to the team. I did my best. Meng Jiwen managed to squeeze out 2 words from his throat, his voice hoarse and rough. Yu Changel had been unconscious for 2 days and nights. Meng Jian stayed at her bedside, not sleeping or resting, for the entire time. The nurses were frightened, worried that he might tire himself out and cause her to wake up and find her family had overexerted her. But Meng Jian was stubborn. He refused to leave until Yu Changel woke up. The nurses couldn't do anything about him, so they called Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang Siyuan was somewhat different from other doctors. He didn't like to boast about his professionalism with cold, distant attitude. Instead, he liked caring for people like Meng Jian, who showed deep loyalty and emotion. Unable to persuade him, the nurses simply hung a glucose bag at the ICU door for him. Now he wouldn't die from not eating. On the third day, as the time to return to the team approached, Bai Chuan came to the hospital to pick him up, worried. Meng Jian couldn't leave without seeing Yu Changel wake up. But orders from the army were strict. As a soldier, he couldn't break the rules just because of personal feelings. At this moment, he wished he could split himself in two. After a few days of contact, Zhang Siyuan had learned from Yu Changxi that the couple's relationship was truly deep. Seeing Meng Jian's heartfelt actions in person, he felt very touched. As the end of work approached, Bai Chuan had already urged Meng Jian 3 times. If he didn't return soon, he would definitely face punishment. While they were hesitating, Zhang Siyuan mysteriously walked over and waved to Meng Jian. Put on the sterile gown. I'll take you inside. Meng Jian's eyes lit up, thinking that Zhang Siyuan was truly a kind angel in white. Zhang Siyuan dared to do this because now only Yu Changel was in the intensive care unit. She had already passed the dangerous medical stage, and for safety, she stayed one more night. She could be transferred to a regular ward the next morning. Deep inside, he was a romantic person and couldn't bear to see the young couple go through hardships without seeing each other. So, he decided to take a big risk and bring Meng Jian inside. Before leaving, he reminded her, "Don't touch anything. It'll only take 10 minutes. If you have anything to say, don't hold back. Say it quickly." After 3 days, Meng Jian finally saw the person she had been longing for, Yu Changel. She looked small, surrounded by medical equipment, with various tubes inserted into her body. Her eyes were closed, her face pale, lying motionless on the bed as if she were sleeping. Meng Jian approached her, wanting to hold her hand, but remembered Zhang Siyuan's warning and withdrew her hand. He carefully moved closer. When he heard Yu Changel's weak but steady breathing, he finally felt at ease after 3 days of worry. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, his nose started to feel sore. "Changel, don't be afraid. I've been outside the door with you the whole time. The doctor said the surgery was successful. You'll wake up soon, healthy and strong like before. I've thought a lot these days. Many things in the past were my fault. I hope you can forgive me and give me another chance to make up for it. Changel, when you wake up, let's live a good life together. We won't get divorced, okay?" Meng Jian whispered softly beside her ear, tears uncontrollably falling down her face. He is said to have a heart of stone, but that was just his poor disguise. His protective layer had long been torn away by Yu Changel. Now, all the softness in his heart was openly shown to her, but she was unconscious and unaware. He had many words he wanted to tell her, but time was passing quickly like an hourglass. Almost out. Zhang Siyuan quietly warned him from the door. If he didn't come out soon, he would be in trouble. Meng Jian wiped his tears and stood up. He looked at Yu Changel's sleeping face with reluctance and softly said, "Rest well. I'll come to see you after I finish my task and take you home." After he left, the intensive care room returned to its usual quiet. 5 minutes later, a nurse came in to change the dressing. The last bottle of medicine in the 4 was finished. The nurse lowered her head, held Yu Changel's hand, and prepared to remove the needle. She suddenly asked, "Hey, where did this water on her hand come from?" The nurse looked around but couldn't find the source of the drops. She could only wipe the water off and put the question aside for now. Just after removing the needle and sticking on medical tape, she noticed Yu Changel's fingers seemed to move slightly, and then her eyelashes started to flutter faintly. This was a sign she was waking up. The nurse was excited and hurried out of the ICU to call the doctor in the office. Yu Changle's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes, looking around blankly, as if she was in a different world. For a while, she felt very cold, as if all the blood had drained from her body. At that moment, she thought she was going to die. But the next second, countless warm currents flooded into her body, restoring her temperature. She seemed to hear Meng Jiuan's voice. He said many things, and it seemed he even cried later. His tears were hot and heavy, falling one by one onto her hand, like raindrops hitting a drum, trying to wake her up. She was a little anxious and didn't want him to keep crying. After struggling for a long time, she finally opened her eyes. But in front of her, there was no one. She looked down at her hand with difficulty. It was clean and dry, with medical tape, and there were no traces of tears. It seemed that it was all just a dream. Yu Changle chuckled at herself. She even dreamed that Meng Jiuan wanted to live a good life with her and asked if she was okay with not divorcing. It seems that people are animals who always want more, including themselves. Meng Jiuan's attitude changed a bit, and when she was in danger, she saved herself. This made her start to have more new hopes. Before Yu Changle could think more, the emergency doctor on duty hurried over. After checking her, he happily said, "Congratulations, your health indicators are recovering well. You can move to a regular ward for treatment." Yu Changle gave a weak smile and thanked him. "Thank you, doctor. Please help notify my family." The nurse interrupted with a smile. "No need to notify them. This is the intensive care unit, and your family can't come in. They've been waiting outside. You'll see them soon." "Oh, right. This is the intensive care unit, and family members can't come in." It seems everything just now was really just a dream she had. But the nurse said her family had been waiting outside. Yu Changle couldn't help but feel a little hopeful, and her cheeks turned a bit red. Finally, the door to the intensive care unit opened. A tall, thin figure hurriedly looked inside. "Big sister. Big sister." Yu Changshi's familiar voice reached Yu Changle's ears. Her smile deepened a little. She looked around a couple more times, then blinked to hide a faint disappointment that flashed in her eyes. Changshi. After moving to a regular ward, that ward was never quiet again. Visitors came one after another. Originally, she was in a 4-person room, but to avoid disturbing others, she was moved to a private room. Single rooms in hospitals are usually reserved for leaders. There are fewer rooms and the cost is high, so ordinary people usually don't want to spend so much money. Yu Changle was quite happy. After going through such a near-death experience, she felt she should treat herself better. Lu Rumei went to buy clothes at the store. When she heard about Yu Changle being hospitalized, she immediately rushed to the hospital. As soon as she entered the ward and was about to speak, her eyes turned red. "Such a big thing happened, and no one told me. If I hadn't gone to the store today, I wouldn't have known you were in the hospital. You little girl." She didn't finish her words, but was already tearful with worry. Yu Changle smiled and gently waved at her. "Rumei-jia, I wasn't afraid you'd worry. Look, I'm fine now." Li Rumei held her hand gently, her raised palm softly resting on her back, and scolded gently, "You're not worried about me. You're just making trouble for me."
Who am I?
"I'm your sister. How dare you hide such a big thing from me?" Yu Changle blinked and pouted playfully. "I understand, sister. I won't hide things next time. Please don't be angry, Sister Rumei." Seeing her still acting cute despite being weak, Li Rumei laughed and cried at the same time. "Next time? If I had been there, I would have definitely stopped that troublemaker." When Li Mei told her that Yu Changle was unconscious for 2 days after surgery, she was so angry she wanted to punch that troublemaker's head. Yu Changle obediently agreed. "There won't be a next time. From now on, I will be the one to send people to the hospital." Her small words made Li Rumei smile. She looked around and asked curiously, "Why are you the only one here? Where's your family?" Yu Changle explained happily. "They came early this morning. I was worried the shop couldn't handle everything, so I asked them to send me back. When it's mealtime, they'll bring food. Usually, nurses take care of my wound, so there's nothing much for me to do." This was the result she fought hard to get after pretending to be angry. Otherwise, she would have been annoyed these past few days. Yu Changle's daily company was a given, but Lu Bo came to the hospital right after work every day, making the patients in the previous ward think he was her family member. Others didn't know, but Lu Bo felt guilty deep inside. He knew Yu Changle had gone to see Qian Hongba, that old troublemaker. Why didn't he remind her to be careful? Instead, he was petty and avoided the issue himself. If he had helped Yu Changle openly like before, she wouldn't have had to confront that troublemaker herself and almost lose her life. Yu Changle didn't know what he was thinking. If she found out, she would definitely tell him he was overthinking. Can Lu Bo be blamed for this? Of course not. First, the real culprit was that bad person who committed the crime. Second, it was her own lack of vigilance. She always thought that the factory director, being a person of status, would only take some verbal advantage and wouldn't do anything illegal. From a modern society with high legal awareness to the 1980s, she was focused on opportunities but underestimated the problems that also existed in this era. This dangerous experience taught Yu Changle a hard lesson and made her feel more real about living in the 1980s. Even the simplest people in that time still had to deal with bad individuals. In the end, Lu Bo was sent away by Yu Changle, who said he needed to rest and recover. Besides not wanting to trouble him, she also had an unspoken reason. She knew Meng Jiuan had a prejudice against Lu Bo and didn't want him to see Lu Bo when he came. However, since she woke up, Meng Jiuan had never come to visit her. Yu Changle didn't want to think about why she suddenly cared about Meng Jiuan's feelings. She decided to just save herself some trouble. Bai Chuan and Bai Ling came together once. Bai Ling was there to record her statement. Based on the police interrogation results about Qian Hongba, it was clear he was the criminal behind the series of assaults in Jinbo City. After intense police questioning, he admitted to more crimes than just against Yu Changle. He also harmed Lu Jinhua and Cui Danhong. He used his position at the factory to find targets, and his first victim was Lu Jinhua. He used the same trick, pretending to talk to her in the office and slipping sedatives into her tea. The first dose wasn't strong enough. After leaving the factory, Lu Jinhua started feeling dizzy. Qian Hongba followed her in the dark, trying to her in an alley, but a passerby saw and scared him away. When the police got involved, he thought he would be caught. He was nervous at home for a few days, but then he heard Lu Jinhua had jumped into a river and committed suicide. He guessed Lu Jinhua probably didn't recognize him, so the police didn't come after him. Qian Hongba hid for a few days, but when things outside calmed down, his bad intentions grew stronger again. At that moment, Cui Danhong, who was applying for a temporary job at the silk factory, caught his attention. Learning from his previous failure, he chose an abandoned fermentation cellar in the factory as his crime scene. He increased the dosage of sedatives and successfully kidnapped Cui Danhong into the cellar. Halfway through, the drug's effect wore off. Cui Danhong woke up and started screaming and struggling. Afraid of being discovered, Qian Hongba decided to act decisively. He used a prepared rope to strangle her, tightening until she lost her breath. He then pulled her out through a hole in the back wall of the silk factory. He thought she was already dead, so he threw her from the small bridge into the ditch and ran away. Unexpectedly, Cui Danhong was so lucky that she survived the water, swam to the shore, and was found walking on the road in disheveled clothes and confused state, then taken back home. When he heard that Cui Danhong was alive, he thought he was definitely finished this time. However, Cui Danhong was so shocked that she went crazy. For Qian Hongba, it seemed as if even heaven was helping him. Both times, he easily got through without trouble, which made his greed and ambition grow even more. Next was Yu Changle, but he didn't expect that the old saying about things only happening 3 times would come true for her. The interrogation sounded smooth, but strangely, even though Qian Hongba was terrified and trembling at the start and fully confessed 3 cases, he never admitted that Li Tsuei and Bai Ling were bait, nor that he was the one who set it up. Most police officers thought Qian Hongba was lying to lessen his guilt. They continued questioning him. But Bai Ling found something strange. Normally, even if a criminal hides some facts to avoid punishment, they would hide the part that can't be proven. Why did Qian Hongba do the opposite? What puzzled Bai Ling most was that Qian Hongba's hands had no bites or wounds from being bitten. Bai Chuan came to visit Yu Chang'e on behalf of Meng Jiuan, who couldn't leave the camp to compete. Yu Chang'e listened with a smile as he explained why Meng Jiuan couldn't come, and calmly replied, I already knew. Changshi told me early this morning.
Please thank him for me.
If it weren't for him saving me, I might not be able to lie here and talk to you now. Let him focus on his game. I have nothing to worry about here. When I get better, I'll thank him in person. Bai Chuan frowned, feeling uncomfortable listening to every word of Yu Chang'e's thanks. It sounded awkward to him, and Meng Jiuan would be furious if he heard. Why thank each other? I think it's all part of what he should do. I even scolded him for coming too late. Bai Chuan joked on purpose, secretly guessing that old Meng wasn't making much progress. He had a pot of hot water but hadn't brewed the tea for his wife yet. Drinking lukewarm tea isn't the same as enjoying hot, boiling tea. Yu Chang'e smiled lightly and said nothing more. This time, she was lucky to happen to meet Meng Jiuan and the others investigating the silk factory case. Otherwise, she might have died in the cellar without anyone discovering her. So when Meng Jiuan appeared and saved her, he immediately pulled her out of despair. At that moment, she truly saw Meng Jiuan as her support. But after dreaming in the intensive care unit, Yu Chang'e thought for a long time. Being saved by Meng Jiuan was one thing, but divorcing him was another. If she started to think she didn't want to divorce him just because she was saved, wouldn't that be ungrateful? What was the difference between her and the original owner, who greedily took from Meng Jiuan? Meng Jiuan, who was working the training ground, would never have guessed that Yu Chang'e, who was good at self-reflection, had buried her newly sprouted feelings back in her heart. If he knew about her inner thoughts, he might have been so angry, he would have been furious. Lu Rio knew about Yu Chang'e being hospitalized, which meant that Lu Jie, Wang Jie, and other VIP clients of Yu Chang'e also found out. They all came to visit. They liked Yu Chang'e not only because her clothes were beautiful, but also because she was considerate. She was sweet-tongued and handled things very well. In their hearts, they already regarded her as a little sister. Besides them, there was one visitor in Yu Chang'e's hospital room she didn't expect. Qin Sufan, with a look of disgust, took out a handkerchief and held it in front of her nose and mouth. I heard the person who hurt you is the factory director? Are you cursed or what? Others would avoid him, but you went straight to him. You really are risking everything for business. Yu Chang'e rolled her eyes. What did Qin Sufan take? Did she come to the hospital to act crazy? She was now a patient, and flattering someone while sick made her feel guilty. Her tone was not as friendly as usual. I'm just a small business owner. If I don't do business or make money, I'll starve to death, right? Yu Chang'e's voice was weak, but her words, which sounded like a retort, carried a hint of pity. Anyway, Qin Sufan felt a little uncomfortable hearing this. All right, after you're discharged, I'll introduce you to some VIP clients. Do you think you'll still starve to death? When Yu Chang'e heard this, she laughed again, her face lacking color but showing a hint of flattery. I knew Sister Qin was my lucky star. The magpies at the window have been calling all day. Turns out, they knew Sister Qin was coming to bring me warmth. She spoke kindly, forgetting her earlier firm refusal to flatter while sick. Qin Sufan seemed to be under Yu Chang'e's spell. As soon as she heard her praise, she brightened up. Don't say I don't take care of you. I have a relative who's a big boss doing business on the coast. Just a few orders from him could feed you for a year. That's great. Yu Chang'e almost had a moment of sudden hope, grabbing Qin Sufan's hand. My dear Sister Qin, who else would think of me like this besides you? Where does that relative live? When shall we visit him? Does he like smoking or drinking tea? Qin Sufan, who was smiling a second ago, was shocked when Yu Chang'e suddenly pulled her hand and quickly tried to pull away. Oh no. You've got germs everywhere. Stay away from me. She wiped her hands repeatedly with a handkerchief. Why are you in such a hurry? You're still in bed sick. Besides, my relative has already gone back to the coast, though he said he'll come back next month. Even so, Yu Chang'e was happy. Her recent hospitalization had kept Li Mei and Yu Changxi busy. In a few days, Yu Changxi would start school. Then only Li Mei would be left to handle clients and orders. She couldn't rest day or night, and it was exhausting. This made Yu Changli think. While making products and selling directly saves costs, it requires too much manpower. If someone gets sick, the shop can't keep running smoothly. She originally planned to have Li Mei hire more people, but Li Mei worried they wouldn't be reliable and might learn the craft then open their own shops to compete. Yu Changli wasn't too worried about that. Who can't learn a skill or come up with creative ideas? However, Qin Sufun's casual remark gave her a new idea. Why not go directly to the coast to buy gold and silk to sell? If she could establish a good supply channel, she wouldn't have to worry about running out of stock during busy times. She could also keep offering custom orders, but only high-end ones. At night, Li Mei closed the shop and went to the hospital with Yu Changxi. She told Yu Changli about today's sales. Women's clothing sales brought in 45 yuan, and there are 2 new orders for formal men's suits. Today, Changxi helped greet customers. I hurried to make 2 long skirts because those girls from the cultural center kept urging me. I'll finish the rest at home tonight. Under Yu Changli's influence, Li Mei also learned some professional words like sales, and she found it quite easy to say. Seeing that her eyes had some redness, Yu Changli felt a bit worried. Li saw, I think it's best to hire someone first. She doesn't need to do the sewing, just focus on sales. That way, when Changxi goes to school, there will still be someone to help you in the shop. Li Mei originally wanted to save money by not hiring anyone, but Yu Changli had gone through such a big operation. Even after leaving the hospital, she needed good rest. She couldn't run the shop alone. After hesitating for a while, Li Mei finally nodded. All right, I'll ask around in our courtyard. Someone I trust. Yu Changli had no objections. As long as someone could temporarily help out and make Li Mei less tired, it was fine. Regarding wages, Yu Changli decided to use a commission system. This would motivate sales the most. The base salary would be 10 yuan, and each piece of clothing sold would earn 2 mao. Don't underestimate these 2 mao. If the shop does well and sells at least 4 or 5 pieces a day, that's 1 yuan in commission. With the base salary, working hard for a month could easily earn 40 yuan. A good job that doesn't require hard labor and offers a nice environment, paying 40 yuan a month. How many people would be eager to take it? After arranging the shop's affairs, Yu Changli also worried about Yu Changxi's registration. Yesterday, Lu Yuding came by. I mentioned to her to help pick you up on the day of registration. My sister might not be discharged yet, so she can't take you. You can ride a tricycle if there are many things. Don't save that 5 or 10 cents. Yu Changli had already told him this before. The distance to Yuzhou Normal School wasn't far or near. A trip on a tricycle would only cost 5 mao. But Yu Changxi thought it wasn't worth it. Taking the bus back to the courtyard was only a yuan for a round trip, and walking half an hour would cost 5 mao. He insisted on walking himself. Older sister, the school isn't far from our shop. I can walk there easily. Even though we are earning money now, we still need to spend wisely. Last time, you mentioned building a few more rooms in the backyard? We also need to save for house payments and keep some money for supplies. There are many expenses. Yu Changxi, having worked with people for a while, became quite good at talking. He made many reasonable-sounding arguments. Yu Changli knew arguing with him was pointless. Even if he agreed politely now, he would still go his own way later. So, he decided not to argue. Who will take over reading for Cui? When Yu Changxi went to school, Li Mei was probably very busy. She might not be able to close the shop early, and her education level makes it hard for her to read famous world literature. If she hadn't just had surgery and was still in bed, she could have taken over this task. Before, Chen Feng had offered to help, but after so long, he might not still want to assist. Seeing her worry about this and that, which didn't look like someone resting and recovering, Li Mei quickly said, "Don't worry about this. My sister-in-law told me Chen Feng has been coming to the hospital these days. I'll ask him tomorrow if he's available. If not, I'll find another way." Yu Changli nodded. Although she thought Chen Feng was a bit odd, she couldn't find any real fault with him. The next day, during lunch break when the shop was closed, Li Mei went to Tunghua Alley. She didn't know exactly where Chen Feng lived, so she called out loudly in the alley a few times. Surprisingly, she called him out. After not seeing him for a while, Chen Feng still looked honest and shy. He was a bit surprised and scratched his head as he greeted Li Mei. "Auntie Li, are you looking for me?" Li Mei thought this young man was really nice. Though shy, he often visited Sui and sometimes brought fruits or nutritious items. He was a careful and thoughtful boy. She smiled and said, "Chen Feng, I came today to ask for your help. Do you have some free time?" Chen Feng agreed happily. "Annie, just tell me what you need. If I can help, I definitely will." Seeing his quick agreement, Li Mei was very pleased. "Then I won't be polite. About Changxi helping Sui read, he needs to go to school tomorrow. Can you help by reading for her? Let's see if you can do it." These days, Sui has been improving every day. Yesterday, her eyelashes even fluttered as if she was about to wake up. "I think if she keeps holding on for a few more days, she might wake up." When I heard Sui was waking up, Chen Feng was a bit surprised, but soon he smiled and said, "That's really great. Don't worry, I will definitely help with this." Li Mei was happy to hear Chen Feng's promise and left cheerfully. She didn't see a woman with a face full of scars watching them secretly from the window of the house Chen Feng just came out of. In the evening, Li Mei and Yu Changxi came to the hospital, as usual. They first visited Yu Changle's ward, took care of her after dinner, and mentioned that Chen Feng had promised to help. Yu Changle wasn't surprised. She always felt that Chen Feng's feelings for Sui were more than just friendship. She carefully observed that whenever Chen Feng mentioned Sui, he would sometimes look shy. It seemed more like he had a crush. But it's normal for young boys and girls to have these feelings. If Chen Feng truly liked Sui, that's okay. During the day, Yu Changle did some calculations. The shop had been open for half a month. Besides earning about 700 yuan in the first 3 days, the daily profit was around 20 to 25 yuan. Recently, they added men's clothing, which increased the profit a bit, but because of not enough staff, they didn't take many orders. If things go well, they should make about 1,200 yuan in profit by the end of the month. Zhang Dapeng still owed 400 yuan for rent, which he wouldn't have to pay for another 2.5 months. She only needed to keep 400 yuan to buy fabric, and with the remaining 800 yuan, she could consider buying supplies in Yangqing. She planned to go to Yangqing to look around, but didn't tell the others right away. Given her current health, telling them about a long trip would only cause more trouble for herself. After finishing dinner early, she urged them to go to Sui's ward. She wanted to finish her prayers early and go home to rest. Li Mei, her sister-in-law, saw them arrive and her eyes lit up. "Maisie, Sui's hand moved again just now. I called her name, and she cried." Li Mei was both surprised and happy. She quickly went to check the bed and saw tears still on Sui's face. She had left them there for them to see, not bothering to wipe them away. Sui, can you hear me? I'm your little aunt. Sui. A wonderful moment happened. Sui's eyelashes started fluttering rapidly, and another tear appeared at the corner of her eye. She heard. She really heard. "Changxi, come and see," Li Meishi exclaimed happily. Yu Changxi moved closer, feeling very happy inside. "See. Sui, hello. I am Yu Changxi. I come every day to read to you. Can you hear me?" Sui's eyelashes fluttered more and more quickly, tears streaming down her face one after another. Li Mei was both happy and sad. She quickly took a handkerchief and gently wiped her tears. "Good girl. Little sister knows you can hear. Let's work together and try to wake up soon." Yu Changxi also felt more encouraged. After Janchirayan for several days, it shows that reading might really help. Sui, today I saw a classic European fairy tale in the library. I thought it would be good for you, so I borrowed it to read to you. It's called Sleeping Beauty in the Forest. If you want to listen, just move your little left thumb, okay? After he finished speaking, all three of their eyes fixed on Sui's little left thumb without blinking. 1 second, 2 seconds, and it moved. Sui's little left thumb really moved. Li Mei and her sister-in-law hugged each other excitedly, tears streaming down their faces. Tsuetsue had been unconscious for so long, and this was the first time they confirmed she could still communicate with people. It meant there was hope she was waking up. Yu Changshi didn't delay. He quickly sat down and took out the fairy tale book, beginning to read carefully. Once upon a time, there was a king and a queen. Under the gentle lights of the hospital room, a young man in white sat at the bedside, holding a beautiful fairy tale book. His clear, warm voice echoed softly in the room, like a pure stream flowing in the heart. Princess Rose was sleeping peacefully. She was so beautiful and charming. The prince couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her. With that kiss, Princess Rose suddenly woke up. A surprised cry interrupted the unfinished fairy tale. She woke up? Changshi looked up in surprise, but saw Li Mei pointing at Tsuetsue's trembling hand. He was moved and looked at Tsuetsue's bed. His eyes lit up immediately. At some point, Tsuetsue's eyes had actually opened. Li Mei's sister-in-law cried out in shock and rushed forward, hugging Tsuetsue and crying loudly. Li Mei quickly pulled her back, worried she might scare Tsuetsue. Yu Changshi quickly put down the book and went to call the doctor. The on-duty doctor and nurse hurried over, and they took Sister Li Mei, who was very emotional, out of the ward. The doctor quickly performed a few simple checks and tests on Tsuetsue, and a smile appeared on his tense face. It's not easy. She was in a coma for so many days, and now she's finally awake. Yu Changshi was also a bit excited. Tsuetsue, I am Changshi.
Can you see me?
Tsuetsue looked at the handsome stranger in front of her and slowly blinked her eyes. When he spoke, she recognized him as Changshi, who came every day to read to her. Excited, Yu Changshi pointed to the doctor. Doctor, look. She blinked. She understands. She can see me. The doctor was happy for them, but still responsibly advised, boy, be happy, but don't get too excited. When a patient just wakes up, it's important to keep calm to help her recover faster and better. Then he explained many precautions, and Yu Changshi carefully remembered each one. The nurses liked Yu Changshi very much because he came every day to read to Tsuetsue. In their eyes, he and Tsuetsue were a pair of unfortunate lovers fighting for their love. The girl was willing to risk her life to be with him, even taking medicine and risking her safety. After falling into a coma, her lover never left her side and kept coming to the hospital every day to read to her, trying to wake her up. Finally, heaven was moved by their touching love. The girl, who had been sleeping for a long time, opened her eyes in response to her lover's deep call. It was just like the story of the sleeping beauty in the forest that Yu Changshi read today. Before leaving the ward, the nurse couldn't help but say to Tsuetsue on the bed, Girl, you must cherish your life in the future. No more foolish things. Look at your boyfriend. He comes to the hospital every day to see you and read to you. If something happened to him, how sad he would be. Unexpectedly, her words made Yu Changshi blush deeply. He wanted to explain, but the nurse hurried away quickly, as she was busy with the doctor's rounds. Yu Changshi felt a little shy and turned to look at Tsuetsue. He saw that her originally pale face now had a faint blush. He awkwardly picked up the water jug on the bedside table and said to himself, The doctor said I can use a cotton swab dipped in water to moisten your lips. When he mentioned lips, he instinctively thought of the scene where the prince kisses the princess to wake her up. He paused briefly and changed the subject. The water in the jug is cooled down. I'll get some hot water for you and ask the Annies to come in and keep you company. After saying this, he hurriedly left the room. Behind him, Li Tsuetsue's lips curved into a slight smile. Although it was her first time seeing Yu Changshi, she didn't feel unfamiliar with him, because his voice had been accompanying her through the endless darkness, giving her courage and hope to keep going. It turned out that after she swallowed a whole bottle of medicine, she didn't fall into calmness as she had imagined. Instead, from feeling drowsy at first, she soon experienced a terrible headache. Tsuetsue felt as if her eyes were being pressed down by a heavy weight, her nose lost sensation, and she struggled to breathe with only a faint breath left. Her other senses and limbs seemed to lose control. She was fully awake in the endless darkness, unable to move, wanting to shout but unable to make a sound. In the darkness, there was no concept of time. She didn't know where she was or how long she would be trapped. This filled her with endless fear and despair. Suddenly, one day, a voice came from somewhere. At first, it was very faint, but eventually, she recognized it as a poem written by her favorite poet, Shu Ting, to the oak tree. The roots, tightly grasped underground, the leaves, touching in the clouds. Every time the wind blows, we greet each other, understanding each other's words. She liked this poem. Shu Ting once said it wasn't a love poem. She also thought it was more like a woman's monologue, passionate and honest, singing about her ideals and openly expressing her view of love as independent yet deeply connected. The boy's voice was her favorite sound, clean and refreshing, like an invisible ray of sunlight shining into the darkness. Since then, she could hear the boy's pleasant voice from time to time, growing clearer and clearer. Sometimes, she listened to a piece of prose, sometimes a famous scene from Shakespeare, and sometimes she even heard a little tune that he hummed unintentionally. Gradually, the sound of the boy's voice became her only comfort in the endless darkness. She even started to look forward to what she might hear next. One day, she was suddenly delighted to hear other people's voices, her mother and her aunt softly crying, the doctor and nurse discussing her condition, and the patient and family arguing next door. This made her happy to realize she was not dead, only temporarily trapped in darkness. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented desire to live. But what she wanted most to hear was the reading voice of the boy who had given her endless comfort. She even began to imagine what he looked like in her mind. Today, she finally saw him. He looked exactly as she had imagined. A graceful young boy, gentle and pure like jade. Li Mei's sister-in-law gradually calmed down with Li Mei's comfort. She restrained her excitement and gently held Cui Cui's hand. "Little one, it's Mom. Can you hear my voice?" Cui couldn't speak yet, but her eyes were full of tears as she looked at her mother. When she blinked, a large tear fell. This made Li Mei's sister-in-law, who had just calmed down, become emotional again. She tried to comfort her through tears. "Sister-in-law, look, Cui can hear you talking. That's something to be happy about. The doctor said we should keep Cui's emotions stable, so no crying all the time." Hearing this, Li Mei's sister-in-law quickly wiped her daughter's tears and hastily dabbed her own face, forcing a smile. "Yes, you're right. Mom is happy. Don't cry anymore, little one." Suddenly, she remembered something and hurriedly said to Cui, "Sweetheart, that bad person who hurt you has been caught by the police. You don't need to be afraid. No one will hurt you again." Unaware, as soon as she said this, Cui's face changed instantly. Her breathing became rapid, and her face turned red with exertion. "Didn't I say we need to keep the patient's emotions stable?" Li Mei couldn't help but give a sharp look to Cui's mother, feeling very angry. This person really dares to say anything, touching on sensitive topics. Cui's mother finally realized that her words might have upset Cui. She felt guilty and pounded her chest. "It's all my fault. I can't even speak properly. I might as well be mute." Li Mei couldn't hold back any longer. "Sister-in-law." Cui's mother covered her mouth and hid to the side, crying loudly. Although Li Mei felt annoyed inside, she couldn't do anything about her. A woman from a remote mountain area who never went to school, young widow, raising her only daughter alone, she was truly pitiful and frustrating. But when she looked at Cui again, Li Mei's heart sank. Although the situation had calmed down, Cui's face looked very pale, like she had lost all hope. Without guessing, Li Mei knew she must be thinking about the rumors that troubled her before her attempt to end her life, and about the dark, hopeless future she faced. Yu Changxi came back after fetching water. Seeing the sudden change in the ward's atmosphere, he looked at everyone's reactions and guessed what had happened. He pretended not to notice and naturally picked up the unfinished book, sitting in the usual spot beside the bed to continue reading. She opened her eyes, smiling warmly as she looked at the prince. Everything returned to how it was before. Soon, the prince and the Rose Princess held a grand wedding. They lived happily together, growing old side by side. I've finished reading. Cui Cui, do you like the story? Cui Cui gazed blankly at the ceiling, neither moving her fingers nor blinking. She lay still as if she hadn't woken up, with no response at all. Yu Changxi didn't give up. Look, the Rose Princess was cursed by evil, but in the end, she was lucky enough to wake up just like you. Then she lived happily ever after, right? This innocent fairy tale question made Li Cui Cui smile bitterly inside. The reason the Rose Princess could live happily was because she had a prince who loved her. But Cui Cui didn't have anyone who loved her, only endless gossip and mockery waiting for her. How could she, a person pointed at and called unclean, compare to a princess? Longshi noticed her self-doubt in her eyes and patiently spoke with gentle words. The first poem I read to you is found in your advanced math book beside your pillow. It was written on a stiff piece of paper with delicate yet strong handwriting, and it was a poem by Shu Ting called To the Oak Tree. At that moment, I thought, what kind of smart and gentle girl keeps advanced math by her pillow and writes Shu Ting's poetry? Until today, when you woke up and looked at me, I knew I was right. Li Tsuetsue was drawn in by his words. She looked at Long Shiyu unconsciously. Was he praising her? Doesn't he think she's messy and unkempt? Long Shiyu saw her change and spoke seriously. In this world, there are good people and bad people. Others can push you down, but they can't stop you from standing up covered in dust and scars. Tsuetsue was deeply touched by his words. Yes, no matter what others say, she is still herself. As long as she doesn't give up, no one can defeat her. Sparkling tears shimmered in Tsuetsue's eyes. Long Shiyu nodded firmly at her. I believe you can stand up again and become that resilient cotton tree, fearless of cold waves, wind, thunder, or lightning. Hot tears streamed down Tsuetsue's cheeks, as if washing away the dust that covered her eyes. Her beautiful eyes regained their sparkle and even showed more vitality. Her dry lips trembled, and she let out a low sound through her nose. Although her voice was small, the three people in the ward heard her clearly. Even Li Mei couldn't hold back her tears of joy. Tsuetsue not only woke up, but also came back to life. That was the most important thing. Before leaving, Long Shiyu left her a copy of Sleeping Beauty in the Forest, hoping to awaken her good luck and leave her with more hope. It was late at night. The lights in the ward were off, and everyone else had fallen asleep. Only Tsuetsue, who had just woken up, was reluctant to close her eyes. She was still a little afraid of returning to that endless darkness. The bright moonlight shone through the window onto her bed. She moved her head slightly and could see the beautiful cover of Sleeping Beauty in the forest beside her pillow. Amid a sea of colorful flowers, a prince kissed his princess awake. Her eyes sparkled as she remembered a young man in white, tall and slim, with red lips and white teeth. His smile was warm like the sun, and his voice was clear and gentle. Maybe this is what her heart considers the perfect prince. At the entrance of the military district, Bai Chuan's military vehicle hadn't even entered the gate when Meng Jiuan stopped him. He parked the car aside and got out, looking surprised. Did the sun rise from the west? You're calling me and coming here in person. What do you want? On the way here, he had guessed that if Meng Jiuan was acting strangely, it was probably because of Yu Chang'e. Sure enough, Meng Jiuan confirmed his guess right away. I remember Changxi is supposed to report to school tomorrow, but Chang'e hasn't been discharged yet. Can you help deliver him tomorrow? He used to call her by her full name, sounding strict, but now he called her Chang'e so naturally. Is that all? Bai Chuan didn't believe that everything could be settled with just a phone call. He thought Meng Jiuan wanted him to make a special trip. Meng Jiuan was straightforward. Changxi is left, so only Sister Li is left at Chang'e's place. She still has to run the shop during the day, and I worry she might be overwhelmed. Thanks for helping tomorrow. Please deliver meals at noon and evening and ask the doctor about her recovery. If it's inconvenient, ask Bai Ling to help. It's just one day. After I leave the team the day after tomorrow, I'll treat you all to a meal. Since he remembered that Yu Changxi was reporting tomorrow, Meng Jiuan couldn't relax all day. After today's competition ended, he immediately ran to the office to borrow a phone and called Bai Chuan. He was too shy to say such personal words face-to-face, so he just asked Bai Chuan to come over urgently. If he didn't have to leave after tomorrow's last game, he would have gone to take care of Yu Chang'e right away. Bai Chuan didn't speak, just smiled at him, which made Meng Jiuan frown. Can you do it? Say something. Bai Chuan teased him. If I say no, what will you do? Meng Jiuan rarely got annoyed but knew Bai Chuan was joking, so he didn't lose his temper. After all, he needed Bai Chuan's help. Bai Chuan nodded happily. If he had been more motivated earlier, what couldn't he do? Old Meng, I am truly happy for you. It's great to see you start thinking about others and taking care of them. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I will take a day off and send Changxi to school early. For the hospital, I asked Bai Ling to take care of things. The police station is not far from the hospital, so it's convenient. Are you now feeling at ease? Meng Jiuxin rolled his eyes inside. Who is others? That's my wife. With Bai Chuan's reassurance, Meng Jiuxin felt a little more at ease. But he thought for a moment he couldn't wait until the day after tomorrow. After tomorrow's competition, he would report his leave and step away from the team. Early the next morning, Yu Changxi and Li Mei went to the clothing store together. He helped prepare everything before opening, packing the daily necessities that Yu Chang'e had bought for him into 2 woven bags. Li Mei smiled and said, Your sister, she almost wants to move the whole house here. Carrying the heavy luggage, Yu Changxi felt warm inside. My sister has always been good to me. She always puts me first when there's food, and she thinks of me first in everything. I worked hard to get into college to repay her and let her have a good life in the future. His honest words were especially touching. Li Mei looked at him with admiration. You 2 siblings are good children, kind-hearted, smart, and capable. You will definitely have a very good life. Your sister-in-law believes in you. But Yu Changxi still felt uneasy about Yu Chang'e. He might need to trouble Li Mei again. Sister-in-law, I might not be able to go out easily once I get to school. I still need to ask you to take care of my sister for a few days. My brother-in-law said that once the competition is over, he will immediately take leave to care for my sister. Li Mei patted him and said, Don't worry about going to school. Even if I don't say anything, I won't let Chang'e be alone in the hospital without care. But don't forget, your family has 2 young men, and each one is more thoughtful than the last. Your brother-in-law told Uncle Wang the same thing a few days ago, and today you said it again. That's good. Family members should care for each other, and only then can life be peaceful and prosperous. Yu Changxi nodded with a smile. His brother-in-law was so busy and tired from the competition, but he still cared about his sister. What was there to worry about? Li Mei saw him off, and just as she opened the door, she heard a car horn. They looked over and saw Bai Chuan sitting happily in the car, waving at them. Yu Changxi happily walked over to greet him. Brother Bai Chuan. Li Mei also smiled and said hello. Chuanzi. As Meng Jiuan's good friend, Bai Chuan often visited the courtyard. He was very friendly and familiar with everyone there, knowing more people than Meng Jiuan himself. Bai Chuan cheerfully got out of the car, took the large woven bag from Yu Changxi's hand. Wow, this is heavy. Your sister really went all out. He then threw the bag onto the back seat. Unprepared, Yu Changxi looked confused. Brother Bai Chuan, I need to go to school to register. Bai Chuan patted his shoulder. Isn't that why I came here on your brother-in-law's request? To take you to register at school? Have you packed everything? Once you're ready, we'll leave. Li Mei felt that Meng Jiuan had become more mature. Not only did he care about his wife, but he also remembered his younger brother-in-law, showing better manners than many seasoned old-timers who had been married for years. In the office, Wang Zhengwo, who was fiddling with his pen, suddenly sneezed. In this hot weather, how could he catch a cold? Unable to refuse, and since it was a favor from his brother-in-law, Yu Changxi felt a bit embarrassed to decline again. Besides, refusing wouldn't help. His words had improved a lot after these days of practice, but compared to Bai Chuan, he was still no match, far behind. The half-hour walk to the military vehicle took less than 10 minutes to reach. At the entrance of Yuzhou Normal School, there were already many people coming and going. Some were new students and their parents reporting in, while others were senior students and student council members welcoming newcomers. The students registering varied greatly. Their family backgrounds could be seen from their appearances. Some students came alone, dressed plainly, looking nervous, carrying or wearing simple belongings, mostly food supplies from the countryside. Without ration tickets, they could only exchange food for meals at the cafeteria. Others looked well-dressed, empty-handed, relaxed, with several family members helping carry various daily necessities, clearly city kids. Entering the university campus was like stepping into a small society. From the day of registration, one could feel the different treatment people received based on their social background. Senior students were noticeably more enthusiastic toward city kids. As soon as they saw them, they would go over happily, guiding new students to the registration area and explaining the campus facilities clearly. On the contrary, many new students from the countryside looked around nervously at the school gate, not approaching anyone proactively. Only a few brave ones asked questions, but they just pointed in a direction without showing much enthusiasm. In this situation, someone like Yu Changxi, who arrived in a military vehicle, became the center of attention. Before he even got off the car, several observant seniors and juniors gathered around him. "Hello, student. Are you here to register?"
Junior.
"Which department are you from?" "Our student union is recruiting new members. Here's a flyer. You can take a look." Yu Changxi was still in the car when he was overwhelmed by the warmth and enthusiasm of the university students, feeling so nervous that his legs trembled. Bachuan was quite happy. "Your school students are very friendly. Let's go, get out of the car." Yu Changxi nervously got out of the vehicle and was immediately surrounded by a few people. Since he arrived in a military vehicle for registration, he was definitely from a high-ranking military family. If he built good relationships, he might get some benefits in the future. It's all good. The group chattered around Yu Changxi. Nearby, a new student also came over, seeing the seniors and juniors so friendly, and asked, "Excuse me, where do I register for the biology department?" A girl in a white shirt was the one who patted his shoulder. Before she even turned around, her eyebrows furrowed. She thought, "Why is this person so rude? Approaching a girl and touching her without manners? And asking for directions without saying please?" When she turned around fully, her brow furrowed even more. She was wearing a yellowish-green shirt and baggy work clothes, with a belt around her waist, clearly from the countryside. The girl looked upset. "Student, didn't your teacher teach you? Men and women should keep their distance, and you should say please when asking for directions." The girl was a bit angry, and her tone became sharp, drawing the attention of others. The new student looked embarrassed, his face turning red and white, mumbling in a rural accent, "I just touched you lightly. Is that so serious? You're so proud and demanding." The girl didn't understand him, but could tell from his expression that he was being defiant. She rolled her eyes at him, turned away, and then kindly asked Yu Changxi, "Student, which department are you from?" "I am a staff member responsible for welcoming new students in our student union. I can take you to register." Originally, Li Mei suggested that Yu Changxi wear the suit that Yu Changel tailored for him to register, but Yu Changxi thought it was too flashy and not suitable for everyday school wear. So he carefully folded the suit and put it in his bag, waiting for a more appropriate occasion to wear it. Today, he is wearing the first outfit Yu Changel made for him, a simple, neat white shirt and dark blue trousers. He is tall and thin and looks especially fresh and handsome in this outfit. Even without arriving in a military vehicle, his appearance and this outfit alone could attract many students' attention. Therefore, this student union staff member named Jiao Li also saw Yu Changxi immediately. Usually, she looks down on boys who crowd around pretty girls, but many girls are also into looks. Moreover, Yu Changxi seems to come from a good family background. Faced with the enthusiastic senior girl, Yu Changxi felt a bit overwhelmed. His face turned red before he could speak, unsure how to politely refuse her kindness. Because his sister said she had asked Lu Yuding to help pick him up. Bai Chuan happily stood nearby, crossing his arms and watching the scene. TSK, university students are different. Showing affection is never subtle. Unlike soldiers, who are all muscle and roughness, they lack the courage to approach even a female student. Looking around, only he seems presentable in the entire group. He moves through the crowd without getting involved, and as long as he wants to build good relations with someone, it's almost certain to succeed. He hadn't finished patting himself on the back when he suddenly froze. Like in a slow-motion movie, a girl in a sky-blue dress, bright eyes, and a radiant smile ran toward Yu Changxi. She wore a white headband, and her long hair flowed behind her like waves. Bai Chuan stared in shock. Just moments ago, Yu Changxi was shy and timid like a quail, but now he happily waved at her. His heart skipped a beat, suddenly tightening. Yuding. Yu Changxi saw her as if she were a savior. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to refuse her. Last time at the shop, Lu Yuding said she might not be older than him and told him to call her older sister. But he remembered clearly, this time, he didn't dare to say older sister. Lu Yuding smiled softly, as if she could teach a child. She pushed her way into the crowd and said to the student council girl named Jiaoli, "He is my friend. I will take him over." She then took the registration letter from Yu Changxi's hand and raised her chin to him. "Let's go. There aren't many people yet, but if we wait too long, we'll have to queue." Yu Changxi quickly thanked the seniors around him and then called Bai Chuan to follow Lu Yuding to the registration area. Watching Yu Changxi's back disappear into the distance, Jiaoli glared and snapped. "What kind of manners is that? Didn't you see I was already handling the reception?" Someone nearby chuckled and said mockingly, "Didn't you hear? She's a friend, so it's not your place to serve her." Jiaoli got even angrier. "So what if she's a friend? There are so many new students who need help. She's so selfish, only helping her own friend. Just look at her clothes. She's not here to study seriously. A new student like her might even get spoiled by her." The person beside her, tired of her constant arguing and personal attacks, shook his head and walked away. Feeling upset, Jiaoli suddenly heard a voice nearby. "I think you're right. You shouldn't be so selfish. That girl is dressed so beautifully, like a star from a magazine. She doesn't look like a student at all. Students should be simple like us." She looked up and saw it was the same country boy who had asked for directions earlier. Jiaoli was furious. Was he praising her or insulting her? "Who are you to talk about us? Be careful what you say. This is a place of wealth, not your rural area." Her words were blunt and harsh. She raised her voice in anger, and many people nearby heard her and looked at the country boy with curiosity. Jiaoli didn't care about the others. After cursing, she turned to leave. After all, he was the one who had been rude and had come to the wrong place. The country boy stood there, feeling humiliated. His sun-darkened skin was flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding and Yu Changxi walked happily toward the registration area, chatting and smiling along the way. She thoughtfully kept introducing him to different parts of the school. Bai Chuan, lost and distracted, followed behind. He was very different from his usual charming and eloquent self. He considered himself quite experienced with pretty girls, but no one had ever made such a quick impression on him as this girl named Yuding, who had simply taken his breath away and entered his heart instantly.
No.
He swore that she was already in his heart, and he definitely dreamed of her. She was his dream girl.
But
how could she be Yu Changxi's girlfriend? Bai Chuan felt like he had already lost his first love before even falling in love. He listened with a blank face as the two of them happily talked about their bright future at university. With Lu Yuding's help, Yu Changxi quickly finished registering and was assigned to room 202 in Building 6. Building 6 was a new dormitory on campus. Its conditions were much better than the old buildings. The rooms changed from 8-person to 6-person rooms. Each floor had a shared bathroom and a public shower, with hot water available for 1 hour each day. Yu Changxi looked around with wide eyes, feeling everything at university was so new to him. He even saw bunk beds in the dorm for the first time. Room 202 already had 2 people living in it. The bottom bunks by the window were made up with blankets. Yu Changxi hesitated, unsure which bed to choose. Lu Yuding pointed to the remaining bottom bunk and said, "If you don't sleep well, I suggest you take the lower bunk. It's less dangerous if you fall." She pointed out the important detail directly, helping Yu Changxi make up his mind. "Okay, I'll take the lower bunk." Bai Chuan leaned against the door, feeling a bit frustrated. His girlfriend was so caring, even about where he slept. He had thought Yu Changxi was aiming to impress her sister and get into Jinbao, but now he realized she was waiting for him in Yuzhou Normal University. No wonder he was so relaxed. Who wouldn't want to stay close to such a good girlfriend every day? Seeing the young couple happily tidying their beds, Bai Chuan felt a bit upset and wanted to go outside for some air. As he pushed the door open, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Zhao Kai, a freshman living in room 202, was holding his forehead in pain, overwhelmed. Next to him, Lu Xing, also a new student, was startled and wearing black-rimmed glasses. Bai Chuan saw he had bumped into someone and quickly apologized. "Sorry, classmate. I didn't see you when I opened the door. Did I hurt you?"
Sorry about that.
Zhao Kai rubbed his forehead and looked up. Oh, wow, he was a soldier. His eyes lit up immediately. "No problem, sir. I've been practicing martial arts since I was young. I'm a manly man. A little pain doesn't matter." Bai Chuan listened happily. This guy looked strong and brave, and he spoke with a bold tone. "What's with calling me comrade? Are you guys also roommates here?" "Yes, comrade." Zhao Kai looked at Bai Chuan's military uniform, eyes shining with admiration. "I and Lu Xing live in room 202. Bai Chuan quickly introduced himself. "That's perfect. Nice to meet you. My younger brother, Yu Changxi, is here for the first day. He also lives in room 202. Please be kind and look after him." Zhao Kai was very envious. He dreamed of having a soldier brother who defends the country with pride. That would be real bravery. Yu Changxi confidently stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Yu Changxi from Biology Class 1. Zhao Kai shook his hand eagerly. "Haha, we're in the same room and class." Lu Xing, adjusting his glasses, nodded at him. "Yes, the biology department has only one class, so we're classmates." Seeing the male students in the dorm had returned, Lu Yuding knew she couldn't stay much longer. She said, "Changxi, your place is almost tidied up. I'm leaving now. If you need anything, come to dormitory building 3. Yu Changxi nodded. He felt a bit embarrassed for taking so long with Lu Yuding. "All right, I'll walk you out." Inside, Bai Chuan secretly thought, "You kid. Your girlfriend is both being picked up and helping with chores. You don't even invite her to eat and then just send her straight back? With your kind of smarts, how do you even find a partner?" Lu Yuding smiled softly. "Forget it. I know the way better than you. After I leave, you might have trouble finding your way back." Lu Xing's eyes flashed with admiration. This girl was really pretty. His gaze shifted to Yu Changxi, and suddenly he remembered something. "Oh, Yu Changxi, have you gone to the dorm supervisor's office to register yet?" Yu Changxi looked confused. "When I came in just now, I didn't see anyone. We just came straight up." Lu Xing glanced at Zhao Kai. "Did you forget to close the door when you went out earlier?" Zhao Kai scratched his head awkwardly. "I was just trying to leave the door open for the new student." Lu Xing rolled his eyes and then said to Yu Changxi, "First, you need to go to the dorm supervisor's office to register. Then get your room key and access card. Otherwise, if you come in without the card next time, you'll lose points for the day." Lu Yuding nodded and said, "Yes, the school dorms are very strict. You should go register quickly. I'll head back by myself." Seeing Lu Xing and Lu Yuding say this, Yu Changxi could only agree. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Bai Chuan standing nearby, and a thought occurred. "Brother Bai Chuan, could you please help me take Yuding there?" He felt a bit guilty. To be honest, he and Lu Yuding had only met once, but she had helped him so much. Offering to give her a ride was the least polite thing he could do. Bai Chuan was caught off guard by his request. Could he really give her a ride? If asked whether he wanted to, he would definitely say yes. But she was Yu Changxi's girlfriend. How could he offer to take her? However, since Yu Changxi asked him, maybe he could? He hesitated, feeling the struggle of doing the right thing versus the polite thing, and finally understood what it felt like to be caught between heroism and kindness. Seeing Bai Chuan look a bit unsure, Lu Xing smiled innocently. Your brother can't find his way either. How about Zhao Kai takes you Changxi to register, and I help send this girl off? Bai Chuan immediately widened his eyes, thinking, you're really scheming. He quickly straightened up and said, no need to trouble yourself, classmates. I happen to be heading back to the army. I'll just drop Yuding off on the way, and then leave. You two can get to know each other better. The brat is trying to hit on his girlfriend right in front of Changxi. Does Bai Chuan not exist? Lu Yuding smiled. She wasn't a little girl who couldn't find her way. Why would she need them to discuss who should give her a ride? All right, I'll go with brother Bai Chuan.
Goodbye.
She waved her hand and, with a carefree toss of her hair, headed downstairs with Bai Chuan. Lu Xing's plans fell flat, and a hint of frustration flickered in his eyes. Ungrateful. Zhao Kai put his arm on Yu Changxi's shoulder. Come on, buddy, I'll go with you to register. Yu Changxi was still a bit unaccustomed, but he quickly warmed up to Zhao Kai's easygoing nature. This closeness among classmates made him look forward to his college life. Let's go. Lu Xing, you stay in the dorm if you want. There's nothing for you to do anyway. Who says I have nothing to do? I want to read a book. Lu Xing retorted, and Zhao Kai didn't mind at all. All right, you're awesome. Let's go. Bai Chuan walked beside Lu Yuding, occasionally smelling the fresh scent drifting from her hair. He clenched his fists, palms sweaty, not sure what he was nervous about. The silence was awkward, which wasn't really his style. Bai Chuan tried to think of a good topic to break the silence. What could he talk about with her? After thinking for a while, only Changxi came to mind. Changxi. He's a good guy. Smart and honest. He's a nice young man. Lu Yuding nodded. I think so too. Bai Chuan's chest felt tight. He paused for a moment, then said, unlike some students from the city, who are unrealistic and look down on others, I think highly of Changxi. He's steady and eager to improve. He'll definitely achieve great things. He wanted to support Changxi in front of Lu Yuding to prevent her from being fooled by a pretentious university student like the one with glasses earlier. Lu Yuding thought for a moment and asked, not all city students are like that, right? This made Bai Chuan alert. Did Lu Yuding already have doubts? If so, he needed to say more. Most children of workers are decent, especially those from capitalist families. Even after being reformed by the state, they've changed their wrong ideas, but they still have some traces of indulgence in their lifestyle. That's deeply rooted in them. Young people inexperienced in life are easily fooled by illusions. We must be cautious and not let ourselves be subtly influenced. Before he finished, Lu Yuding suddenly stopped walking. Her previously gentle face now showed a hint of anger. Since they've been reformed, why do you still call them capitalists? Why judge them with biased eyes? Lu Yuding's big, water-like eyes were glaring at Bai Chuan, her fair cheeks flushing with a faint red, clearly furious. Bai Chuan didn't expect her to react so strongly. He was stunned by her question. He grew up in a proper military family, receiving the best education. He didn't even know which of his words had upset her so much, leaving him speechless. Lu Yuding pursed her lips tightly, trying to control the sudden warmth in her eyes. Her stubborn look made Bai Chuan feel a twinge of tenderness. I don't know. Forget it. You're not the first, and you won't be the last to think and say that. No need for more words. I don't want to argue with you.
Goodbye.
Li Yuding angrily interrupted him, held her head high, and turned to walk away. Bai Chuan still stood there, foolishly watching her distant blue figure, constantly recalling her repeated questions earlier. Why was she so sensitive about the term capitalist supporter? Why did she defend the capitalist supporter? At noon, Bai Ling took food from the office cafeteria to the hospital to visit Yu Changel. She happened to meet Li Mei, who was also delivering food to Yu Changel. What a coincidence. Linger is here too. Have you eaten yet?
Li Mei greeted warmly.
Bai Ling smiled and said, I've eaten. I heard Changxi went to school today. I'm here to bring food for my sister-in-law. Yu Changel was a bit surprised and grateful. You're so kind. Sister-in-law, too. The doctor said I can get out of bed and walk now. It's fine to eat in the hospital cafeteria. You don't have to make a special trip.
Li Mei disagreed.
You just had surgery, and your body is still weak. There are many patients in the hospital cafeteria.
What if you catch something?
Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Li's words make sense. Plus, the police station is close to the hospital. It's convenient for me to get food there, and I can also check on Tsuetsue. Speaking of Tsuetsue, Li Mei remembered that the police station still didn't know this news. By the way, my niece woke up last night, but she can't speak yet. The doctor said she needs to recover slowly. This was a big surprise. Although Qian Hongba had already been punished, he admitted to interviewing a female worker named Li Tsuetsue during office records. However, for some reason, he refused to admit any connection to Li Tsuetsue's case. Plus, he somehow erased the bite marks on his hand, and even denied the attack on Bai Ling. But Bai Ling was not willing to accept this. To her, a person should pay the price for every wrong they do. That's justice. She couldn't accept this incomplete case resolution. Now Li Tsuetsue had woken up. Maybe she could testify against Qian Hongba's crimes. She was so excited, she wanted to go downstairs immediately to find Tsuetsue, but Li Mei held her back with a serious look. Take it easy first. The doctor said she just woke up and shouldn't be stimulated. If you ask her now, she might not be able to handle it. Yesterday, her sister-in-law made the same mistake. Luckily, Changxi was there to comfort Tsuetsue. Bai Ling is in the police force, and her questions are sure to be very direct. At least for now, she shouldn't go. Yu Changel also said, don't rush. Sister-in-law said Tsuetsue still can't talk now, so communication is hard. When she gets better in a few days, asking again won't be late. Bai Ling thought about it and agreed. Asking right after she wakes up might be too harsh. Plus, the case involving Qian Hongba is serious, and the methods are cruel. The evidence work for those two cases isn't finished yet, so there's no need to hurry today. She nodded and said, I was too impatient. I'll wait until Tsuetsue feels better. After delivering the food, Bai Ling left. Li Mei packed her things and prepared to go back to her clothing shop. While packing, she smiled and told Yu Changel about the morning. I wanted to stop a tricycle for Changxi, but as soon as I left the house, I saw Chuanzi parking his bike on the side of the road. Yu Changel's eyes twitched, as if she remembered something. Then I asked again, and it turns out Joan was worried Changxi wouldn't recognize the way. He had a lot of things, so he asked Chuanzi to take him to register. No need to say more. Linger must have been the one who asked him to help take care of you. In my opinion, Joan is really thoughtful. He cares about all the big and small things in your family. Even if he's not around, he still makes sure you and your brother are well taken care of. If a man can be this attentive, he truly loves his family and cares for his wife. You can trust your sister-in-law on this. Spending more time with Yu Changel, Li Mei gradually noticed something unusual. Yu Changel was always friendly and smiling at everyone, but with Meng Jian, she was polite but distant, showing a bit of coldness. From their recent interactions, Li Mei felt more convinced that Meng Jian was the one who was eager to get close. Li Mei genuinely thought both of them were good people, and it would be better if they could be together happily. So she kept trying to matchmake them whenever she could. Yu Changel didn't expect Meng Jian to be so earnest. She felt truly touched inside. Faced with Li Mei's lengthy praise, Yu Changel listened quietly and nodded. As Li Mei said, Meng Jian is definitely a good man. But now she can't tell if his actions are out of duty as her husband or because of his feelings for her. After being reborn and taking someone else's identity, she gained a husband by chance. If they really divorced, everything would be simple, and they could start fresh without interfering with each other. But now, there are obvious changes between them. She can't tell if these changes are because of her or because of her new identity. So, she has been very careful, maintaining some distance to avoid misunderstandings or being misunderstood. She also doesn't want Meng Jian to feel bound by his responsibility toward Yu Changel. However, she is naturally free-spirited, and this emotional tugging has made her tired. It seems she needs to find a chance to talk openly with Meng Jian. After Cui Cui woke up, her recovery was faster than the doctor expected. By noon, she could sit up with Li Mei's help. Although she still couldn't eat normally, her complexion had visibly improved. In the afternoon, ignoring Li Mei's advice, she sat on the bed and slowly looked through a fairy tale book. Every page she turned and every word she saw reminded her of the stories Changxi read to her. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little excited. At dinner time, she heard that Changxi usually came at this hour. She pretended to casually fix her hair in advance. Here she comes. Coming quickly. Li Mei's cheerful voice sounded at the door. Cui Cui, look who's here. Cui Cui's lips curled into a smile, and her bright eyes looked toward the door. This. Cui Cui paused slightly, staring blankly at the boy behind Li Mei, who had a sun-kissed, reddish complexion and a shy face. Chen Feng also froze, surprised. No one told him Cui Cui had woken up. Li Mei laughed out loud. Look at these two kids. They're both so surprised they're just standing there. She called Chen Feng inside while smiling and said, what a big surprise. Cui Cui woke up last night. The doctor said she's recovering well, and today she can sit up. Chen Feng's eyes showed a hint of panic. He awkwardly followed Li Mei into the hospital room and forced a smile on his face. Cui Cui, do you remember me?
I'm Chen Feng.
Cui Cui looked at Chen Feng's face. It looked familiar, but she couldn't remember how she knew him or what connection they had. She felt a little guilty and smiled softly at Chen Feng, gently shaking her head. Seeing that she didn't recognize him, Chen Feng's eyes flickered, and his expression looked strange. Then he seemed to relax a little. It's okay. You just woke up, so it's normal not to remember. We're neighbors and good friends. Li Mei helped add, yes, Chen Feng was the one who brought you to the hospital. Knowing he had saved her, Cui Cui felt very grateful. She nodded and smiled at him to thank him. Since Cui Cui kept quiet, Chen Feng's eyes flickered again, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Can you still not talk now? Cui Cui shook her head. Li Mei explained for her. The doctor said she was in a coma for too long. Talking will take time, and she needs to recover gradually. Hearing this, Chen Feng relaxed completely. A gentle smile appeared on his face. The doctor is right. Take it slow. Don't rush everything. Li Mei nodded and asked Cui Cui, originally, we asked Chen Feng to help you read while Changxi was here. Now that you're awake, do you still want to read? Before Cui Cui could answer, Chen Feng spoke first. If reading can help wake Cui Cui up, then it must be good for her. I think we should continue. It's also a way for her to learn how to speak. Cui Cui can't talk yet after all. Cui Cui frowned slightly and hesitated. She couldn't remember who Chen Feng was and instinctively felt a bit resistant, but she didn't want to refuse openly. Chen Feng saw the book Sleeping Beauty in the forest beside her pillow and smiled as he reached out to take it. Do you like this book? I'll read it to you. But before his fingers touched the cover, Cui Cui quickly grabbed the book and moved it to the other side. She seemed to realize her action was a bit rude and pointed to another pile of books left by Yu Changxi, nodding in agreement. After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Feng quickly put on a smile. Oh, you want to hear these, right? Okay, I'll read for you. Li Mei looked at the two communicating easily and smiled. Chen Feng, please keep company with Cui Cui. I need to go upstairs and see Changla. Chen Feng was a bit surprised. Yu Changla is also in the hospital? Li Mei sighed. Yeah, she's having a tough time. She got into trouble with a bad person, had surgery, and is now in the hospital for treatment. Chen Feng frowned. Auntie, which ward is she in? I'll go see her when I have time. Li Mei thought they knew each other, so she didn't hide it. On the top floor, room 404. Li Mei's sister-in-law heard Li Mei was going to see Yu Changlo and took some fruit to go along and visit her. A few days ago, Cui Cui was unconscious and couldn't be left alone, so she didn't go. By the way, Yu Changlo also saved Cui Cui's life. Li Mei had no objection. Besides, with Chen Feng keeping Cui Cui company, she felt at ease. After they left, only Cui Cui and Chen Feng remained in the ward. Chen Feng smiled at her and naturally sat on the edge of her bed, picking up a book to read. Suetsue felt a bit uncomfortable with his sitting on the bed. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, but she remembered he had saved her and was now reading to her, so she didn't want to show her discomfort. Chen Feng's voice was very different from Yu Changshi's. His voice was rougher and more hearty, sometimes with a local accent, sounding a bit hoarse when reading. This wasn't a big deal. What really made Suetsue uncomfortable was that Chen Feng kept sneaking glances at her while reading. Sometimes, when caught, he would just smile at her. After a while, he would start peeking again. If they were good friends, it might be okay, but Suetsue only felt that Chen Feng's face looked familiar, yet she couldn't remember any interaction with him. It felt like a stranger sitting by her bed, secretly watching her, which made her very uncomfortable. She silently decided that when her sister-in-law returned, she would find a good reason to ask her to tell Chen Feng not to come read to her anymore. Just as she was thinking of a good excuse, suddenly a face was close to her, less than half a meter away. Suetsue, what are you thinking about? I've finished reading. He suddenly leaned in close, startling Cui so much that she unconsciously leaned back and shivered slightly. Embarrassed, she nodded to show she heard him. Chen Feng looked at her with very gentle eyes. What else do you want to hear? Cui hurriedly shook her head, not expecting that after she stopped reading, Chen Feng still had no intention of leaving. She instinctively looked toward the door of the ward. Li Mei and the others hadn't returned yet, and the patient in the neighboring bed had been discharged today. Suddenly, a hand gently brushed past her ear. The rough touch of fingertips made her feel cold. She quickly turned her head and saw Chen Feng with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, retracting his hand. Your hair is loose. Let me help you fix it.
Qui frose completely.
The moment Chen Feng touched her, her body hairs stood on end, and she felt stiff as if she had touched something very frightening. Do you really not remember me? Chen Feng's voice grew closer, and his warm breath almost brushed her earlobe. She dared not lift her head, afraid to see Chen Feng's face right in front of her. She just shook her head quickly. Is this person really her good friend? Why does she feel so resistant toward him? Fortunately, the next second, Chen Feng slowly withdrew, staring at her for a long moment before speaking. It's okay. Just remember that I am your best friend. You will remember eventually. Today, you finished reading your book. I'll sit with you for a while longer, and when Auntie and the others come back, we can leave. For some reason, Cui didn't even dare to refuse him face to face. She could only nod randomly, hoping he would leave quickly. Chen Feng sat back down, still holding a book, but Cui knew he wasn't really reading. He kept staring at her intently. Cui tried hard to control her expression, keeping a calm look as she lowered her eyes to the book in her hand, avoiding eye contact with Chen Feng. However, her body under the blanket started to tremble slightly. Every moment alone with Chen Feng was so hard to endure. Just as Cui was about to become stiff with fear, Li Mei and the others finally returned. In front of them, the strange feeling from Chen Feng just now completely disappeared. He politely said goodbye to everyone and promised to come again the next day before leaving. As soon as his figure disappeared outside the door, Cui's slightly stiff smile immediately changed to a look of panic. She pointed at the book and kept shaking her head at Li Mei. Li Mei guessed her meaning after a moment. Are you saying you don't want to study anymore? Cui hurriedly nodded, trying to speak but couldn't, waving her hands anxiously, tears almost coming out. Li Mei quickly comforted her. Okay. Little sister knows. Tomorrow, I'll tell Chen Feng not to trouble him to come and study. Is that what you mean? Cui looked relieved and nodded heavily. Unbeknownst to them, outside the hospital room, Chen Feng, who should have already left, was leaning against the door, listening clearly to Li Mei's words. His strange expression made it hard to tell what he was thinking. Earlier, Li Mei's sister-in-law arrived at Yu Chang Li's hospital room, crying and thanking her again and again. She believed Yu Chang Li not only saved Cui, but also caught the bad person who hurt Cui. She thought Yu Chang Li was a great benefactor to their Li family. Yu Chang Li had to comfort her again, and Li Mei also kept soothing her, because Chang Li was still a patient and couldn't handle any fuss. Finally, Li Mei's sister-in-law stopped crying. She looked at Yu Changle and Li Mei with a shy expression and said, Changle, you and Changxi are both educated people and good at talking. Since Changxi is back at school, my sister-in-law, and I can't say those words. Could you please help guide Cui Cui? Li Mei's face fell first. She thought her sister-in-law was just visiting Yu Changle, but she didn't expect her to have this idea. She suddenly felt both anxious and angry. Sister-in-law, Changle just had surgery and needs to rest. How can you trouble a patient to help you? You're really... If Changle misunderstood her and thought she had that intention, it would be a huge shame and unfair. Yu Changle only looked surprised for a second, then quickly recovered and smiled calmly. Li's sister-in-law, it's okay. The doctor said I can get out of bed now, and it's just a few floors away. Ma'am, if I'm free tomorrow, I'll come see Cui Cui and chat with her. Spending time alone in the hospital room isn't a big deal. If I can help, I will. Yu Changle spoke, and although Li Mei felt embarrassed, she didn't say anything more. Her sister-in-law doesn't speak much. Today, one sentence nearly made Cui Cui faint, but she knows that Yu Changle understands more than Yu Changxi. If she can help guide Cui Cui, that would be a good thing. Changle, your sister-in-law is bothering you again. Your health is more important. Don't push yourself too hard. Yu Changle smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll ask the doctor tomorrow. If everything's fine, I'll come back. After seeing off Li Mei and her sister-in-law, Yu Changle quickly washed up and got ready for bed. It's been quite a few days since autumn started, and the temperature drops at night. Lying in bed, thinking about business, Yu Changle suddenly felt a chill on her back. She frowned and looked at the hospital door. It was closed tightly, and there was no one at the glass window. Strange. Why does she suddenly feel like someone is watching her? After what happened with Qian Hongba, Yu Changle trusted her sixth sense even more. She had been in bed for several days but was actually able to get up. To recover faster, she followed the doctor's advice and stayed in bed resting whenever she could. Although this was a hospital and unlikely to have serious problems, she believed in learning from experience. This time, she wanted to check the situation herself to feel at ease. Holding back the pain from her wound, she carefully moved her steps toward the door of the ward. The corridor on the fourth floor was empty, with no one around. Yu Changle frowned. Was she just imagining things? Was she overthinking? She looked at the door again, then carefully locked it before lying back on her bed. Thinking of Bai Ling's words, that Qian Hongba refused to admit Cui Cui's case, and that no evidence at Cui Cui's home could link Qian Hongba to the crime, without Cui Cui's testimony, that villain might escape some punishment. Yu Changle thought for a moment and decided to check on Cui Cui's condition tomorrow. All the lights in the hospital ward were off except for the duty room. The corridor was silent, with no one walking around. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a woman broke the quiet night, startling Yu Changle awake. Then she heard footsteps and voices running down the corridor. What happened? She pricked up her ears. These sounds were especially clear in the quiet night, seeming to come from downstairs. The girl's screams continued nonstop, and occasionally other crying sounds could be heard. Yu Changle felt strangely familiar with the noises. Cui Cui, a heart-wrenching cry reached her ears clearly. Was it Cui Cui screaming just now? Yu Changle immediately snapped to attention, feeling worried. She got up, dressed quickly, and carefully made her way downstairs along the wall in the dark. Downstairs, only one hospital room was lit, and several patients and family members stood outside, looking alarmed. A nurse, with a serious expression, was shooing away the curious onlookers. Everyone, go back to your own rooms. Be careful not to catch a cold and make the condition worse. The crowd parted, and Yu Changle approached. She immediately saw Sister Li Mei sitting on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Auntie, what's wrong?"
she asked.
The nurse, who had been trying to disperse the crowd, was slower than Sister Li Mei. When she heard Yu Changle's voice, she quickly got up from the ground, rushed to the door of the room, grabbed her hand, and begged tearfully, "Changle, please help Cui Cui. She was acting crazy just now, shouting and crying, saying someone was trying to hurt her." She even didn't recognize me, her mother. Yu Chang'e was shocked. She remembered Li Mei saying Cui Cui had recovered well after waking up. Why did she suddenly become like this? She thought of another girl, Cui Danhong, whom Bo Ling had mentioned. Rumor had it her family had given up on treating her mental illness. She was kept in a room with a thick rope tied around her, and her meals and bathroom needs were all handled inside. She had no dignity left. If Cui Cui followed that path, things might only get worse. Li Mei wouldn't be able to stay at home caring for her all the time. What if something else happened? Yu Chang'e quickly promised, Auntie, don't worry. Take good care of Cui Cui tonight. I will definitely come tomorrow. Yu Chang'e returned to the hospital room, still hearing Cui Cui's screams now and then, feeling worried. She wasn't a psychologist, but she had studied for a master's degree in applied psychology. She hadn't yet returned all her knowledge to her teacher. According to Li Mei's previous description, Cui Cui's condition had been quite stable after waking up. Even when her mother said something to upset her, Zhang Shi had helped her calm down in time. Last night, Cui Cui didn't show any signs of stress. Why did she react so strongly tonight? Yu Chang'e organized her thoughts internally, thinking that perhaps something Sujila Cui Cui yesterday, causing her to suddenly lose control of her emotions. Currently, Cui Cui might just have psychological issues, but in this era, her Baoshan could easily be labeled as mental illness. Being confined is one thing, but if inappropriate medication is added, she might develop real health problems even if she doesn't have them. Hearing the sudden silence of screams outside the window, Yu Chang'e felt more uneasy. There was no gradual decrease in her screams. It was very likely that the medical staff directly gave her tranquilizers through injections. No. Tomorrow she must find out what Sujila Cuichi, then think of ways to calm her down. Yu Chang'e wanted to visit Cui Cui's ward early in the morning, but forgot that Cui Cui was also a patient receiving hospital treatment. Since 6 in the morning, the nurse had hung 3 large bottles of water, each 500 milliliters, and by morning, they had all been used up. The unfortunate part was that Cui Cui kept going to the bathroom repeatedly, which tired Yu Chang'e out quite a bit. After finally finishing the water, she collapsed on the bed with her eyes closed, feeling very sleepy. Last night, Cui Cui had caused a lot of trouble until late, and today she had been receiving 4 fluids. She really hadn't rested well. Just as she closed her eyes for a moment, she heard the door gently pushed open. She guessed that Li Mei had come to bring her lunch, so she mumbled drowsily, "Sister-in-law, I'm a bit sleepy. Please put the lunch there. I'll rest for a bit and then eat." The other person didn't reply, but obediently placed the food on the bedside cabinet. Soon, a rich, fragrant aroma wafted into Yu Chang'e's nose. She instinctively sniffed and realized it was chicken soup. She suddenly opened her eyes. Before she could be surprised by the chicken soup, she was first startled by the person in front of her. Chen Feng? Chen Feng smiled warmly and looked at her. "If you're sleepy, go ahead and sleep a bit more. I'll take the food to the cafeteria to heat it up if it gets cold." Yu Chang'e sat up, feeling a bit uncomfortable being cared for by someone she didn't know well. "Why are you here?" A flicker of dissatisfaction appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. It seemed he wasn't happy with her question and didn't want to come, but he was good at hiding his emotions and quickly changed to a smiling face. Last night, Li Mei indeed cooked chicken soup for Yu Chang'e at home. In reality, Li Mei took advantage of the lunchtime closing period to visit Manhwa Alley. She told Chen Feng not to trouble himself to go to the hospital to read to Cui Cui again, but Chen Feng refused and insisted on going to chat with Cui Cui himself. On their way from Manhwa Alley to the hospital, they passed a clothing store. They saw a regular customer bringing people to buy clothes, and Li Mei had to open the door despite feeling embarrassed. This delayed her from delivering food to Yu Chang'e. Yesterday, Bai Ling was also persuaded to leave by her. Seeing that Chang'e might go hungry, Chen Feng volunteered to deliver the meal for Li Mei. Li Mei was very grateful and asked him to help with this. Yu Chang'e knew Li Mei was really busy alone. She said hiring more help wouldn't be done overnight, so she nodded and said, "Thank you so much for the trouble. I can just eat at the hospital cafeteria. You don't need to make a special trip." Chen Feng smiled sincerely. It's no trouble. I was already planning to visit Suetsue anyway. When talking about Suetsue, Yu Changle had to remind him. Suetsue wasn't feeling well last night. I suggest you not visit her today, so she can rest. It's okay to visit her in a couple of days. Hearing that Suetsue was unwell, Chen Feng looked quite concerned. When I left yesterday afternoon, she was fine. What happened last night? For some reason, knowing Chen Feng was also at the hospital yesterday made Yu Changle's heart flutter a bit. She replied, maybe she had a nightmare. She suddenly lost control of her emotions and was shouting for a while. It was pretty loud, and I think the people upstairs and downstairs in the hospital heard it. Chen Feng's face stiffened. Shouting? She can talk now? Yu Changle furrowed her brow. Chen Feng's focus seemed a bit strange. She didn't tell Chen Feng what Li Mei's sister-in-law had said, but replied vaguely. It was on a different floor, so I didn't hear clearly. But if she can talk, that's normal. The doctors said she's recovering well. Chen Feng's stiff face showed a faint smile. That's good. If she can talk, it means she's gotten a lot better. I'm happy for her. Yu Changle also forced a smile. She always felt Chen Feng was a bit strange, and that their interactions were awkward. Fortunately, Chen Feng, perhaps sensing her coldness, spoke first. You eat slowly. I'll go now. Aunt Li said she'll come back tonight. Yu Changle nodded at him and said, okay, I understand. Thank you for bringing me food. Chen Feng still smiled kindly as usual and left. However, a strange thought suddenly arose in Yu Changle's mind. She felt that Chen Feng would not just leave the hospital like that. He would definitely go see Cui Cui. For some reason, once she had this thought, an inexplicable unease grew in her heart. She felt that something might happen. Chen Feng went downstairs without hesitation and headed straight to Cui Cui's hospital room. As soon as his figure appeared at the door, Cui Cui, who had been relatively calm, immediately showed a panicked expression. She tightly hugged a book with its cover torn apart and quickly hid under the blanket. Li Mei, the sister-in-law, saw Chen Feng and managed a faint smile through her tears. Chen Feng is here? Annie thought you wouldn't come today. It's good you came. It's really important that she keeps reading. She said she wouldn't read yesterday, but last night she got sick. Chen Feng pretended to be confused and asked, what's wrong with Cui Cui? Li Mei remembered last night's chaos and felt scared again. She pouted and said, she was sleeping peacefully last night, then suddenly she screamed and cried. We couldn't understand what she was shouting. She caused a fuss all night, and the doctors and nurses had to give her an injection to calm her down. This morning, she almost had another episode. The doctors didn't know why, so they just gave her an injection to keep her from fussing. It's a good thing you're here now. I think it's because she can't stop reading that book. She needs to finish it to feel better. Chen Feng, I really need your help again.
Can you do that?
Chen Feng didn't hesitate at all.
Don't worry, Auntie.
As long as Cui Cui needs me, I will stay with her. Hearing Chen Feng say this, Cui Cui trembled even more under the blanket. She wasn't crazy. She was just terrified. Near the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moonlight last night was especially bright. She woke up in a daze in the middle of the night and instinctively reached out to touch the fairy tale book on her pillow. When her hand touched the cover, she felt something strange. She opened her eyes and looked at her hand in the bright moonlight, and she was immediately shocked. The beautiful cover was somehow torn beyond recognition, especially the prince's face, which had been carved out, leaving a ragged hole. She clearly just read this book before bed, and the cover was in good condition, not like it is now. This means someone entered her hospital room after she fell asleep. A gust of night wind blew through the window, lifting the curtains. Some dirt was scattered on the windowsill, clearly visible in the moonlight. This was on the 3rd floor. Where could dirt on the windowsill come from? A bone-chilling cold spread from her feet throughout her body. Cui Cui curled up in fear, wide-eyed, looking around the dark corners of the room. The shadow with a mask in her mind seemed to be hiding somewhere, greedily watching her prey. A strand of hair fell across her eyes. Instinctively, she reached behind her ear, and that action suddenly reminded her of Chen Feng's uncomfortable behavior today. Ears are one of the most sensitive parts of a person. The rough fingertips brushed past her ear, just like the hands that pressed her onto the bed and repeatedly touched her face back then. A terrifying thought appeared in Chui's mind. Once it formed, the image of the masked shadow became clearer. She fearfully remembered struggling under him. In the dim room, her hands flailed around desperately, trying to push him away. His greedy, sinister eyes stared at her intensely, and his hands moved disgustingly over her face and neck. Suddenly, her fingers caught the edge of the mask. She yanked hard, and a face suddenly appeared before her eyes. Before she could scream, she fainted. When she woke up again, she saw her mother lying on top of her, crying loudly. Her head was pounding, and the painful memories of being harmed overwhelmed her. She remembered seeing the bad person's face but couldn't recall what it looked like anymore. Even the eyes that had stared at her with fear and anger seemed to have disappeared from her mind. But at this moment, that face perfectly matched Qinfeng's face, who had come to read to her in the afternoon. The same greedy eyes staring directly at her, which scared Cui so much she felt like her soul was leaving her body. She suddenly realized the bad person hadn't been caught. Instead, he was openly nearby, continuing to watch her. Maybe he was looking for his next chance to act. She desperately begged her mother and the doctor and nurse for help, but no one believed her. She could only wait, waiting for the person she trusted to appear, waiting for Li Mei or Yu Changxi to visit her. They would surely believe what she said. But the most frightening thing happened. The visitor was Qinfeng. Qinfeng was talking to Li Mei's sister-in-law, but his eyes kept flickering toward the hospital bed. The thin blanket clearly outlined a human shape, and upon closer look, she could see the person under the blanket trembling. Qinfeng frowned, guessing something. He said to Li Mei's sister-in-law, "Auntie, you don't look well. You probably didn't sleep well last night.
Why don't you go home and rest?"
"I'll stay here this afternoon. After dinner, I'll come back and take over. I want to read to Tsue." As soon as he finished speaking, the blanket on the bed started shaking more and more violently. Li Mei's sister-in-law, who was turned away from the bed, didn't notice any of this. She only thought Qinfeng was a kind and caring young man. He hadn't disliked her family's Tsue and had helped a lot since the incident. "Feng, Tsue isn't feeling well. I just want to sleep, but I can't. I appreciate your kindness, but I need to go back and get some clean clothes and food stamps. The ones I brought to the hospital are almost used up." Qinfeng nodded. "Don't worry, go home and rest a bit. Come back later. If Tsue has another attack tonight, it will be hard for you." Li Mei's sister-in-law was touched and took his hand. "Then I'll leave Tsue in your care this afternoon. I'll be back soon." "Oh, what's wrong with your hand?" Qinfeng quickly pulled his hand back without showing any emotion and replied calmly, "It's nothing. A few days ago, I was bitten by a stray dog." Li Mei's sister-in-law looked worried. "That's serious. I heard dog bites can cause rabies. You should go to the quarantine station and ask if you need shots." Qinfeng casually replied, "I've already been there."
"Don't worry, Auntie."
Li Mei's sister-in-law believed him and told Tsue, who was hiding under the blanket, that she was leaving, then went home. The ward was quiet for a moment. "Come out and get some fresh air. Don't stay cooped up." Qinfeng's voice was very gentle, but it made Tsue shiver. She didn't dare to expose him in front of Li Mei's sister-in-law. He was so good at pretending. Over the past few days, her mother had praised Qinfeng countless times for being such a good person. She was worried Qinfeng might lose control and do something harmful to her mother. She could only try to pretend she remembered nothing and get through this time. As long as Li Mei or Yu Changxi came, there would be hope. She heard Qinfeng's words, but didn't want to get out of bed to face him. With a loud bang, the door of the ward closed. Cui trembled all over upon hearing the sound, clutching her blanket even tighter. But in the next second, a force snatched the blanket from her hands and ruthlessly pulled it away.
Terrified, Cui looked up.
Qinfeng, with a cold expression, threw the blanket he had taken onto the foot of the bed and said calmly, "I'm talking to you. You're not even showing your face. That's very rude." Chun Feng's sudden change in attitude made Cui Cui feel very uneasy. Could he have already realized she remembered something? Without giving her time to think, Chen Feng sat beside her. His rough hands reached out again, grabbing her face and turning it toward him. Have you remembered? His voice was still gentle but icy cold. Cui Cui stared at him in fear, shaking her head hard. A faint smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips. Stop pretending. I know you can talk. A shock ran through Cui Cui's heart. Was Chen Feng trying to trick her? His grip tightened a little. If you don't want your mother to get into trouble, stop playing tricks on me. At that moment, Cui Cui finally understood. Her disguise had been completely seen through by Chen Feng. He was unrestrained in saying this, threatening her mother's safety to force her to reveal the truth. As expected, Cui Cui hesitated only briefly before trembling and asking What do you want to do? See, it's easier to talk this way. Hearing her speak, Chen Feng showed a knowing smile. I give you 2 choices. 1, marry me. 2, I will kill you and your mother. Cui Cui stared at him with wide eyes, unable to believe someone could say such cruel words so casually. If she didn't marry him, he would kill her whole family? But making her marry this monster. Cui Cui instinctively shook her head fiercely. No, no way. Don't even dream of making me marry you. Chen Feng didn't get angry, but smiled instead. He picked up the tattered book from beside his pillow. If you don't want to marry me, then you want to marry Yu Changxi, right? Before Cui Cui could the book back from his hand, a sudden slap landed on her face. Smack. Chen Feng licked his lips, clenched his teeth, and spat out 2 words through his clenched teeth. Just 1 meeting, and you've already fallen for me? Do you really think you're a princess and a prince from a fairy tale? How funny. Li Cui Cui, have you forgotten how you used to flirt with me and secretly promised to be with me forever?
Cui Cui was stunned.
Chun Feng's words hit her like a thunderbolt. She completely couldn't remember ever dating Chen Feng, let alone promising to be with him forever. You're lying.
I didn't do that.
Smack. Another loud slap struck Cui Cui's face. Now you like someone else and deny it, right?
Bah.
A flirtatious woman. Even if you wanted to marry me now, I wouldn't want you. Chun Feng's expression grew fierce. I thought if you woke up and agreed to live honestly with me, I'd let you go. But no, on your first day of waking up, you already like a pretty boy. I knew women like you are no good. Hearing his crazy words, Cui Cui realized Chen Feng was truly mad. Terrified, Cui Cui tried to get up from the bed and run out, but Chen Feng grabbed her and threw her to the ground forcefully. In the next second, Chen Feng took a fruit knife from the drawer, the cold blade pressed against Cui Cui's neck. If you don't want to die right now, be quiet. Cui Cui held her breath. Tears of fear couldn't stop falling from her eyes, but she dared not make a sound. Her pale face, panicked eyes, and shining tears made her look as fragile as a delicate white flower that would evoke pity. Chun Feng stared obsessively at her face, which he had shared countless nights within the darkness. He couldn't help swallowing hard. The cold blade slowly slid down her neck, easily unbuttoning the first button of her shirt, revealing a shocking expanse of white skin. Lie down on the bed. Cui Cui instinctively clutched her open collar, but under Chen Feng's threat with the knife, she had no choice but to return to the bed.
Chen Feng, you can leave now.
I promise I won't tell anyone about this. I won't report you to the police either. Cui Cui struggled desperately, trying to awaken a bit of conscience in Chen Feng. Promise? Ha ha. Chen Feng laughed wildly, as if he had heard the biggest joke of all. What do you take me for? Only dead people can keep secrets. Afraid he might really hurt her, Tsuetsue quickly shouted, if I die, you won't escape either. So many eyes are watching you come in. The police will be the first to catch you. Chun Feng's relaxed tone seemed like he was teasing a doomed prey. So, I definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to kill you in the hospital. Later, when your mom comes back, just tell her you're fine and ask her to get you discharged so you can go home. I'll go with you and help move things back to Tunghua Alley. If you behave and make me happy, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you live a few more days. But if you don't listen to me, when your mom arrives, I'll kill both of you immediately. Hearing Chen Feng's cruel words, Tsuetsue felt like she had fallen into an icy pit. She had already died once, so it wasn't scary anymore. But what about her mom? Was she really forced to obey this monster? Endure shame and live a miserable life, or instantly become a ghost under the knife? Chun Feng's tone shifted, and a smile crept up his face. Before your mom comes back, you still have time to think.
Right now.
I'll help you remember our sweet past. Don't move. The knife isn't very sharp. Tsuetsue's body was covered in cold sweat as the icy blade pressed against her waist. Seeing Chun Feng's face getting closer, with hot, murky breath blowing on her face, she could only tightly close her eyes and wait for the worst. Suddenly, loud knocking on the door broke the silence. Chun Feng furrowed his brows, straightened up, and looked cautiously toward the door. Normally, Tsuetsue's mom shouldn't be back so soon. He turned to Tsuetsue, who was breathing heavily, and warned, "Whoever it is, if you make a sound, I'll stab them right away." Seeing the fierce look in his eyes, Tsuetsue nodded silently. Chun Feng then put on his usual smiling face, got up, and went to open the door, but kept his hand with the fruit knife in his pocket. As soon as he opened the door, his eyes lit up. "You Changle?" After Chun Feng left, Yu Changle felt uneasy, like a drum was beating in her chest. She decided to go downstairs to check, feeling more at ease once she saw Tsuetsue's room door was closed. But as she went downstairs and knocked on the door, her worry grew more urgent. Seeing her, Yu Changle felt both surprised and not surprised. "Didn't I say I'd come to visit Tsuetsue in a few days?" she asked reasonably. Chun Feng smiled easily and said, "When I went downstairs, I ran into Auntie. She said she was going home to get some clean clothes and food stamps and asked me to watch over Tsuetsue. But you, why are you here too?" Yu Changle glanced at Tsuetsue on the hospital bed. She didn't say anything, but her expression showed she was a bit scared. "I promised Annie I'd come to chat with Tsuetsue when I had free time. Is it inconvenient for you?" Chun Feng moved aside happily. "No, it's fine." I read to Tsuetsue. "If you come, we can all chat together. It's more lively with more people, and I won't have to talk alone." Seeing how smoothly he responded and how calm he looked, Yu Changle temporarily pushed aside her uneasy feelings and walked toward Tsuetsue. "Tsuetsue, hello. I am Yu Changshi's sister. My name is Yu Changle. We are neighbors in this building." Yu Changle smiled warmly and joked with Tsuetsue, hoping to make her feel less shy around strangers. But Tsuetsue only looked at her nervously, then kept glancing at Chun Feng behind her. Her lips were pressed tightly, and she still seemed unable to speak. Yu Changle thought she had been like this since she screamed last night, and she felt a bit worried. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the door of the ward close again behind her. She frowned and asked, "Why did you close the door?" Chun Feng slowly walked over. Tsuetsue said it was noisy outside, and she couldn't hear the reading clearly. Yu Changle's face changed instantly, and she asked seriously, "Tsuetsue can't talk. How does she tell you she's annoyed by the noise?" Chun Feng was really strange. Even if Sister Li Mei asked him to watch Tsuetsue, it was basic manners not to close the door when a man and a woman are alone in a room. At this moment, Yu Changle's thoughts were simple. She had long suspected that Chun Feng's feelings for Tsuetsue weren't just friendship. It's normal to like her, but he shouldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. Tsuetsue looked nervously at Chun Feng's face, afraid that Yu Changle's words would anger him. But Chun Feng was stronger than she thought. He kept a calm face and said, "Tsuetsue and I have been good friends for many years. She can understand what I mean just by a look. No need for words." He spoke as he sat down on a small wooden stool beside Tsuetsue's bed, casually picked up a book, and said to Yu Changle with a relaxed tone, "You two chat. I'll continue reading in a while." Currently, Yu Changle has a poor impression of Chun Feng. Aside from the day she took Tsuetsue to the hospital for emergency treatment, when things were urgent and she didn't interact much, every subsequent encounter with him has made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. She considers herself not a harsh person. In her previous life, she dealt with many different clients, but none made her feel as uneasy or oppressed as Chun Feng does. However, She also knows she shouldn't interfere with others' right to make friends just because of her personal feelings about Chinfeng. Yu Chang'e pushes these trivial thoughts aside. After all, her main purpose here is to comfort Tsue, which is the most important thing. She smiles and sits on the other side of Tsue's hospital bed. Instead of mentioning her screams last night, she talks about her clothing store. Tsue, I want to discuss something with you today. Do you think you can help? Here's the thing, I and your aunt opened a clothing store on Shunqing Street. Business is okay. Since I had surgery and am in the hospital, your aunt is busy and can't handle everything alone. So, we're planning to hire another staff member. Your aunt says you're lively and cheerful, good at talking to people. I want to ask your opinion. Once you're better, would you be interested in helping out at the store? Yu Chang'e intentionally says the store is a partnership with Li Mei, so Tsue will think she's helping a relative and won't feel embarrassed to ask for her help. Tsue is surprised to hear this. She thought Yu Chang'e was here to comfort her on her aunt's behalf, but she didn't expect her to talk about work. Seeing her pause, Yu Chang'e doesn't show any resistance and continues. I know it might be hard for a high school student like you to work at a small business. But your aunt told me your grades are excellent. You didn't take the college entrance exam to earn money and support your family sooner. I even feel it's a pity. Since that's the case, why not work at our store temporarily? Just handle sales, greet customers when they come, and when there are no customers, read or review your studies. Aim to take the college entrance exam next year. Yuzhou Normal University is good. Changxi said they even give a monthly living allowance. If that's not enough, you can work part-time on weekends to help with family expenses. Isn't that great? Last night, Yu Chang'e thought all evening about how to rekindle Tsue's hope for life. She decided to start from what matters most to her. A girl who has been diligent and excellent in her studies since childhood would never willingly give up the college entrance exam to work as a factory girl. The main reason she is forced to change her life path is the pressure to earn money to support her family. Once she solves this problem, she would happily go to university, like Changxi. Going to university is the only way to truly change her fate and lift her out of her current difficult life. Indeed, after hearing Yu Chang'e's plan for her, Chui's eyes lit up. She never expected such good fortune could come her way. If she could get into Yuzhou Normal University, close to home, with financial aid, and even work part-time at Changxi's shop, studying with Changxi. Suddenly, a cough from the other side of the bed interrupted her joyful thoughts, and Chui's expression dimmed instantly. On that side, Chinfeng chuckled and said, getting into college isn't that easy. Many people who focus on studying still can't get in. How can she manage to study and work at the same time? Besides, girls who graduate from high school already have a good education. Any factory in Jinbo City would take her. After university, she would still need a job. Wasting years just to end up with nothing better? Maybe she won't do any better than others. I'm just thinking for Chui. If she spends time and effort and still can't get in, it would ruin her chances of finding a good job. He finished speaking confidently and looked meaningfully at Chui. Chui, do you think I'm right? Chui shivered under his sharp gaze and nervously nodded her head. Yu Chang'e's description of her future was so wonderful that she almost forgot her life was still in others' hands. She felt unqualified to dream about the future. Seeing their interaction, Yu Chang'e frowned. This didn't seem like friends. She felt Chui was clearly afraid of Chinfeng. Yu Chang'e couldn't let Chui listen to Chinfeng's narrow-minded words and continued. If you're worried about falling behind in your studies, Changxi comes home every weekend. I can ask him to give you extra lessons. Study hard for a year, and you'll definitely get in next year. Chinfeng slammed his book onto the bedside table, looking unhappy. Chui already said she doesn't want to take the college entrance exam. Why do you keep forcing her? He kept mentioning Yu Changxi repeatedly. Could it be that only Yu Changxi is good in this world? Seeing him finally drop his naive and honest look, Yu Chang'e felt relieved. She had always thought Chinfeng was wearing a mask, and his current aggressive attitude seemed more like the real him. Yu Chang'e was no longer polite. When did she say she didn't want to participate? Was it another look you read? Like she wants to close the door? Chinfeng, I remind you, Even if you and Suetsue are good friends, you can only give suggestions. Life decisions are up to her. Don't interfere too much in her life. Do you understand the word boundaries? Chun Feng's face visibly turned red, but not from shame. He was angry because Yu Chang'e had provoked him. As an outsider, why does she have the right to criticize him and Suetsue? Like Yu Chang'e, she is self-righteous and looks down on him for being uneducated, never having gone to high school, only working in a silk factory collecting scrap and selling it on the black market. Does she think the workers in the silk factory who went to high school are good people? Those men gather and talk about things. Their lustful eyes only focus on the female workers. They are full of bad intentions, only thinking about hitting on the female workers. If Suetsue went into the silk factory, surrounded by wolves, would she be safe? Maybe she would be tricked and harmed someday. He had warned her not to go to the silk factory, but she insisted on going to find work. Since she wouldn't listen, he had no choice but to act first, making her unable to refuse him. Chun Feng slowly stood up, his tall figure blocking the sunlight coming through the window, casting a large shadow over Yu Chang'e and Suetsue. Just as he moved his hand from his pocket, Suetsue on the hospital bed suddenly shouted loudly, "Chang'e,
Run.
Before Yu Chang'e could react, Chun Feng grabbed Suetsue's neck, pressing a sharp knife against her throat, and said fiercely, "I told you not to speak. Did you think my words were just wind? Fine, I'll show you what happens when you disobey." He completely tore off his mask, looking ferocious as he shouted at Yu Chang'e, "If you don't want her to die in front of you, come over immediately." Yu Chang'e was stunned. What was Chun Feng doing? Chui's tears streamed down her face as she desperately shook her head at Yu Chang'e. She couldn't listen to Chun Feng. If Yu Chang'e really came over, she would only die together with her at Chun Feng's hands. She was grateful for the help from Yu Chang'e and her brother. Her life was already like this. She couldn't harm others anymore. Deep down, she even secretly felt that dying like this was better. The thought of submitting to this evil man's control and living a life of cowardice was not worth it. Moreover, once Yu Chang'e escaped and reported to the police, her mother would be safe, and she wouldn't have any worries. That unfulfilled dream of going to university. She would just have to wait for another life to fulfill it. Chui made up her mind to die. Taking advantage of Chun Feng's moment of unawareness, she suddenly grabbed the knife handle tightly and stabbed herself in the neck. Yu Chang'e shouted in alarm, watching helplessly as the knife pierced Chui's neck. Immediately, hot blood burst out, splashing all over Chun Feng's face and body, making his already fierce face look even more terrifying. Chun Feng instinctively drew his knife in shock, and blood gushed from the wound. Yu Chang'e couldn't think too much. She rushed forward and pressed down Chui's bleeding wound, shouting loudly, "Doctor! Doctor!" The doctors and nurses heard the cry and rushed in. They found the door locked from inside. Through the glass window, they saw the bloody, horrifying scene. They panicked immediately, searching for keys and calling the police. Yu Chang'e looked up and urgently shouted at Chun Feng, "Let the doctor in. She needs to stop the bleeding immediately." Chun Feng's previously fierce face disappeared, replaced by visible shock and panic. He stared blankly at Chui, whose eyes were beginning to lose focus from blood loss, and muttered, "She wasn't killed by me. I didn't mean to really kill her. I was just scaring her." Yu Chang'e's eyes reddened with urgency. "Open the door and let the doctor in. If we're too late, she'll die." That word death suddenly stirred Chun Feng. He became emotionally agitated, waving the knife around. "No. If they come in, they'll definitely take me to the police station. I didn't kill her, I didn't." Yu Chang'e didn't have time to be afraid. She shouted loudly, trying to wake him up, "Aren't you fond of Chui? I know you like her. Do you really want to see her die? I'll testify for you. I swear, I didn't kill her. Is that okay? Let the doctor come in to save the person. I will be your hostage, and I promise not to hurt you. Is that okay?" At this moment, someone took the keys and opened the door to the ward. However, The medical staff at the door dared not enter easily and could only stand outside, continuously trying to soothe Chinfeng. "We are doctors. We only want to save lives, not hurt anyone. Let us come in first to stop the bleeding of the patient. Her blood is flowing too much. She needs to be taken to the emergency room for blood transfusion and rescue. If we wait too long, it will be too late." Seeing that Chui's face was losing its color, Yu Chanlo was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. She looked up and begged, "Chinfeng, please let the doctors rescue Chui. I will stay here as your hostage, okay?" Chinfeng, who was already in a dazed state, looked down. The crying face of Yu Chanlo and Chui's deathly pale face merged in his mind. It was as if he saw Chui crying and begging him. For a moment, he also burst into tears. Tears mixed with the blood on his face, forming streaks of bright red blood tears. "Okay, you stay, and let them take Chui away." Yu Chanlo was so excited that she didn't notice Chinfeng's sudden low mood, only shouting at the doctors outside, "That's enough. Come in quickly and take Chui for rescue." The medical staff, having received permission, hurried inside and carried Chui to the emergency room. There were still many fearless patients and family members watching outside. When they saw Chinfeng covered in blood and looking like a ghost, they were so frightened that they quickly ran back to their wards and locked the doors. Suddenly, the place was empty and the noise decreased sharply. Chinfeng's emotions seemed to be more stable than before. Just like before, he used a knife to control Yu Chanlo, as if controlling her. "Let's go, close the door." After closing the door, Chinfeng pushed Yu Chanlo back to the window area. He didn't speak, only gasped heavily. Yu Chanlo gathered her focus and tried to persuade him. "Chinfeng, calm down first.
Things are not as bad as you think."
"I'm not lying to you. I can really testify. I saw that it wasn't you who stabbed her." After a moment of silence, Chinfeng's voice came back, lifeless. "It's useless. I'm done for.
Kui will never forgive me.
I can never be with her again." Yu Changle carefully comforted him. "How can that be? Chui was just scared. She knows you didn't stab her. You're good friends, and she will forgive you."
"Then,
can she forgive me for forcing her that day?" The cold blade pressed harder against Yu Changle's neck. A chill spread through her body as a frightening thought appeared in her mind.
No.
She was wrong all along. She thought Chinfeng only liked Chui secretly, which caused his inappropriate actions and words. Because he had stepped in to take Chui to the hospital, she had assumed he was a good person. Even when his words and behavior later made her uncomfortable, she never considered him as a bad person. Thinking of Bai Ling's case details and the two cases Qian Hongba refused to admit, she instinctively looked down at Chinfeng's hand holding the knife. A noticeable scar and bite mark were clearly visible on his palm. Yu Changle felt cold inside. It seemed Chinfeng was not just acting out of impulse, but truly had criminal intent. To calm Chinfeng and give herself some room to maneuver, Yu Changle lied with a clear conscience. "Of course, as long as you sincerely apologize to Chui, she will forgive you." "Really?" Chinfeng's expression flickered uncertainly. He wanted to believe Yu Changle, but deep down, he knew it was impossible. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yu Changle seized the opportunity. She grabbed his wrist with both hands, trying to wrest the knife away, and suddenly pushed him over her shoulder, aiming to throw him down. But just as she exerted force, her chest, wounded from surgery, suddenly throbbed with pain. Her vision blurred, and her body went limp. In the next second, Chinfeng, reacting quickly from his surprise attack, raised his knife hand in anger and stabbed toward Yu Changle's neck. Yu Changle saw the knife's tip glinting coldly as it headed straight for her neck. At the last moment, the knife suddenly changed direction, and Chinfeng, along with the knife, was thrown forward. A tall figure quickly jumped in from the window behind, landing steadily in front of Yu Changle. The next moment, he stepped on Chinfeng's hand, which was holding a knife. There was a loud cracking sound, and Chinfeng let out a sharp cry as his finger was broken. Yu Changle stared in shock at Meng Jiuan, who was dressed in military uniform. This was the third floor, yet he entered through the window. Meng Jiuan's eyes were cold and fierce. He looked down at Chen Feng with anger, radiating a huge pressure that made it hard to breathe, as if he was about to tear Chen Feng apart. Chen Feng struggled and turned his head in fear, looking at Meng Jiuan as if he were a divine being. Before he could beg for mercy, Meng Jiuan kicked him unconscious. No one expected how furious Meng Jiuan was at this moment. God knows how long he prayed outside the emergency room, hoping for help, and with the selfless blood donations from the people, he managed to save Yu Chang'e. But he arrived half a day late, and Yu Chang'e was almost harmed by this villain. Enraged, Meng Jiuan didn't plan to let Chen Feng go. He grabbed Chen Feng from the ground and punched him repeatedly in the face. Chen Feng's face was soon disfigured, blood everywhere. Seeing Chen Feng beaten into a bloody mess, Yu Chang'e worried that Meng Jiuan might get into trouble, so she quickly stopped him. Meng Jiuan, stop hitting him. Although her voice was soft, it reached Meng Jiuan's ears and awakened his reason. He threw the unconscious Chen Feng aside like a rag and hurried to check on Yu Chang'e. I'm sorry, I was too angry and forgot to ask how you are. He carefully held Yu Chang'e in his arms, full of concern, and hurriedly apologized. Yu Chang'e looked at Meng Jiuan's face, which she hadn't seen in a long time, and smiled faintly. You saved me again. This feeling was really wonderful. It was as if, the moment she saw Meng Jiuan, her heart calmed down. Whether in her past life or this one, she had never seen anyone as her support, not even Meng Jiuan. But she had to admit that every time she was in danger, Meng Jiuan was her strongest support. Seeing her so weak but still smiling at him, the brave man's nose twitched with emotion. I was late. Originally, Meng Jiuan was planning to report and leave the team right after yesterday's competition. However, because he led the team to achieve excellent results, the next morning he had to attend an award ceremony and the senior officials did not approve his leave. He hurriedly waited until the ceremony was over, didn't even have lunch, and immediately went to ask for leave from the officials. Then he rushed to the hospital. As soon as Meng Jiuan entered the hospital ward, he sensed something was wrong. The hospital was not as quiet as usual. Instead, there were people walking around everywhere, making a lot of noise, which made him feel uneasy. When he rushed to the 4th floor and reached Yu Chang'e's ward, he found it empty. He grabbed a frightened nurse and asked, only to learn that the patient in room 404 had been taken hostage by bad people, and they were now both locked in a ward on the 3rd floor. This was shocking to Meng Jiuan. He forced himself to stay calm and observe the situation on the 3rd floor. He saw the criminals and Yu Chang'e leaning by the window, far from the door. If he barged in through the front door directly, he couldn't guarantee Yu Chang'e's safety from that distance. So, Meng Jiuan quickly decided to hang down from the 4th floor window, kicking the criminal away from Yu Chang'e with one foot. This required incredible arm strength and body control, but these were not problems for Meng Jiuan. He just needed to control his anxiety and stay calm, and he would surely succeed. In fact, he did succeed. Yu Chang'e was now lying safely in his arms, and at that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of peace. The police who responded to the call arrived quickly. Seeing Chen Feng's terrible condition, they initially thought he was the victim. After learning the situation from Meng Jiuan, they could only keep Chen Feng in another ward for treatment and questioning later. Given Chen Feng's current condition, it wouldn't be humane to treat him harshly during the investigation. As for whether Meng Jiuan needed to use such force to save someone, that would be decided after Chen Feng woke up and was questioned. After a doctor examined Yu Chang'e, they found that her recently healed wound had reopened due to her exertion. Fortunately, the injury wasn't too serious. With emergency treatment, she just needed to rest in the hospital for a while to recover. However, Yu Chang'e was getting bored staying in the hospital. When she returned to the military compound, she could still take walks in the small yard or help out at the clothing shop. But why leave her alone in the hospital? This time, she absolutely refused to cooperate. The doctor spoke seriously to her. If your wound opens up, it can be serious or minor. Although it's just part of the healing process, you need to watch for signs of infection or inflammation. Who can guarantee your safety when you go home? She remembered that this patient was usually cooperative, so why is she now insisting on leaving the hospital? The doctor looked suspiciously at Meng Jian, who was standing close to Yu Changle's bed. Seeing his eager gaze fixed on Yu Changle, the doctor frowned. Let me make this clear. Your wound, whether you leave now or later, you can't do any heavy activities for a short time. No intimacy either. It seemed like he was talking to Yu Changle, but his eyes kept darting toward Meng Jian, as if he was a hungry wolf waiting to swallow the little white rabbit. Suddenly hearing the doctor mention intimacy, both Meng Jian and Yu Changle blushed deeply. What intimacy? They hadn't even thought about that. But after the doctor's reminder, their eyes flickered nervously. Their already red faces turned even redder, as if they might bleed. Meng Jian, feeling shy, was also pondering the doctor's words. A short time. How long exactly? Of course, he only wanted to follow the doctor's instructions carefully and take good care of Yu Changle. There was no other meaning behind it. Seeing that her reason for leaving the hospital was misunderstood, Yu Changle felt even more embarrassed, unable to lift her head. She wanted to explain, but couldn't find the words. She could only show her agreement by staying in the hospital, proving she had no such thoughts. Although the doctor's strict prohibition was tempting, Meng Jian firmly supported Yu Changle staying for treatment. Nothing was more important than her safety. As for everything else, they were still young, and there was plenty of time ahead. The next day, good news came. Cui, who had been rescued by the doctor and survived, had woken up. However, her throat was badly injured, so she couldn't speak for now. With Yu Changle's testimony and the bite mark on Qin Feng's hand, Qin Feng had no way to escape this time. If he didn't want to face harsher punishment, his only option was to honestly admit all his crimes. If he dared to lie or deny everything, once Cui regained her ability to speak, he would face an even heavier sentence. Yu Changle wanted to visit Cui, but Meng Jian, like a loyal guard dog, kept her restrained on the hospital bed. Even when she needed to use the bathroom, he blushed and carried her to the door. Besides that, he wouldn't let her move anywhere else. Yu Changle tried to resist, but Meng Jian used the doctor's advice as an excuse. To get discharged sooner, she had no choice but to obey. Meng Jian took a week off work to carefully take care of Yu Changle. But he never expected that when they were alone, he would become so nervous, completely losing his usual calm and steadiness. Instead, he blushed and his heart raced like a young man experiencing love for the first time. Because of this, he didn't dare to start a conversation with her. During the day, they often just stared at each other in silence, making Yu Changle feel very frustrated. If there was no one else, it wouldn't be so awkward. But in the hospital room, there was a noticeable presence sitting properly, which made the silence even more uncomfortable. Yu Changle wanted to chat casually, but didn't know what kind of mood Meng Jian was in. When they looked at each other, his face turned red, and he started finding things to do. Peeling apples, pears, tangerines. All of which he did repeatedly. Every time Yu Changle wanted to speak, he would stuff a fruit into her mouth.
Who could stand that?
It really made Yu Changle feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, after each workday, Li Mei would come to talk about the business situation. This became the only joy during her hospital stay. Today, Li Mei brought good news. Changla clothing store had hired a new salesperson, a military family member, Qiu Rou, niece of Qi Dongyu from the first courtyard. Qiu Rou's education wasn't very high. She only finished middle school. But she looked delicate and pretty, just as her name suggested, soft and charming, with a sweet voice. As relatives of her aunt and uncle, Qi Dongyu's family should have found her a proper job in a factory through connections. But when she heard that Changla clothing store was hiring, she insisted that her aunt ask Li Mei to give her a trial. On the day she came to the store, Qiu Rou was dressed beautifully, clearly putting a lot of effort into her appearance. Li Mei thought this showed she valued the job, which made her quite satisfied. Plus, the girl had a sweet smile and was good at talking, charming many customers and making them smile. That day, sales actually increased quite a bit. Since Li Mei trusted her and she was a familiar military family member from the courtyard, Yu Changle had no objections. Next to her, Meng Jian, who was focused on peeling fruit, unconsciously frowned.
Chi Dong-yu's niece.
Yu Changel didn't notice his change in expression. She happily chatted with Li Mei and also shared her advice for Cui Cui, making Li Mei so happy she almost wanted to hug her and spin around. Of course, under Meng Jian's strict watch, she could only hold Yu Changel's hand tightly and keep thanking her. Yu Changel entrusted the hiring task to Li Mei. Li Mei felt it was a big responsibility and secretly decided to find a reliable and capable person for the shop. To avoid trouble, she wouldn't consider hiring her own relatives. Actually, Chi Ro from Chi Dongyu's family was quite good. Could Cui Cui's family be any worse? Standing at 1.65 meters, she looked confident and graceful. Her round face lit up with a cheerful smile. She had finished high school and was capable in every way, except for one unlucky thing. Li Mei, feeling happy, suddenly remembered the troublesome matter, and her face froze. She nervously said, "Changel, I am very grateful that you are helping Cui Cui, but, Cui Cui. I worry that people will gossip, and it might affect your shop."
Li Mei's worries weren't they unfounded.
Before, Cui Cui had hidden at home, not going out, and was driven to take pills and attempt suicide because of these rumors. Now, Chen Feng was arrested, Cui Cui was alive, but she still had a terrifying wound on her neck. Who knew how much more these rumors would spread? Not to mention, Chen Feng's family definitely wouldn't let this go easily. To protect their reputation, they might smear Cui Cui even more. I saw Chen Feng's sister-in-law last time. She didn't seem like someone who would give up easily. After hearing her worries, Yu Changel straightened her expression and said seriously, "Sister-in-law, I asked Cui Cui to help at the shop not only because we need someone, but also to help her regain confidence to live well again. In this matter, Cui Cui did nothing wrong. Those scary rumors are like springs. If you weaken, they strengthen. If you care about them, they can hurt you. If you ignore them, they become nothing. The more people gossip, the more Cui Cui needs to live proudly and confidently. Not just to show those people, but to live for herself, to live a wonderful, beautiful life. Once she reaches the top of her life, looking back at those who only gossip is like looking at a muddy swamp at the foot of a mountain. Their dirt can no longer stain her, nor can they hurt her even a little." Li Mei was deeply moved by Yu Changel's words. She wanted to remember them and tell Cui Cui, encouraging her to live her life bravely, just as Yu Changel said. Afraid she might forget, she quickly said goodbye to the young couple and rushed to Cui Cui's hospital room. In no time, only Yu Changel and Meng Jian remained in the room. Yu Changel was now in a regular ward that allowed family members to stay. Meng Jian, without hesitation, set up a wire bed beside her bed, clearly indicating he wouldn't leave overnight. Sitting by her bed, Meng Jian was lost in thought, staring at Yu Changel with intense eyes. He had never known Yu Changel could speak such inspiring words. She was like a treasure. Each time he got closer, he discovered a new surprise. Yu Changel felt uncomfortable under Meng Jian's passionate gaze. She thought the room was getting too hot, especially with the extra wire bed making the space cramped. She even felt she was almost pressed against Meng Jian. "Could you please help me open the window to let in some air?" she asked shyly. Meng Jian immediately stood up obediently and carefully opened a small in the window. The night breeze was cool, and it was easy to catch a cold. I also want to wash up." Yu Changel hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Since the nurse knew her husband was there to keep her company, she seemed to pass the task of helping her wash to Meng Jian. She couldn't carry water herself. Though embarrassed, she had no choice but to ask him. She couldn't just avoid washing forever and wait until she smelled bad. Meng Jian agreed quickly, took a basin and towel, and went to get hot water. He skillfully wrung out the towel, but when it came to handing it to Yu Changel, he hesitated. He tightly clenched the towel in his hand, heart pounding. Should he help her wipe, or just hand it to her so she could do it herself? Yu Changel didn't think much. Seeing Meng Jian not handing her the towel but standing there staring blankly, she reminded him, "Thanks, just give it to me. If I take the towel again, it'll get cold." Meng Jiwen snapped out of his daze, blushed deeply, and handed her the towel. Yu Changel looked at him suspiciously twice. Why was he blushing again? She spread out the towel. As soon as she lifted her hand, a sharp pain shot through her freshly stitched wound. She couldn't help but cry out, ouch. Meng Jiwen quickly took the towel from her, his eyes full of concern. Let me do it. Before Yu Changel could react, the warm towel was already placed on her face. Meng Jiwen's movements were surprisingly gentle, as if he was carefully cleaning a delicate piece of porcelain. Through the thin towel, his long fingers touched Yu Changel's cheek. The soft, smooth feeling made him startle, and his fingertips trembled slightly. Yu Changel froze like she had been struck by an acupuncture needle, staying still. The towel's warmth moved across her skin as Meng Jiwen wiped, feeling hot and itchy. Every spot he touched felt intensely warm. She quickly looked down, pretending to examine the red words printed on the bedsheet, trying to ignore the fluttering in her heart. Meng Jiwen, who seemed calm on the outside, was actually nervous too. His heart pounded loudly, almost jumping out of his throat. The more he told himself to stay calm, the more anxious he became. His eyes carefully moved along the towel as it gently touched Yu Changel's face, over her smooth forehead, her thick, curled eyelashes, her rosy cheeks, her small, cute nose, and her lips, which looked as charming as a rose. Meng Jiwen couldn't help but stare. His hand paused at her lips, feeling the air around him grow thin. His breathing became rapid. He suddenly stopped moving. Yu Changel, who had been holding her breath unconsciously, tensed up immediately. She didn't know what would happen next, and her heart beat wildly with nervousness. The whole ward seemed to freeze. The hot air was filled with a subtle, romantic tension. All she could see was Meng Jiwen's Adam's apple moving up and down. Suddenly, he leaned in closer. The strong male scent made Yu Changel's eyelashes flutter nervously. Her misty eyes looked like they might spill tears, and she instinctively wanted to dodge. Don't move. Meng Jiwen's voice was hoarse. His hot breath brushed against her face, feeling like a burning fire. His nose gently touched Yu Changel's nose. The cool sensation was like dropping an ice cube into hot water. It couldn't cool down but instead made his body tingle with excitement. The awkward feeling in the air grew uncontrollable, like being hypnotized. Yu Changel, acting on impulse, closed her eyes and tried to control her trembling body, waiting for what might happen next. Seeing her beautiful face so close and smelling her sweet scent in the air, Meng Jiwen couldn't hold back any longer and leaned in to kiss her. Yu Changel, how are you feeling today? Suddenly, a voice came from the hospital door, startling both of them, who quickly moved apart. Yu Changel gasped in pain. Hiss. Meng Jiwen hurriedly bent down to support her, worried that he had moved too much and hurt her again. At the door was Dr. Wang, who had asked Yu Changel to stay in the hospital. She frowned and pushed up her glasses. Shouldn't you be feeling better? Is your wound still hurting? Yu Changel didn't dare lift her head and whispered, It doesn't hurt anymore. I just moved a little too much earlier. Maybe I pulled it. Moved a little too much? Dr. Wang looked suspiciously at the two of them. They looked flushed, which seemed strange. What exactly did you two do? Why did you move so much? Yu Changel wished she could bury her face in the blanket. She was too embarrassed to tell the doctor what almost happened. Seeing Yu Changel silent, Dr. Wang turned her gaze to Meng Jiwen, who was stiff and red-faced like a tree trunk. She clicked her tongue. This guy was even more obvious. His whole face was flushed. From her experience, she understood everything now. She patiently advised, Didn't I tell you before? No big moves for a short time, not even couples intimacy. I know you're young and full of energy and normal physical needs are natural, but right now the patient is in a special period. Just hold on, young man. Do you hear me? You must hold on. Meng Jiwen, caught in the spotlight, looked embarrassed like a cooked shrimp. He never thought that even the tough, cold-faced squad leader in the army could blush so much she couldn't lift her head. Seeing Dr. Wang open her mouth again, worried she might say something embarrassing, Meng Jiwen could only nod stiffly, accepting this difficult situation in silence. Dr. Wang was worried and carefully explained again the bad effects to the two of them. They listened with their ears burning, feeling like ants being roasted in a hot pan. Finally, when the doctor left and the lights went out, neither dared to mention the intimate moment that had just happened, as if nothing had occurred. The next morning, Yu Changle, who had just fallen asleep after a sleepless night, faintly smelled a delicious egg pancake. She knew it was likely Meng Jian, who woke early and prepared breakfast for her. One shouldn't be ungrateful. Breakfast was already in front of her, and sleeping in a little longer was a bit too much. As Yu Changle moved slightly, Meng Jian, who was watching her, immediately noticed, "You're awake? I'll go get water for your face."
Yes.
"Thank you." Yu Changle's voice was soft and sleepy, making Meng Jian feel a flutter in his heart. He almost lost control, feeling happy just hearing her voice. His strong self-control was about to break down. He quickly grabbed a basin and towel to fetch water from the hot water room. If he stayed longer, he might think about her soft touch again and feel restless. Before Meng Jian could speak, Yu Changle, feeling a bit awkward, said first, "Thanks, I can do it myself." Meng Jian hesitated and asked, "Maybe I should help you?" Hearing this, Yu Changle immediately remembered last night's embarrassing scene and shook her head quickly. No need. I can do it slowly." After she finished speaking, Meng Jian also seemed to recall something, blushing as he handed her the towel. After washing up and having breakfast, Yu Changle saw Meng Jian quietly sitting by the window, organizing her hospital records. She suddenly felt a peaceful happiness. People are like that. The longer you stay with someone, the more familiar you become. Then comes dependence. Plus, hormones influence feelings, making it hard to tell exactly what kind of emotions you have for each other. Having reborn into the 1980s, Yu Changle considered herself a clear-headed person. She believed that instead of wasting energy chasing fleeting and ever-changing feelings, she preferred to focus on things she could fully control. Therefore, after realizing she was having too many thoughts about Meng Jian, Yu Changle decided to stop these irrational feelings in time. While Meng Jian was nearby, she had something she wanted to discuss with him. I have something I want to talk to you about." For some reason, once she started speaking, she found it hard to decide how to address Meng Jian. Calling him by his full name sounded too formal and a bit rude, but calling him Jian might be too familiar. Yu Changle, who considered herself rational, didn't notice that she was already overthinking these small, vague matters. "What is it?" Meng Jian looked up, his eyes gentle like cotton candy. Yu Changle quickly looked away, afraid she might get too involved if she stared too long. Suddenly, she felt that what she was about to say might be inappropriate, but the words slipped out anyway. "I've been thinking these days. Since the clothing store opens, and I have to commute to the courtyard every day, it takes a lot of time. Now that Changxi is also at school, I think after I leave the hospital, I can move into the store to live." After saying this, she casually glanced at Meng Jian, unsure of how he would react. Seeing that he didn't speak, she continued, "We agreed that I would move out once I found a job, but because Changxi suddenly came, and I caused you trouble for so long, I feel sorry. During this time, you've taken care of me and even risked yourself to save me twice. I really appreciate it. Once I leave the hospital, I will cooperate with you to handle the necessary procedures. If the leader asks for a reason this time, I will say I don't want to be with you anymore. It's all my fault. Is that okay?" Meng Jian's face gradually turned from gentle to tense. When he heard Yu Changle say, "I don't want to be with you anymore," his face turned pale. He appeared calm and cold on the outside, but inside, his mind was a mess. Last night, he thought their relationship was improving, but when he woke up, Yu Changle told him she wanted to move and divorce. What went wrong? Meng Jian couldn't figure it out. He was silent for a while before speaking. "You find it too far away and want to move into the clothing store? I understand. I take care of you and save you. That's my duty. You don't need to do anything to thank me." Additionally, he hushed his voice. "Military marriage isn't as simple as you think. If you're not careful, you could get into trouble. You can't say that anymore." Meng Jian didn't want to mention the word divorce at all. He also mixed work and personal matters, telling Yu Changle not to say those harsh words again. Hearing his response, Yu Changel felt a bit lost. As she guessed, Meng Jiwen cared for and saved her out of responsibility, not because of who she was. Originally, Meng Jiwen's words were not wrong. But the mistake was that Yu Changel was a reborn person. Because she had taken over someone else's life, she was cautious, sensitive, and even a bit obsessive about trying to understand who Meng Jiwen's feelings were really for. In her career, she could shine brightly, but in close relationships, she was like a wounded, awkward duck. Even if someone kindly offered her food, she would be afraid that without her, they would be sad, so she chose not to accept it from the start. Neither of them spoke again. The atmosphere in the hospital room became very heavy. After a while, Meng Jiwen stood up and said expressionlessly, "You should rest in bed. Don't go anywhere. If you need anything, tell the nurse. I will ask the nurse to check on you regularly." Yu Changel didn't even lift her head, just made a muffled sound to show she understood. Meng Jiwen pursed his lips and didn't say anything more. He turned and left the room. As his steady footsteps faded away, Yu Changel, who had seemed fine just moments before, suddenly felt her nose turn red and a strange sense of grievance filled her heart. Man, he leaves without a word. She didn't even know what she said to offend him, yet she was left alone in the hospital room. Since no one was around now, Yu Changel decided to let herself cry freely. She didn't even know why she wanted to cry. The tears she couldn't shed during her 2 near-death experiences now flowed uncontrollably. After crying for a while, she finally gathered her scattered feelings, told herself that life must go on, and that she could only choose to move forward bravely. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Yu Changel quickly wiped away her tears, cleared her throat, and asked, "Who's there?" A strange man's voice came from outside. "I'm a doctor from the emergency department. My name is Zhang." Yu Changel immediately remembered. "Dr. Zhang, please come in." They happened to have a special connection. Both times they encountered Zhang Xiyuan in the emergency department, once when rescuing Cui Cui, and once when saving herself. This young doctor's skills are truly impressive. Zhang Xiyuan pushed the door open and immediately noticed Yu Changel's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. But he didn't seem to notice or care, and he didn't bring up what he saw. He smiled kindly and looked at Yu Changel carefully. "I'm here to check on you and see how you're recovering." Yu Changel was very grateful to this doctor, who saved her from death. She smiled and replied, "I'm recovering well. A few days ago, my wound tore a little, but Dr. Wang said it's not a big problem. It should heal in a few days." When she mentioned the tear, Zhang Xiyuan thought she was unlucky. "Luckily, your body is strong. After such a big surgery, you still fought with the bad guys. I don't know whether to praise your bravery or call you reckless." Yu Changel felt a bit shy. She had forgotten she just had surgery and acted so rashly. Later, she reflected on her actions. She wondered if, because she was reborn, she thought she had a special advantage, like a hero with a protective aura, invincible and immune to poisons. But reality in the 1980s quickly taught her a lesson. Although she paid a big price, it was a good warning. She realized she should never be overconfident, no matter the situation. Even a powerful boss can be taken down by small soldiers if she's careless. "Oh, I saw your husband leave just now and said hello to him," Zhang Xiyuan said, clearly appreciating the young couple. They're loyal and brave, willing to risk everything for others. Such qualities are rare these days. Yu Changel caught the key point in his casual words.
"You know my
husband." The word felt strange on her tongue. She was worried she might blush again because she was shy. If Meng Jiwen hadn't just left, she would have thought Zhang Xiyuan had mistaken her for someone else. Zhang Xiyuan glanced at the door of the ward and then secretly boasted to her. "Of course I know. I'll tell you something. Don't tell anyone. The day you woke up, I was the one who moved him into the intensive care unit." Yu Changel's eyes widened. Was Meng Jiwen there that day? Did he go into the intensive care unit? Yu Changel was a bit overwhelmed. If that's true, then she thought everything happening was just a dream, but now she wondered if it was real. This made her feel very excited, and her voice trembled slightly. Zhang Xiyuan looked confused. "Didn't he tell you?" Since the day you entered the intensive care unit, your husband has been waiting outside without eating or drinking. If I hadn't kindly given him some glucose, he probably would have collapsed before you woke up." Talking about those days, Zhang Siyuan still sighed deeply. He probably felt embarrassed to say it. Such a tall and brave soldier, standing outside, must have cried many times. "I think he was just worried you wouldn't wake up." Although Zhang Siyuan told her that Meng Jian had been waiting outside the ICU all those days, Yu Changel was naturally very surprised and happy. But now she wanted to be sure of one thing. "Dr. Zhang, did my husband really go into the intensive care unit?" Zhang Siyuan nodded confidently. "Yes, it's true. That day, a soldier came and insisted on taking your husband away.
I saw he was really worried about you, so I secretly let him in to see you."
He stayed for at least 10 minutes. If someone hadn't suddenly arrived, I could only have called him out. Otherwise, the first person you'd see when you woke up might have been him. At this moment, Yu Changel's mood changed dramatically. She suddenly felt a bright light after a long dark tunnel. It turned out that what she thought was just a dream might actually have been real. The things Meng Jian said, could they also be true? She was so excited that her face turned slightly red. Then she remembered what she had just said to Meng Jian and suddenly understood why he was angry. Now, lying on the hospital bed, Yu Changel was anxious. She couldn't go anywhere and she didn't even know where Meng Jian had gone. She couldn't even find someone to explain. "Dr. Zhang, when you saw my husband just now, did he say where he was going?" Yu Changel had no choice but to hold on to this small hope and ask Zhang Siyuan. Zhang Siyuan looked a bit surprised. His mind was racing, seems like the couple had a fight. No wonder he saw Yu Changel with red eyes when he entered. But for this question, he truly didn't know what to say. "I didn't say anything. I saw his serious expression and thought he had official business, so I didn't talk much. I just greeted him, and he left." A sudden dullness appeared in Yu Changel's eyes, clearly showing her disappointment. Zhang Siyuan saw her sadness and kindly comforted her, saying, "I guess he might have had urgent work. The military is strict about discipline, so when they call you, you have to go. It's normal if he didn't have time to say goodbye. Don't worry, he'll be back once he's done." Yu Changel forced a smile, knowing very well why Meng Jian left. Now, even if she regretted it, it was no use. Seeing her low spirits and unwillingness to speak, Zhang Siyuan politely took his leave. Lying on the bed, Yu Changel stared at the white wall, lost in thought. Sometimes she was happy to realize Meng Jian cared about her so much, and other times she worried he might never come back, missing the chance to clear up the misunderstanding. At this moment, Yu Changel felt like a young girl experiencing her first love, full of hope and worry. The clock on the hospital corridor wall had ticked several rounds, and it was almost lunchtime. During this time, Yu Changel repeatedly looked toward the door of the ward, but Meng Jian never appeared. Her heart grew more anxious. She was sure Meng Jian was really angry this time. He had done so much for her, invested sincere feelings, and in the end, she only said she wanted a divorce. No one could accept that. The more she thought, the more restless she became. No, she had to get up and find Meng Jian to talk openly. She also needed to ask if he had really said those things. Whether he looked good or bad didn't matter. What mattered was not having any regrets in her heart. Yu Changel made up her mind. She pulled off the blanket and got out of bed. She planned to go to the team department first. If Meng Jian wasn't there, she would look for Bai Chuan. He would definitely know where Meng Jian was. Hurrying out, she didn't even change her hospital gown. The slight pain from her wound was nothing to her. Suddenly, as she stepped out of the ward, she turned and bumped her forehead into a strong chest. Two big hands quickly caught her as she fell backward. The familiar, reassuring voice with a hint of reproach sounded in her ear. "Didn't I tell you not to get out of bed? Where are you going?" Yu Changel lowered her hand from her forehead, looked up with surprise, and tears immediately filled her eyes. "Meng Jian, you're back." Meng Jian saw tears flickering in her eyes and quickly reached out to gently touch her forehead. "Did you hurt yourself? Let me check." Yu Changle shook her head with a smile mixed with tears, and her eyes suddenly became more sore, her nose tingling again. Where did you go? I thought you wouldn't come back. Her words were choked with emotion, and two clear tears finally slipped down her cheeks. Meng Jian was startled. He wiped her tears with his hand and hurriedly explained, How could I not come back?
Don't cry.
I didn't explain clearly. I'm sorry I came back late. The more he comforted her, the more Yu Changle cried, feeling very sad. People passing by in the corridor looked over. Distraught by her crying, Meng Jian suddenly picked her up in his arms. He took a few quick steps into the hospital room and carefully placed her on the bed before explaining seriously, You said that going back and forth between the clothing shop and the big yard was too far and inconvenient, right? I thought about it, and it's true. When winter comes and it gets dark earlier, the roads will be less safe. Plus, I don't have much time to return to the yard. Changxi isn't home, and I don't feel comfortable with you living alone in the yard. But I've been to your clothing shop. The back wall is too low and unsafe. Changxi also said you plan to build a few more rooms, so I just want to find a craftsman to reinforce and raise the wall first. As for how to build the house, we can decide after you leave the hospital. Hearing him speak so anxiously, Yu Changle's lips curled into a more pronounced pout, and her tears kept flowing uncontrollably. Meng Jian felt heartbroken and couldn't figure out why she was crying. He could only guess that maybe she didn't like him making decisions without asking her. I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted on my own without discussing it with you. I'll ask the craftsman to stop work right away. He was about to stand up hurriedly, but a small hand tightly held his. Suddenly, without warning, a soft, fragrant figure threw herself into his arms. Her hot tears soaked his shirt front, and only then did Meng Jian slowly come back to himself. Don't go. The person buried in his arms sobbed and whimpered, her nose making a thick sound, sounding like she was coquettishly begging. Meng Jian was both surprised and happy. He froze for 2 seconds before bravely, gently wrapping his arms around her and softly patting her back, like comforting a child. I won't leave, I won't go. Be good, don't cry. Meng Jian never thought he could say such cheesy words, but when he held Yu Changle in his arms, these words just came out naturally, without him feeling any discomfort. Right now, he felt so happy that nothing could compare to holding his wife. It was like having the whole world. Under Meng Jian's gentle comfort, Yu Changle gradually stopped crying. She then noticed how close they were, blushing instantly. Her cheeks were hot, and she twisted in Meng Jian's arms, wanting to sit up. Unexpectedly, as she moved around nervously, a warm, tingling sensation suddenly rose from Meng Jian's lower belly, as if something had changed suddenly. Meng Jian blushed and whispered in surprise. Suddenly, Yu Changle felt her arms tighten around her, and she was pressed closely against Meng Jian's strong chest. The thin fabric let his warm body heat seep through, and hearing his heartbeat quicken, her own heart started to race too. Meng Jian was feeling dizzy. He didn't expect that a simple move to help would make him fall even deeper. The warmth and softness in front of him were almost melting him. His grip unconsciously tightened, as if wanting to hold Yu Changle completely inside him. Yu Changle let out a soft sound, like a splash of cold water waking Meng Jian instantly. He immediately loosened his arms. Sorry, did I hurt you? Seeing his nervous expression, Yu Changle smiled softly, with a playful tone rare for her. Why do you keep apologizing? It makes me feel like a big villain. I haven't bullied you. Noticing her affectionate tone, Meng Jian was overjoyed. He just grinned happily. Finally, his wife was talking to him in a normal way. Seeing him happily smiling foolishly, Yu Changle couldn't help but smile too. At that moment, Zhang Xiyuan, passing by the ward, heard the noise inside and looked through the glass at the door curiously.
Oh.
So the young couple had made up again. He had suspected as much, fighting at night and making up in the morning. Besides, from what he saw, Meng Jian was probably a total wife guy. Yu Changle still asked her doubts aloud. Dr. Zhang said that on the day you left, he admitted you to the intensive care unit? Meng Jian nodded. If it hadn't been for Zhang Xiyuan's kindness in letting him see Yu Changle, he wouldn't have known how hard those days in the army were.
Did you
Say something to me? Yu Changel asked cautiously. Meng Jian looked calm and sincere, his eyes full of deep affection. I said many things, words I couldn't finish. Now that you're sitting here with me, I can slowly tell you everything I wanted to say. His rare, heartfelt words were like a gentle, warm stream quietly filling Yu Changel's empty heart, turning into a warm pool that nourished her lonely inner world. Yu Changel looked at him steadily, seeing love and sincerity in his eyes. She also made up her mind. In fact, I heard everything you said. I want to tell you my answer is. Meng Jian immediately understood her meaning. He was so excited, he almost pulled her into his arms again, quickly confirming, "You mean you agree with me? We won't get divorced, right?" Yu Changel nodded seriously. At this moment, she no longer doubted Meng Jian's feelings for her. She decided not to worry about some unprovable details. All she needed was to know that Meng Jian loved her, and that was enough. Moreover, she finally realized her own feelings. She had unknowingly accepted that Meng Jian, the permanent resident, had quietly moved into her heart. Meng Jian could no longer hold back his excitement. He mustered courage and hugged Yu Changel again, but this time, his movements were very gentle and careful. Yu Changel also leaned softly against his chest, quietly enjoying this rare moment of peace inside her heart. They cuddled for a while. Suddenly, Yu Changel remembered something and spoke. "You give me your monthly living expenses, but where do you get the money to hire the craftsman?" Just then, Meng Jian, who had been lost in happiness, tensed up. His throat went dry, and he answered nervously. "Before we got married, I saved some money. I forgot to give it to you. After paying the craftsman, I have 280 yuan left, all for you. I won't save private money anymore. Please don't be angry." Yu Changel felt like laughing, either because she had forgotten or was worried about being caught. She didn't want to argue. She just hoped they could live together peacefully in the future without suspicion or mistrust. Keep your money for yourself. In daily life, there are always social interactions and entertainment. Just remember to pay the living expenses on time each month. Yu Changel spoke cheerfully, clearly not angry. With the money she earned from her clothing shop every day, she didn't need Meng Jian's 30 yuan monthly allowance. She saw his contribution as love and effort for their small family, not just a matter of numbers. Seeing her easy attitude, Meng Jian had no reason to refuse. He quickly nodded. "Of course. But I really don't need to take this money. I don't have many social contacts anyway. You can use it to build the house." One didn't want to accept, but the other insisted on giving. To Meng Jian, Yu Changel refusing his money meant she hadn't fully forgiven him. Not accepting made him uneasy. Unable to persuade her, he finally accepted the 280 yuan to make her feel at ease. With love nourishing her, Yu Changel's wounds healed faster. Today was her discharge day, and also Meng Jian's last day taking leave. He planned to take her back to the clothing shop to settle in before returning to the army. It was the weekend, and Yu Changxi had come early from school. Seeing her sister recovering so well, he was very happy and excitedly shared many funny stories from university life. Seeing that he had only been at school for a week but had become much more cheerful, Yu Changel felt very pleased. It strengthened her resolve to help Cui change her fate through college entrance exams. Yu Changxi carried the packed bags eagerly, while Meng Jian carefully supported Yu Changel. Their relationship had grown so natural now, like an old married couple. Even the young, naive Yu Changxi sensed something unusual between them, but he was happy about it and didn't bother to point it out. As they stepped out of the hospital building, the bright sunlight blinded Yu Changel. She suddenly felt dizzy, quickly stopping and closing her eyes, leaning her weight on Meng Jian. Noticing her discomfort, Meng Jian hurriedly embraced her and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to go back to the hospital room so the doctor can check you again?" Yu Changel shook her head and opened her eyes after a moment. "I'm fine. I think I just haven't moved in a while. A little walk will do." Meng Jian still looked worried. He frowned and reached out to lift Yu Changel into his arms. Yu Changel quickly waved his hand, saying, "What are you doing? Can't you see Changxi is right there watching? How embarrassing." Changxi saw their little actions and smiled happily. Usually obedient, Meng Jian was rare in being a bit bossy in front of Yu Chang'e, either carry you on my back or hold you in my arms.
Pick one.
He looked at her with intense affection, showing his deep love openly. Yu Chang'e blushed and lowered her head, afraid to meet his eyes. She whispered, "Carry."
Me.
If she had to be princess carried through busy streets, she probably wouldn't have the courage to go out for a week. A hint of a mischievous smile appeared in Meng Jian's eyes. He squatted in front of her. Even though Changxi was trying not to laugh and was shaking with suppressed laughter, Yu Chang'e pretended not to see and bravely leaned on Meng Jian's back. This was the first time she realized how broad Meng Jian's back was. Leaning on it felt very safe. Meng Jian effortlessly stood up, carrying her like a feather. He frowned slightly. "I need to give you some good food. You're too light." Yu Chang'e was surprised. Is that how lovers see beauty? Although she had worked hard with exercise and diet to reduce her weight to 116 jin, about 58 kilograms, she was still about 20 jin, 10 kilograms, above her target weight. She was considered normal weight, but not too light. Because she kept exercising, her body fat percentage was probably quite low, so she looked like she weighed just over 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. Yu Chang'e naturally wrapped her arms around his neck and said playfully, "The doctor said I just recovered and shouldn't eat too much rich food. I need to gradually return to a normal diet." Meng Jian looked at her arms hanging around his neck, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes shining. He nodded and agreed, "You're right. I'll listen to you." That look probably made Bai Chuan jealous enough to grind his teeth. For Meng Jian, who often carries heavy loads during marches, carrying Yu Chang'e didn't really affect him. He still walked with big, confident strides, feeling very light and happy. People on the road saw him and thought he was a soldier helping a disabled young girl. They looked at him with respect. Just as Yu Chang'e expected, being mistaken for someone who couldn't move easily was much better than embarrassing herself publicly. Meng Jian enjoyed this walk while carrying Yu Chang'e. He wished the road would never end. He loved the feeling of carrying his wife. It made him very happy and he didn't feel tired at all. Soon, a white wall appeared in Yu Chang'e's view. She was a bit excited and pointed. "Here we are. We've arrived." They had been staying in this courtyard for almost half a month. She missed her small shop. From afar, she could see Li Mei inside warmly welcoming customers through the glass window. It made her feel warm inside. Sister Li worked very hard. She thought she should get a raise this month. Near the shop entrance, Yu Chang'e started to struggle to get down from Meng Jian's back, almost at the door.
"Please put me down now."
"Hurry." Meng Jian held her tightly with his arms, smiling softly and cheerfully. "What are you afraid of? You're sick, and you're my wife. It's right for me to carry you. Once we go inside, I'll put you down." He didn't want to put Yu Chang'e down. He loved carrying his soft, fragrant wife every day. If Yu Chang'e could see Meng Jian's expression right now, she would definitely call him a love-struck fool. While they were still being sweet and affectionate, Yu Chang'e took the lead and walked ahead to open the door. Suddenly, the door pushed open from inside, almost hitting him. A gentle, fragrant breeze brushed past him, making Yu Chang'e wrinkle her nose. A young woman in a pure white dress ran lightly past him, acting as if she didn't see him at all, as if she didn't almost bump into him. "Juanji, you're here." A sweet voice came from the young woman in the white dress, who had just run out of the shop. She looked young, about 17 or 18. Meng Jian stopped and, just moments ago smiling so freely, immediately turned serious, adopting his usual cold expression. "Call me Uncle Meng." He recognized this girl. She was a relative of Qi's sister from the #1 courtyard, who had come to visit before, brought by Qi's sister. The young girl was very clingy, chattering nonstop and asking him questions. She also wanted to go shopping and watch movies with him, but Meng Jian firmly refused all of it. Just joking, his daily training tasks were already very busy. When he finally had some rest at home, he didn't want to help take care of children. Moreover, this child, whether she was not very bright or not, was corrected several times, but after a few days, she still called people by the wrong names, which made him feel like her status had dropped. Chi-ro wrinkled her nose and made a face, as if she was scared by Meng Jian, pouting sadly. Uncle Meng. For some reason, the very down-to-earth Uncle Meng sounded very different coming from her, sounding especially sticky. Meng Jian found it very unpleasant to hear. If he hadn't been holding Yu Changle with both hands and had no free hand, he really wanted to plug his ears. Yu Changle was lying on Meng Jian's back, looking down at the young girl. She had fair skin, an oval face, long black straight hair, and delicate features. She also had a pair of phoenix eyes, with the tips slightly upturned, making her look a bit charming. TSK, she was the second most beautiful girl he had seen since rebirth. Of course, the most beautiful was still Liu Yuding. But Liu Yuding was not only beautiful but also carried a unique, fashionable aura. Compared to her, the young girl just seemed ordinary. Li Mei, after finishing serving customers in the shop, came out happily when she saw Yu Changle. Look at you carrying so many bags. I said I'd go pick you up after closing for half a day, but you refused. Come on, Changxi, give your sister-in-law what you're holding, and come inside.
Yu Changle liked Li Mei's warm attitude.
She leaned her chin on Meng Jian's shoulder and smiled playfully. That's not fair. Sacrificing half a day's income from our shop just to pick me up, isn't that a loss? Oh my goodness. Everyone come see our little money grubber. Li Mei joked as she walked over and poked her finger at Yu Changle's forehead, but Meng Jian skillfully dodged it. She laughed and said, Wow, you're so protective. When did Changle become a porcelain doll that can't be touched? Li Mei kept joking. She saw that Yu Changle and Meng Jian had obviously become closer after returning together. They had been spending a lot of time together in the hospital, and their relationship naturally warmed. She felt happy for them. Next to her, Chi-ro pursed her lips, her eyes filled with both envy and defiance. So this is Yu Changle. Such a big girl, and not afraid of breaking Brother Jian. Li Mei remembered that Yu Changle hadn't met Chi-ro before, so she quickly took her hand and introduced her. By the way, this is your sister-in-law Chi-ro's niece. Her name is Chi-ro. Isn't she pretty? Not only beautiful, but she also has a sweet little mouth. Many regular customers say they like her. Chi-ro immediately put on a sweet smile, her eyes shining as she looked at Yu Changle. Hello, Auntie. Yu Changle's forehead twitched with 3 black lines, almost spitting out old blood.
What? Auntie?
She looked no more than a year or 2 younger than herself. Calling her sister should be enough. Hee sisterly, this little girl is about 16, right? Our shop doesn't hire children, or we'd get reported. Yu Changle asked Li Mei half joking, half seriously. Li Mei didn't expect the usually sweetest-tongued Chi-ro to call Yu Changle that way. She looked speechless. I was just telling Changle that your sweet talk is good at getting things done. And now you go and embarrass me. You're 17 this year, right? Just a year younger than Changle. No need to call her auntie. That makes her seem old. Chi-ro glanced at Meng Jian and muttered softly, but Brother Jian just told me to call him uncle. If I do that, I'll have to call her auntie, right? Yu Changle almost choked. The girl was quick-witted and could draw conclusions easily. It seemed Li Mei was right. She was clever and tactful. Honestly, such a person would be good at sales. This is a workplace. Everyone has their own way. If you don't mind, I'll just call her sister. Okay, Sister Changle. Chi-ro immediately changed her tone, acting obedient and gentle. Yu Changle didn't have a strong impression of her, neither good nor bad. Mainly, it was because of Chi Dongyu and Li Mei. Her shop's clothes sold well without much effort. Anyone who came was a good customer. Meng Jian wanted Yu Changle to see his masterpiece, but the unexpected appearance of Chi-ro delayed his precious time with his wife, making him even more annoyed. I'll take you to the backyard to see. After saying that, he carried Yu Changle on his back and headed to the backyard. Yu Changle suddenly realized she had been talking for a while, but she was still on Meng Jian's back, making her blush with embarrassment. Let me down first. I can walk by myself. Do you hear me? Meng Jian ignored her. He had only about half an hour to reach the army, so he thought every minute counted. Since his wife was light, Carrying her wasn't tiring, and she was soft and fragrant. He was reluctant to let go. He also noticed that even when his wife scolded him, her voice sounded sweet and tender, like she was teasing him gently. He strode quickly while carrying Yu Chang'e to the backyard. Look, after we reinforce and raise the wall, doesn't it feel much safer? Yu Chang'e nodded. Meng Jian had built the wall to the standards of their military unit, about 3 meters high. He also removed the old, rusty iron gate and replaced it with a new, solid red-painted iron door that was completely sealed. From the outside, it looked like a top-secret facility. To Meng Jian, all these measures felt safer than just having him stay close to Yu Chang'e. He finally understood why old Wang often visited home. Being with his wife and children was more comfortable. Thinking of this, he felt warm inside. If his wife was safe, then their children probably weren't far behind. Yu Chang'e looked at the bare wall and remembered simple security measures from her childhood. She thought they could handle this easily now. Maybe we can embed broken glass on top of the wall. It would serve as a warning and also help defend against intruders. Meng Jian appreciated her idea. He was surprised that his wife knew so much. She could even apply combat tactics to everyday life. Actually, this was his own way of flattering Yu Chang'e. He didn't realize these security measures were passed down from military experience, just adapted from childhood memories. Yu Chang'e pointed to the east side of the yard. I plan to build 3 rooms here, 2 bedrooms and a living room. Then she pointed to the west. And over there, a kitchen, a shower room, and a toilet. At this time, there was no range hood, and she was very clean-minded. She disliked the smell of cooking fumes filling the house, so she preferred to separate the spaces. She also wanted to include a shower. Since they had to boil water daily, it was fine in winter, but in summer, washing and tidying up afterward made her sweaty. There was no water heater yet, so she planned to draw a simple sketch for the workers to see if they could make a basic shower device. She imagined the shower as a simple setup, like a raised wooden tub with a hose attached underneath. Before taking a shower, she would pour in hot water and cold water. During the shower, she would use the hose to release water and could clip it shut to save water if needed. The yard was large enough, so her plans could be carried out. However, Meng Jian hesitated a little. He estimated that the cost of these big projects, about 280 yuan, wouldn't be enough. When he returned to the team, he planned to borrow some money from Bai Chuan. Yu Chang'e seemed to guess why he hesitated and cheerfully patted his shoulder. Let me down first. I want to show you something good. If you don't let me, you won't see it. Meng Jian clearly misunderstood what Yu Chang'e meant by something good. He looked around, his face slightly red. Okay, then let's go inside to see. Yu Chang'e smiled. How do you know we'll go inside? You're so smart. Feeling shy from the compliment, Meng Jian didn't know how to reply. He took a few quick steps into the small house in the backyard and carefully laid Yu Chang'e on the bed. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Close your eyes. You can only open them when I tell you to. Meng Jian felt his ears burning. He obediently closed his eyes. Without sight, his heartbeat quickened, and he clenched his fists nervously. After a moment, he smelled Yu Chang'e's faint fragrance again as she moved closer, making his heart race. Okay, open your eyes now. Yu Chang'e's voice was cheerful. Nervously, Meng Jian slowly opened his eyes, and a blue ledger appeared before him. Yu Chang'e looked visibly happy and proudly showed him the ledger, saying as she looked, if we want to live a good life together, we can't hide things from each other. I want to show you how much money I have. Thud thud. As of yesterday, the net profit from the clothing store was 1,188 yuan. Yu Chang'e looked at the ledger and sighed happily. Thanks to Sister Li, who managed the store alone and kept good records. This month, I'll give her double wages. Meng Jian felt a cold splash from head to toe. He remembered this blue ledger. Before, he saw Li Mei bring it to Yu Chang'e at the hospital. At that time, they spoke quietly and secretly. He didn't think much of it then, but now he realized it was for accounting. So, what do you think? Didn't expect the clothing store to make such good money, right? Yu Chang'e raised her eyebrows proudly. Meng Jian couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Earning just over 1,000 yuan a month for a year and a half was truly impressive, but he knew that what she was really hoping for wasn't this blue ledger. Thinking about returning to the army and not seeing Yu Changle for several days, Meng Jiwen boldly pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on her head. I know you're capable, but you just had surgery and need more rest. Promise me you won't overexert yourself after I leave. Next time I come back, I want to hold you again. If I go easy, I must punish you. As for how to punish her, he could decide that himself. Yu Changle didn't expect Meng Jiwen to suddenly act so affectionately. She felt shy, but also sweet. She thought, no wonder there's a phrase called sweet words, because some words really do make your heart feel warm. She also reached out to hug Meng Jiwen around the waist, pressing her face against his chest and nodding obediently. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. You work hard during training, too, and make sure to rest more. Don't get hurt. Feeling her concern, Meng Jiwen's heart felt as sweet as drinking honey. Just as they were enjoying this tender moment together, the small door was suddenly knocked on. Big Sister Changle. Meng Jiwen immediately frowned. It was Chiro again. Usually, Meng Jiwen was a firm atheist, but now he started to wonder if this person was always causing trouble for him. Why does she keep interrupting his good moments? Yu Changle didn't think much about it. She just thought the shop was busy and nodded. I'm coming. Meng Jiwen reached out to hold her, looking sad. It's about time. I have to go back to the army. Yu Changle was amused by his expression. She wouldn't be gone forever, and it wasn't like they would part forever every time they said goodbye. But seeing his disappointed face, she still couldn't bear to leave. Blushing, she quickly tiptoed and pecked him on the face. Can you let me go now? Meng Jiwen's eyes widened like bells. She just kissed him? Enjoying the sweetness, Meng Jiwen didn't want to let go. No, that was too quick. I didn't even react. Do it again. Yu Changle's face was very red. This Meng Jiwen seemed like a different person, completely changed from one extreme to another. He was too clingy. No matter what, Meng Jiwen refused to let go. Yu Changle had no choice but to blush and kiss his other cheek. She stomped her foot and said, If you don't let go now, there won't be a next time. Hearing this, Meng Jiwen didn't dare ignore her. But before letting go, he gathered courage, held Yu Changle's face gently, and kissed her on the forehead. He still didn't dare to kiss her directly. What should I do? I started thinking of you before I even left. He spoke in a deep, charming voice, full of affection. His dark, deep eyes looked at her tenderly. Yu Changle felt like she was falling into a whirlpool, dizzy and unable to think clearly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yu Changle immediately snapped back to her senses. She glared at Meng Jiwen in annoyance. Now I realize, you are really a little fox. She ignored Meng Jiwen's pitiful expression and turned to open the door. She couldn't stay any longer. She was afraid she might lose control. When she looked out, she saw someone familiar, Bai Chuan. Yu Changle knew Bai Chuan had brought Longxi on the day of the report. She had wanted to thank him, but hadn't had the chance. Today, he came by himself. Meng Jiwen, who was following behind, saw him and thought he was here to find himself. Next time, you don't need to come call me. I'll definitely be on time. Let's go. But Bai Chuan waved his hand at him. You can go back yourself. I'm not here for you. I promised Changxi I'd pick her up from school. She has classes this afternoon. Meng Jiwen was very surprised. What was this guy up to? He looked at Yu Changxi for confirmation. She nodded gratefully. Yes, Brother Chuan is worried I might not get used to school, so he often comes to visit me. Today, he's here to pick me up because I have to go to the hospital to see my sister, and he's worried I'll be late for my afternoon classes. Hearing this, not only Yu Changle, but even her close friend Meng Jiwen was shocked. He had asked Bai Chuan to help take Changxi to school, but he never asked for anything else. Bai Chuan was taking such good care of her. Yu Changle was deeply touched. Bai Chuan, thank you so much. If you have time someday, I must treat you to a nice meal to thank you for taking care of Changxi. Bai Chuan deliberately avoided Meng Jiwen's probing gaze and pretended to be relaxed as he said, I already said I get along very well with Changxi. We're all brothers and sisters. There's no need to thank me. It's just a small favor. Chiro listened for a while and finally managed to say, Brother Bai Chuan is right. We're all brothers and sisters. Helping each other is what we should do. Bai Chuan frowned, thinking to himself, how could this little girl be here? She has no manners. Who calls her niece a brother or a sister? If he remembers correctly, even before Meng Jian got married, this little girl had been pestering him at the big courtyard. Thinking of this old matter, Bai Chuan looked at Meng Jian with a meaningful gaze, then glanced at Chiro. What's going on? Meng Jian just glared back at him. None of your business, stay out of it. Bai Chuan adopted a senior's attitude and looked at Chiro with a frown. You little girl, why can't you get it right? How many times do I have to tell you, call me uncle? I'm your Uncle Bai, and he's your Uncle Meng. It's that simple, but you keep forgetting. You've read so many books, how can you forget? Chiro, criticized by both, couldn't hold back her embarrassment. She pouted, stomped her foot, and ran to find Li Mei. Bai Chuan watched her back and shook his head. Why is she here too? Yu Changlu smiled and said, Isn't she Sister Chi's niece? The shop's too busy, so Sister Li asked her to help. Bai Chuan snorted and said, This girl is spoiled and soft. She can't handle hard work. Short-term help is fine, but long-term, I suggest you find someone reliable. Before Meng Jian moved into the big courtyard, Bai Chuan also lived there. He was old friends with Qi Dongyu and Liu Chongshan, one in the logistics department, the other in the political department. Their work was somewhat connected, and Bai Chuan was a friendly person who liked to chat with anyone he wanted. Naturally, he often socialized with Liu Chongshan's family. He first saw Chiro when she was only 15. The girl was quite lively and pretty, with a sweet way of talking, but she was too clingy. Before Meng Jian arrived, Bai Chuan suffered a lot from her. Every weekend, she would visit her aunt, then immediately cling to her to come to Bai Chuan's house. What is a grown man supposed to talk about with a little girl? But every time Qi Dongyu brought her over, Bai Chuan had to prepare good food, chat with her, and keep her company. No weekend was peaceful. Later, he moved out of the compound, and he had to admit there was a desire for peace and quiet behind his decision. What Bachan didn't know was that after Bachan moved out, Chiro still wanted to take her to visit his new home. When Chiro finally noticed something was wrong with his niece, he gave her a stern talk, which saved her from trouble. Soon after, Meng Jian moved into the compound and became the new victim. Yu Changlu, remember Baichun's words. All right, I'll keep an eye on her. If she really can't handle it, I'll tell Chi Saozer to get her to return what she should. When Yu Changlu was starting her business and needed support, Chi Saozer helped her. As a favor, she was willing to give Chiro a job opportunity. But in business, you have to be straightforward. If it affected the shop's sales, Yu Changlu wouldn't hesitate to show her true capitalist side. Moreover, Bai Chuan is usually a kind person, always speaking nicely to everyone. His sharp comment about Chiro must have a reason behind it. As long as she didn't cross Yu Changlu's bottom line and worked well, she wasn't interested in teaching anyone how to behave just because of a disagreement. Yu Changxi finished tidying up and came to say goodbye to Yu Changlu. Jia, school is very busy and complicated right now. I can't stay at home much this week. I'll try to come back early next week to help at the shop. Yu Changlu helped him tidy his clothes, then put 2 big notes into his pocket while smiling. Study hard at school. Don't worry about the shop. With me and Li Sir there, you can use this money to buy books and good food. Don't be too yourself. In the past, Bai Chuan would have thought Yu Changlu was using Meng Jian's money to support her brother. But now, he didn't think that at all. Baf Chuan could see that Yu Changlu was really making money now. While he was waiting at the shop for Tangxi, Li Mei had already sold 2 pieces of clothing. How much money did they make in a day like this? No wonder Yu Changlu was so generous with Tangxi. She had confidence. Tangxi no longer acted overly polite to his sister like before. Instead, he obediently accepted the money, knowing that Yu Changlu felt more at ease when he did. As for how he planned to use the money or whether he needed it, he had his own ideas. Meng Jian thought for a moment. He decided that it would be faster to take Berchan's car to send Changxi back to school and then return to the army, rather than walking back himself. He was about to share his idea when Bao Chuan immediately rejected him. I can just send you alone. You should go back first. Bao Chuan pouted, and Meng Jiwen knew he had just farted and couldn't hold it in.
How could he agree to that?
When Meng Jiwen was annoyed with him, Bao Chuan had often followed him. Now he was trying to push him away? No way. Bao Chuan not only refused but also couldn't come up with a good reason to persuade him. The more he refused, the more Meng Jiwen wanted to go and see for himself. No, I must ride with you back to the unit today. In the end, Bao Chuan couldn't argue with Meng Jiwen and had to sadly get into the driver's seat. It seemed he was destined not to see Liu Yuding today. As the car started, a cool breeze blew outside, making it very pleasant. Meng Jiwen was in a good mood, so happy that he hummed a military song softly. Yu Changxi heard it and was interested. He asked his brother-in-law to teach him how to sing. Since Meng Jiwen was also in a good mood, the two sang loudly together. Meanwhile, Bao Chuan in the driver's seat looked completely different from his confident self earlier. He had a numb expression as he drove. Meng Jiwen, singing and glancing at him, secretly chuckled. Usually, he said Bao Chuan had an icy face, but now he looked completely hopeless. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Yuzhou Normal School, attracting many students' attention as usual. Yu Changxi and the others said goodbye and got out of the car. They were immediately recognized. A simple-dressed young student waved hard at Yu Changxi, with envy clear in his eyes. Yu Changxi recognized him. He was Zhang Tugan, a dorm mate. He also warmly waved back. Zhang Tugan was the last to join their dorm. Like Yu Changxi, he came from a rural area. Although they never discussed this, from his clothes and eating habits, it was clear his family was the poorest among the four. But his name was too rustic, drawing sidelong glances from nearby students. Despite the sneers and whispers, Zhang Tugan didn't seem to care. He grinned and walked over to Yu Changxi, familiar and friendly, to take the things he was holding. Didn't you go home? Why are you back so soon? Yu Changxi was casual and shared half of what he had with him. My home is in the city. It only takes 10 minutes by car. Teacher Qin said there would be a class meeting this afternoon, so I left early to avoid being late. In Zhang Tugan's eyes, a hint of surprise flashed. Then he smiled kindly. I thought you were also from outside the area, like me. I didn't expect you're a local. Sorry for the rudeness. Yu Changxi chuckled and punched him lightly. What are you talking about? Didn't I say I came from Chiliping? I'm the only college student in our village. It's pretty remote. My sister runs a clothing store in the city. When I go back, I just visit her shop. Zhang Tugan suddenly understood and nodded. That's good. You're almost like someone from the city. Unlike me, my ancestors have been farmers working the land for generations. Yu Changxi noticed a touch of sadness in his words and patted his shoulder. Who says that? You're now a college student. Just like me, it's not easy to get here. We need to study hard and use our knowledge to change our lives. Yes, you're right. Knowledge can change our destiny. Zhang Tugan felt encouraged. Compared to his other two roommates, he liked Yu Changxi more. He was humble and eager to learn, and most importantly, he was a fellow rural kid, which made him feel less distant. Although Zhang Tugan seemed carefree, he knew some classmates looked down on him. Only Changxi sat with him in class without hesitation. But that was okay. Zhang Tugan secretly vowed to himself that he would prove his worth with excellent grades to his teachers and classmates. Watching Yu Changxi and the others walk into the school, Meng Jiwen turned around and noticed Bai Chuan was staring at another part of the campus. Curious, he looked over but didn't see anything special, so he patted Bai Chuan's shoulder. What are you looking at? Let's go. Bai Chuan was startled and looked at him with a resentful expression. I find you really good at making trouble for people. Meng Jiwen snorted softly, crossing his arms and calmly closing his eyes. Don't let me guess. Are you interested in some female student, feeling restless and eager? He didn't believe Bai Chuan was just here to see Yu Changxi off. Bai Chuan shivered, his hands tightening on the steering wheel. Luckily, the car hadn't started moving yet, or he might have had to brake suddenly. He didn't expect Meng Jian to see through him so easily. If it was just a regular female student, he wouldn't feel so guilty. But he was interested in Meng Jian's girlfriend. If Meng Jian found out, he might get hurt or even cut ties with him forever. Bai Chuan swore he had no intention of competing for Yu Changxi's girlfriend. But this time, he felt like he was possessed. Whenever he had free time or was alone, Yu Ting's face kept appearing in his mind. Her frowns, smiles, anger, and teasing, all so vivid and captivating. To ease his longing, Bai Chuan often found excuses to visit Yu Changxi at school, hoping to see Yu Ting once. Just seeing her would make him happy. But he didn't know if Yu Changxi was suspicious of him. Every time he went, he was always alone at the school gate. Bai Chuan brought lots of fruit cans and lunch meat, even double portions, but in the end, his gifts all went to Yu Changxi's roommates. He never saw Yu Ting even once. Today, he decided that after delivering the gifts to Changxi, he would wander around the school, hoping to meet Yu Ting by chance. But unexpectedly, Meng Jian appeared. He couldn't go anywhere with Meng Jian following him all the time. Bai Chuan pretended to be calm and started the car. These are just childish girls. Do they really catch my eye? Meng Jian raised an eyebrow and smiled, thinking of his girl. You don't know how good girls can be. Bai Chuan got goosebumps. Old Meng had changed. He was talking about girls so openly. But he quickly realized this was a good chance to change the subject. You say that, so you've made up with your wife? Meng Jian's face showed happiness and sweetness that couldn't be hidden. He didn't even try to hide it. No, we're not fighting or anything. It was just a small misunderstanding. Once we talk it out, everything will be fine. His happy expression made Bai Chuan, who was already feeling down, feel even worse. He couldn't help but tease him. You Mengdalian are so steady. You even handed in the divorce papers, but you call it a small misunderstanding? No wonder you've seen big storms before. Upon hearing this, Meng Jian immediately opened his eyes and shot a sharp glare. Bai Chuan quickly straightened his attitude. Whatever the misunderstanding is, it's good that it's resolved. It's really good. Bai Chuan's words reminded Meng Jian that the unsigned divorce application was still in the drawer of the team office. He needed to tear up that unlucky document as soon as possible. After the three left, Qiro was at the front desk greeting guests. Yu Chengel then discussed plans for the next season with Li Mei. Recently, many unexpected events had occurred, so only formal men's suits had been released so far. Now that there was time, Yu Chengel wanted to start designing casual suits. Based on previous experience, she believed Li Mei could learn quickly. Besides the different cut from the formal suits, there would be an extra vest included. If the linen fabric hadn't been rough, usually only suitable for making grain sacks, she would prefer the casual suits to be made from lightweight, breathable linen, making them more comfortable to wear and giving them unique, understated luxury. While she was in the hospital, she had already thought about finding Lu Bo after leaving to see if it was possible to improve the linen fabric. But now it was autumn and the weather was cooler, so there was no rush to produce the lightweight, soft linen. It would be fine to have it ready before spring. Li Mei also had something to discuss. Business at the clothing store had been good this month, earning quite a lot of money, more than what an average worker earned in 2 months. She was worried about leaving the money in the shop, especially since the post office branch closed when they closed the store. Li Mei had to carry the earnings back and forth between the hospital and home every day, always on edge. Finally, when Yu Chengel returned, she wanted to ask if she had any good ideas for safely keeping this huge sum. Li Mei's words reminded Yu Chengel that she still had one business deal to discuss with Director Zheng. Just after lunch, Director Zheng Mingyi, who usually closed his office door at this time, had already started his 1-hour lunch break. But today, unusually, he was still sitting at his desk. His cup of hot tea had long gone cold, and he was frowning as he carefully reviewed the financial statements for the first 3 quarters of the year. I didn't expect this policy change to be so thorough. Originally, the network transformation was just a pilot in some areas, but now it is being promoted nationwide. Not only that, by the end of this year, authorities plan to evaluate and classify branches based on performance indicators. This is a big deal. Zheng Mingyi carefully studied the assessment criteria and classification system for branch transformation for nearly a week. The more he looked, the more worried he became. His branch, the 17th sub-branch, is a small to medium-sized unit in the Jinbo postal system. According to the new classification table, the main factors are branch location, size, business volume, and deposits. The other three factors are easier to understand. The 17th sub-branch is located in downtown Jinbo City. Although it's not in a busy street, many residents and small businesses live nearby. The number of visitors is not very high, but it's definitely not the lowest. The branch's size is quite large, so based on the standards, it could just qualify as a medium-sized branch. However, to be officially classified as a medium branch, the deposit amount, which accounts for 40% of the score, is a problem for Zheng Mingyi. He felt very worried. A month ago, the leadership had mentioned this change in a meeting, but he and his colleagues thought it was just another reform that would eventually be dropped, like many before. So, he didn't take it seriously. Fortunately, he is cautious by nature. After the meeting, he carefully conveyed the instructions to his staff and asked them to promote services actively for a few days. But after a week with no news from above, he relaxed. Without his daily reminders, the staff started to slack off. When the official notice of the branch transformation arrived, Zheng Mingyi immediately checked the accounts and felt more anxious. Looking at the deposit figures, he realized it would be difficult not only to become a medium branch, but even to keep the small branch. What would losing the small branch mean? The official document clearly states that micro-branches that do not qualify as small branches will be merged into larger branches. All staff will be laid off and reassigned. For positions that are eliminated, staff will be encouraged to retire early based on their age and years of service. If several branches merge, staff can be rotated. Could the branch manager also take turns? So, Zheng Mingyi felt like an ant on a hot pan, almost jumping with impatience. Looking at the long string of numbers on the chart, he felt like the Monkey King hearing the tightening spell. His head was pounding. The ledger, thicker than a palm, was only partially filled in the first few pages. It mostly listed a few deposit customers from the branch. He almost recognized all their names, but he couldn't think of a good way to attract more deposits. Did he really have to go door to door asking people to save money? Just then, someone knocked on his office door. Zheng Mingyi frowned. He was already upset, and now someone was disturbing him during lunch break. He was about to get angry, but then he suddenly had a bright idea. Everyone knew he had been in a bad mood these days. Who would come to bother him if it wasn't important? He swallowed his anger and patiently stood up to open the door. Who is it? When he opened the door, he was almost surprised with joy. Standing next to the staff was none other than Yu Changel, the person whose name he had looked at so many times earlier. Director, Miss Yu is here to see you. She wants to discuss some business. Business?
Great.
He was eager for that. He had been worried about not having enough work. Zheng Mingyi's smile was genuine, almost to the point of breaking his face. Welcome. Welcome, Miss Yu. Please come in. Xiao Wang, quickly bring some tea. Use the Dahong Pao from my drawer. Miss Yu Changel politely thanked him, but she was a bit surprised inside. Last time, she had mentioned the branch's service attitude, but she didn't expect that this time, Zheng Director's attitude would be so good. This wasn't just good service, it was almost like flattery. You're too kind. Honestly, I opened a small shop, and I only come out at noon when it's less busy. Sorry for disturbing your rest. Zheng Mingyi waved his hand.
No need to say that.
If you have something to discuss, come anytime. Serving the people is what we should do, and bothering us is part of the job. As he spoke, he was also trying to interpret the clues in Miss Yu's words. She opened a shop, and only coming out at noon when it's less busy means her business is good. Good business means earning more money, and earning more money might mean the possibility of attracting deposits to his branch. Thinking about it, Zheng Mingyi's smile grew even warmer. Miss Yu, are you here to discuss some business with me? Yu Changel straightforwardly said, I want to deposit the daily income from my shop at your branch. At that moment, Zheng Mingyi's mind suddenly blossomed with a sea of flowers, colorful blossoms falling from the sky, making him want to spin around happily among the flowers. He tried to steady his mind and spoke calmly, no problem. I'd like to know, roughly, how much your shop earns in a day. He wasn't surprised that Yu Changel directly asked this question. He knew that more advanced sales techniques took generations of marketers to develop and improve. As a branch manager from the 1980s, having this marketing awareness was already commendable. She confidently replied, between 50 and 80 yuan. Sometimes larger orders come in, which can reach around 200 yuan. Zheng Mingyi's heart trembled upon hearing this. He knew this young lady was wealthy, but he hadn't expected her to be so rich. When they first met, Yu Changel had over 400 yuan saved. He thought that was her entire savings, so when he saw her earlier, he was thinking about whether she could introduce him to some other wealthy friends. But he never expected that she could earn over 400 yuan in just a few days, an entire year's income for many people. This speed of earning money, was she not rich? She was clearly a fortune maker. Miss Yu, the business you mentioned, our branch can definitely handle it. Rest assured, we can arrange to process your deposits at a later time, after your shop closes, so it won't affect your business. Zheng Mingyi felt quite proud. He believed his greatest skill was understanding people's hearts. He thought he had already guessed what Yu Changel wanted to ask for. By speaking first, he believed she would be even more satisfied. But to his surprise, Yu Changel shook her head. Money, I can deposit it at your branch, but I want her staff to come and pick it up. Zheng Mingyi was stunned. He understood every word she said, but together, he couldn't understand her meaning. The staff from the branch coming to pick up her money? How would they do that? And what would happen after they took it? Yu Changel smiled faintly. From Zheng Mingyi's expression, she could tell her explanation of the business exceeded his understanding. She continued patiently. It means your branch needs a dedicated person to come to my shop every day at scheduled times to collect the business payments. After payment transfer, the funds are deposited into my account at your branch. During this process, your branch must ensure the safety of the money in transit and after deposit. So, Director Zheng, can your branch handle this door-to-door collection service? After hearing Yu Changel's explanation, Zheng Mingyi seemed stunned, but his mind was racing. Having someone come regularly to collect payments means more staff are needed. Handling the transfer means creating a new ledger. Ensuring safety during transit means adding security measures. In Zheng Mingyi's view, Yu Changel's request was very troublesome, especially the route from her shop to the branch, with full responsibility for the money's safety resting on the branch. That was a huge pressure. For such a new service, even if Zheng Mingyi wanted to do it, he probably wouldn't get approval. Seeing his hesitation, Yu Changel guessed he was worried. She calmly offered a small incentive. I know my shop only makes about 2,000 yuan a month. It might be a bit much to set up such a big operation for such a small business. But if Director Zheng thinks the service is feasible, I can help promote it to other clients, like the silk factory, the cafeteria, the cultural center. With each name she mentioned, Zheng Mingyi's eyes lit up more, and by the end, he was almost shining with excitement. If he could get these organizations to deposit their money at the 17th branch, he wouldn't worry about maintaining the branch's rating. He could easily qualify as a medium-sized branch. Miss Yu, your idea is very innovative and worth exploring. People's needs drive our work. I will definitely report this to my superiors and strive to give you a satisfactory reply as soon as possible. He almost wanted to agree immediately and have Yu Changel start marketing to clients right away. But he dared not. Without approval from his superiors, going out to collect payments on his own could lead to trouble. If anything went wrong or if he was reported, it wouldn't just be losing his job. He could end up in jail. The risk was too high. All right, I will give you a week. During this time, I am also busy, and I have gone to each of the units I mentioned earlier. However, if after a week the business is not up and running, I will have to change my partners.